the sword to my stone forevermore. I long for you, our future to bloom to the bitter end. Your looks make me weak, your skin too much heat, making two roses. I want you to hold me. 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 I want you to.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
I've been looking for something that will give me peace of mind. You make me insecure, I pretend that it's going on. 'Cause I'm high, 'cause I'm bleeding, going crazy. I've been looking for something that will give me peace of mind. You make me insecure, I pretend that it's going on. 'Cause I'm high, 'cause I'm bleeding, going crazy. Because I'm a girl, you need to help me when I'm sad. You want to help me, but I have the care, baby, I'm in love. I've been looking for something that will give me peace of mind. You make me insecure, I pretend that it's going on.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the road to EWC. I'm Mitch, and joining me on this journey is Tom. And Tom, we've got some banger games for the people at home today. Well, but before we get into the Valorant, how are you? What has excited you most about your day? Give us a little tidbit.
Oh, I did like a sort of mini homemade pizza style thing where I took a baguette, put some like tomato puree, mozzarella, then put some chorizo on it, and then like had that for lunch, and it was unbelievable. So that's been the best part of my day so far. But you know, Valorant's coming up, so
yeah,
that might beat the pizza.
It was a good snack time earlier on, but now we've got a meal ready for you to dig your teeth into, Tom. And indeed, talking about today, this is not a qualification day like we saw last weekend in both of our games. This will be a day of 2BO3s, Tom. But elimination really is the cornerstone of the day. And for these matchups, you know, the beautiful thing about it is, now we've had a week since last week, right? That's typically how time works. And the cool thing about that is the teams have had time to adapt, time to change. We maybe expect to see different faces from our squads now. As we look at the tournament format, you can see we are deep into phase 2. Non-qualification matches today. These are the last 2 best of 3s though, Tom.
Yeah, and that is the story of this week. Last week was the story of qualification. 2 teams make it through, 2 teams go into the lower bracket. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that dandy? Isn't everybody happy? This weekend is about getting rid of people. 3 teams go out, 1 teams go through. That's it. It's toxic weekend. We are here to eliminate as many people as we can, and only 1 can come out victorious. And we've already lost some of them along the way. Liquid gone, Eternal Fire already gone as well, of course. We've had Mates. We've had Casey make that qualification, which I think, yeah, if you were looking at the bracket, it's very close. Obviously, we put Nongshim and Genji as a placement in the lower bracket final because we don't know who's actually in the lower bracket final just yet. But that is, of course, what's going to be happening if you miss Pacific. That'll be tomorrow as well. But ours will be between Fnatic, Na'Vi, FUT, and BBL.
Well, that's exactly it. And that's what we wanted to get across to you folks at home today, really. Today is about finding our Nongshim Red Force, our Genji in this region. And one of those teams is in front of you right now. We have Na'Vi, we have Fnatic, but Tom, we're losing one of them today, and it will be sad to see regardless of which team slips. But I think definitely in terms of the pressure on the club and the organization, Fnatic maybe come in with a bit more expectation.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I would say if we were in EMEA, I'd 100% agree with you. But that's the fun thing about EWC is you now have to start looking at the organization as a whole. And if you talk about Natas, Vincent, Fnatic, they are 2 of the biggest organizations we have in esports overall, like be it across any game that you will watch, most of the time you'll see them competing. And of course, they're going to be building up those club points, going for the big prize pool at the end, the massive trophy, which Falcons have dominated twice. I think that for either of these teams, getting an extra spot, an extra team over, especially in Valorant, is going to be massive. But I definitely do agree. For Fnatic, like the expectation within Valorant is insane. Like they're a team that the only team to ever get a back-to-back trophy, have those sort of Masters trophies under their belts. And for Boaster and someone, this is now like a grind back to the top. And with EWC last year, it was a grand final and another almost trophy. So I'm sure he's going to want to try and have another go.
Well, indeed, that is something for Fnatic that when they think back on it, being at the top of EWC, or at least making it all the way to the grand final, slipping when they were 2-0 up, and now finding themselves in a spot where they've missed back-to-back VCT international events, and we could be adding a 3rd international to that tally. It definitely would be a blow to this banner for the EMEA organization. But we talk about the pool that we're going to see here today. Tom, of course, Ascent is in, still with those thick walls. We hope to see them removed one day, but for now, it is no longer an Odin player's paradise.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning, although the map pool has changed, we are still playing with Neon in full force and the shotguns as well. So we're not quite on the new updated patch that will be coming in for Masters London, which is going to change a lot of things. So you will still probably see an awful lot of Neon going into these maps, and I think that it vastly changes what this map pool looks like for either of these sides. And I think that one of the things that's going to be interesting is where we do end up in that veto, because talking about the likes of Fnatic, the one thing that terrified me in that game versus KC wasn't even necessarily the defeat, which, considering you're a 5-0 group stage team versus a 0-5 group stage team, you kind of expected one of them to win, and it wasn't KC. But it was the fact that when they picked into Lotus, I was like, if you'd asked me for odds, I would have gone like, okay, 100 to 1 that KC win that map. Like, genuinely, it would have been such an absurd number. I would have been like, okay, 99.9% chance that Fnatic wins. They pull out a new comp, and to cut the crap, I hated it. It was terrible. It didn't work on the attack side. I think it's one we've seen other teams try and fail at, and then they tried and it didn't work either. So I'm expecting maybe a middle ground between what was, we need to try new stuff, and hey, some of our old stuff actually is kind of good. Let's not just throw all of it out the window.
Exactly. And this is the time to go back to what works right now that you're facing elimination. Before, it made sense. BO5, first map, if I recall correctly, as well.
Yep.
So you have a lot of leeway there, a lot of slack, but now that rope has no slack left to go. It's a long way down if you slip any further, and seeing this team fall out of contention would be a surprise. But as we said, it's not exactly like on the other side of the coin that it would be a massive surprise to see the team do well. Na'Vi have been heating up, Tom, and I think that the key thing about this roster now is that there's been a missing piece. You know, when you look at VCT EMEA stage 1, there was a missing piece for the entire stage, and now that piece is back.
Yeah, for sure. I've wanted to see Exit in the tier 1 for quite a while. I think that when you go back to Ascension, I've said it many times, there were 2 players I thought would be picked up. Exit has been for Na'Vi, and Waddle is now rumored that he might be making it onto a team as well. So that would be very exciting. I'm gobsmacked it took this long. Obviously, Na'Vi did want him sort of halfway through stage 1, but unfortunately all of the visa issues came through. But obviously for EWC as well, it's a little different because a lot of teams will be very excited that it's moved to Paris. I think that Exit might be one of the few that I'm sure he will be excited to go to Paris, but it's no longer in Saudi Arabia where he would be the representative if he was able to make it in Valorant. But I think that not only is he putting sort of like Middle Eastern players onto the map, but he is someone that is incredibly talented and a massive voice within the team. So very different to the players I think they've had already. Like, I think they had Kolosha for a bit, obviously a very young player that has a lot to sort of grow. We've seen him play in the tier 2, very good. And Comeback, who's very well known for not being vocal in English. So I think the Exit is going to completely transform the communication, but also he's a very aggressive duelist player. So I think it brings a different look and definitely makes this series feel, I guess I'll say, a lot more even than it should, because again, you're looking at a team that almost felt like they should make it to London, to a team that never even came close.
Yeah, and indeed, speaking of teams that should have made it to London, Tom, I think there's a lot of people out there that are going to be disappointed to see Fnatic on the other side not there. We mentioned already that was back-to-back international events missed, but I think one thing that was really spurring them on was the fact that they had Boaster on the roster, one of the few Brits that we have competing at the highest level within VCT, within Valorant in general as well. He won't be fielded at London, which is sad. I mean, maybe we'll get him for a show match, but when you look at this roster, Tom, fighting for a spot in France, like you said, well, stand-in Sivov and Vekaj normal roster, both very good options if it comes to playing in Paris. So there is somewhat of a stake in this for them as well.
That's the funny thing. Like, we've got Gentlemates, we've got KC, and we've got Vitality, 3 French orgs. But we don't have a French player. Like, Sivov is the one that is looking to sort of try and make that route through. So he would have his own claim to the home crowd if he was to make it. I think battling with the KC fans still might be a little bit difficult because they are loyal to their club. But no, I think there is a lot on the line for him. And that's the thing. It's like, I think that he did well as a stand-in, I think, especially in the first week or two, but it seemed like in playoffs, not only him, I think others also struggled when it came to pressure. And this is pressure. Like, this is now going from, okay, we could be at 2 events away from home in the space of a month, or we don't play again until what, mid-July? That's when we'd next see Fnatic if they don't come out of today alive.
Yeah, indeed. It is so strange to think we could get that big of a gap, especially after going a Masters event without seeing them as well. And for the club, I think it would be the most quiet that they've been across the regular season, even with an event in their hometown, which would just be a real shock. But it all comes down to today, really, for the EWC qualification. As we said, elimination is happening. BO3 separating either Fnatic or Na'Vi, and it really is a beautiful thing as well, thinking of the history of these two teams. Obviously, we don't have Angel IGLing anymore, but still being in that coach slot, and that as a battle between Boaster and Angel, between Fnatic and Na'Vi, has existed for basically the majority of Valorant. The only difference being, you swap Fnatic out for the old banner of Summon FC, you swap Na'Vi out for FPX or Party Pirates, however you like, but those cores have always battled together, and now at such a pivotal moment in Fnatic's history, it's Na'Vi, it's Angel that stand opposite them again.
Yeah, it's almost kind of funny in a sense that like you do look at Boaster and then you look at what's on Na'Vi on the other side, and there is no one left to stand against him who was there back in those old days. So it is a new look. Of course, there's also somewhat a grudge match from Hero. Obviously was on Fnatic for a little bit and has now gone over to the other side. But yeah, getting into the vetoes, again, interesting that Na'Vi off rip are going to ban out that Lotus. It was something we mentioned, that it has always been an incredibly strong map for Fnatic, but it didn't look last week. But I'm assuming from their perspective, it's like, okay, there's good odds that they fix this. We don't want to play them on it. Fnatic, they've been banning Pearl for quite a while now, so there's no major surprises there. And then going in on Ascent, just playing through the EWC qualifier, it was a 2-0 for Na'Vi in that vein, and then 1-1 for their opponents, although obviously that included the Heretics defeat to be eliminated in the playoffs. Still a very good map for Fnatic, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about that one. And then Fnatic are going to go in on a split, which I don't know, historically, Mitch, I would say was always kind of a Na'Vi map if you were going for these two teams, but that was very much down to how Angel played the map.
Yes.
And I think that it's a slightly different ball game now that he's not in the server.
Yeah, whether it be Angel on Brimstone running in on the extremities after burning Util, or on the Omen taking control in Vents every single round, the man would either lose the round or get Vents. There was no middle ground for him. It always was somewhere that they thrived, indeed, but a very different team now that Fnatic will be facing on it. Tom, looking at this map pool overall, Ascent, Split, Fracture, do you think either team won the veto, or are we looking at a pretty middling matchup here in terms of favor?
I would say we're bang in the middle. I think if you're taking into consideration the qualifiers as well that Na'Vi have played, like even you look at Split as a second map pick for Fnatic, the last time that we saw Na'Vi play that was in this qualifier, and they won 13-3 versus KC. So like it's not like they're going in feeling shy about any of the maps. I think as well, like they've played Fracture already within this tournament. Okay, they lost to FUT, but again, it's a learning curve. It's pieces that you can take away. I do think once it gets to the third map, I do favor Fnatic a little bit more. I think their Fracture has looked very, very good. So I'd maybe say that if Na'Vi are to win this, it would probably need to be in a 2-0 fashion. But I also think, as I said, looking at Ascent and Split, that's not impossible. Like I don't think either of those maps I'm sitting to Fnatic in like a 70-80. In fact, I think the most dominant map that I would put to Fnatic is probably the last one.
Well, I mean, one of the things that you mentioned when talking about the previous matches was, right, like the victory that Na'Vi had over Team Liquid, and that was here on Ascent. It was also where they beat Pacific. Both of those games were really, really close as well, though. Like, while it is possible for them to pull it across the line here, we have to then hope, Tom, that there's been some changes over that last week. Like, we already saw the, I guess, evolution from Na'Vi as they moved from playing the Sova to the Fade. Do you think, like, after that gap now, those 5-6 days to learn, that we'll see more changes coming into this, a rethinking, not necessarily on Ascent, but from the teams overall? Or do you expect to see them just battering down the hatches on the fundamentals?
But it's interesting because obviously a lot of teams in this qualifier, I think FUT are the best example, have got to sort of be preparing for two very different metas. For both of these sides, this is their focus. Neither of them have made it to London, so they don't have to worry. And as said, the next thing they'll be looking towards is stage 2. So I think that there will have been a lot of prep, a lot of work that has been done coming into this matchup. In terms of overall changes to comps, I'd be quite surprised to see either of them make any drastic changes. I think that they're both going to be feeling pretty confident in what they were running already. But I do think that, especially for Na'Vi more than anything, the more time they have with Exit, the better and more cohesive it's going to be. And the more teams they play against, the more holes they're going to find in their game plan. So I think that this is the first time that Na'Vi should have more of a static compositional base, because I'll be honest with you, going back to their performance in stage 1, the biggest problem I had was there wasn't a week where they didn't change something. They kept changing every single time they played, be it a player, be it a comp, be it roles. So if they can just sort of stick to something more similar, I think that we're actually going to get to see a more cohesive team, because you can actually know what someone else is going to be doing.
And I guess then when we talk about the expectations for this match, this map, I should say, Ascent, defensive start for Fnatic as well. A lot of the time we'll talk about Alphier on the Vice and how much impact he's able to have there. And I remember going into the last game thinking and saying like, look, the Cypher, I get it. He'll have impact. We've seen it before, but I love his Vice so much that I'm almost sad to see that not come through. Yeah. And then he had one of the most sensational Cypher maps we've seen. Definitely a man that I'll have my eye on coming into this map.
No doubt. I think that, again, we sort of joke about it, that Ascent has always been a Turkish map, but Alpha sort of encapsulates that perfectly. It did feel like, oh, why would you take a guy who dropped 31 kills on Vice off Vice, and then he goes into that game and does just as well, winning crazy clutches. And it sounds silly, but there are genuinely times that it is worth just avoiding him. So maybe that will have to be a strategy that Na'Vi has considered. I don't think it's a strategy that any of their players or Angel will like, so probably not. I'm also then going to look at the likes of Hero and Ruxic, because again, stick to what you know. Turkish players on this map are incredible, and I think that if Ruxic hits his stride, he's one of the few players in the league that I think can go toe-to-toe with Alpha, which is basically the biggest compliment I can give you as a professional player.
You also want to see Fielu on that Phoenix, how much impact it can have, because when it comes to Ascent, you think about all those choke points, such an oppressive agent to play against the best of times when it's working. Now already you can see an orb will be fought for. You're sending through the molly, the hot hands from Phoenix to guarantee it, and it's going to be a big part of Navi's game plan on this attack side, farming those orbs and enabling Fielu to have 2 lives in 1 round. Now they move to the B site. Orb was contained not just by the camera but by Hero as well. They'll grab that and then presumably go running into what most of the time would be their death, because Alphier is the one waiting.
Pressure put onto him. Counter utility expended, and look at how quick the rotation's already in. Exit looking to try and lead the charge, but they are re-swinging back in to take those battles. But at least for the start, they were going in the direction of Fnatic. The trades, however, put an advantage with this attacking team, and Hero, he's about to get pincered. He knows it, and he swings. Even spots out the second player. A good read on the situation, and now for Crashies, it's incredibly difficult to try and find these remaining players. In fact, Exit will take the swing, and the pistol will head into Na'Vi's hands.
Yeah, really nicely done by Na'Vi. And I think when you look at the flood into the site, I said Fielu has to be someone that, you know, has a lot of impact, simply because you're playing the attack side Phoenix. You've got those orbs to play off of, and you're going to have a lot more lives than your teammates do a lot of the time. Already, I think we've seen why they call him 4-orb Fielu. He's managed to find a lot of them to start out this pistol round, and, well, this is going to be a very scary follow-up with 5 under his belt. I thought he got 4, man. He's got 5-orb Fielu. Change the name. 1 away. Look, is this the round you want to use it in?
No.
Sometimes. And he's got cover as well. This is the thing. They're not just sending the Phoenix in to die. The whole team's here with him for the most part.
Yeah, I like the, to be honest, from Fnatic, I like the idea. You, as you said, you can see that obviously there are a lot of orbs available, so they try and fight the orb that is easier for them to try and battle for. It's not gone great. Crashies, he'll at least be able to find himself 1, but anything else is going to be a little bit tough.
Yeah, a little bit tough to impossible. I mean, look, for Boaster, Damage here would be fantastic, but Ruxic is playing such a patient game, it makes it impossible. And a 2-0 is now locked in for Na'Vi. A great start indeed. And I think the fact that we've kept that Phoenix ult through to this round, so important. I mean, I'd love to see as Na'Vi play more and more Ascent, or as the data's added up, where we're at in terms of like round win rate, especially on the attack, when that ult is online for Filu, because it should be decently high. He's had such a good run of playing I think it was his chamber, right, was really nice, and now we're seeing the Phoenix as well really start to bloom. It's great to see him evolve as a player.
Yeah, and again, I think it also fits with, like, if you can have that more static team. Wow, that man's not static at all. Exit is so far ahead of everybody else. Even still, though, Filu has done well. Traded out his ult. Ruxic is watching for crashes. Bear in mind that this is the full investment now in from Fnatic. And a very early rotation. Because of the position they have from crashes up top, they can kind of gamble more heavily on this B site.
Man, Crashes would have had a field day. In fact, he might still have a field day. The timing is perfect, and one taken, that's all he needs. Smokes down, out of the round. If there was a paranoia, there certainly isn't anymore. And he backs off. The right move, playing passive on A, knowing short's a gap now as well. And that is kind of why Boaster's on the rotate up and spawn. You can see him in the very top of the map, that they're looking to pressure in towards mid. Both teams using mid as the focal point of this push, and it's all coming to a head with 30 seconds left. They'll now start to close the distance, looking to cross. Boaster and Kayak have a crossfire. A trap will be sprung, and it's Kayak to find the kill. The stun is perfect, and the follow-up is there. Spike down, round done, and Alpha confirms it.
Yeah, that's nice from Fnatic. The fact that you're up against what is a relatively decent buy with a couple of rifles in on it, and then they throw in the run it back on Filu, and you only lose one player, I'd say that's a very successful round. And it's something that Na'Vi are definitely going to have to be aware of, is how much space Crashies was actually able to get. I also look at the way that Exit played this round, and sure, there's some weaker weaponry. He's being very gambly, but it almost feels like old school Ascent, where it's just like your duelist is sent in to take a 1v1, and if you lose that fight, you lose the round. It's definitely not ideal. I'd like to see some sort of follow-up, a potential for a trade, but realistically, I can forgive it in that round. If it continues as like a common theme, then I'm a little bit more worried.
Well, it's certainly early days yet. In this round being a key one to set the pace early. Kayak's got himself a double, and he's out. Sure, they've lost Seavoff in the meantime, but that is sensational. 4 HP left. It could make it easy to pull that kill back for Na'Vi if they can force the fight, but he's already out of here, and Hero soon to follow him. That's a 4v2 now for Fnatic.
I don't know if this is a hard read or just like having the expectation that their opponents are not very good, but when having a man advantage, watching Alfia walk all the way through B main and kill a guy in mid, it feels like they are just disrespecting Na'Vi in the early stages of this map, maybe trying to get in their heads a bit, because these are some very aggressive ways they're playing the round, and you can see, even with the advantages they have had, they are not shying away from a fight. A confident-looking Fnatic. Cloric, well, I was going to say he's known for a clutch or two, but he's not even given a chance.
If I remember correctly, it was even this map he was putting up some big plays as well, but, well, not to be, and understandably, 2-2. Defensive side finding themselves around in the back of this early play from Kayak. I mean, genuinely disgusting. He gets away with it. And from that point, the round is just screwed. But insult to injury, the fact that, like you said, Alpha takes such a big risk. Those are the kind of plays that, you know, potentially pull the round back for Na'Vi. If they pick you up, B side's open, they grab Spike, make it back. It can be a difficult round. But when it works, it seals the deal. That's exactly what's happened, leaving a pretty low investment from Na'Vi. I'd imagine across the board here, I'm seeing Stingers, I'm seeing a Sheriff. It's going to be pennies to the dollar, and what should be the lead for Fnatic. But again, these rounds still have their silver linings for Na'Vi. Playing slow, farming and protecting those orbs until they can be farmed, and just getting that Phoenix ult online for the next buy round.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that, though, the fact that the last 2 rounds have been lost based on Crashy's pushing mid and Alpha pushing B, I want to see if that's something that Fnatic have read, like, okay, this team gives up too much space on this map, and if it's something that Na'Vi adapt to, because that is somewhere they should be punishing. To be honest, so is this. I don't know how Kayak has just managed to kind of stand there in the open, almost dancing with death, and still survive, but he has done so. A little bit of early tickle damage, but he will still survive for now, and as we've seen throughout the rounds of this map so far, him surviving is a problem.
30 seconds left.
Well, here we go. 30 seconds, crunch time, and it's straight into Alfier's sight. Crashy's alongside him. The reveal fired through. It's caught them at least to start. There's a kill for Alpha. Easy on the spam, and damage done. Still to get through those trips, at least one sitting back on site. A cam as well. 12 seconds. Spike in mid. Running to A. 8 seconds. Is that Spike trying to plant A? You're not making it anywhere near the site. They were trying. You've completely lost your mind. I know you've got 3 pistols that kind of want to die here. Hero's got a kill and fallen. Ruxic grabs one. I don't know if he got the rifle. What a bloody mess.
Yeah, this reminds me of Na'Vi from a few years ago, where Angel would consistently run out of time. Like, maybe he is like somehow transferred his brain into someone on the team, because that was
Why is this Spike like running back with 12 seconds?
Yeah,
from Pizza, bro.
There was never a chance in hell. I can only assume that Cloric's decision is, I'm just gonna go get an orb on the other side of the map, but he could have also got that from being shot in the face.
Yeah, and then
he would have got a few extra credits for it.
Exactly. Yeah, that might have been a slightly better outcome, but completely flabbergasted there. The price we paid to deny an orb on the other team, I suppose. Wow. Okay, well, 3-2. And I think it's fair to say that there is some ground to be made up here. The concerns that you had for Na'Vi early on, Tom, might just have magnified somewhat after the round we just saw. And well, you have to hope that...
It's not looking like a map choice, is it?
No, oh, absolutely not. No, this is looking like they're struggling to adapt to a map they've never played before.
This is looking like a... Oh, never mind. We'll come back to it, maybe. Never mind. His ult's been obliterated. Surely they're not going to carry on through this smoke. There's got to be something, right? Okay, the wall. Create some space. They've dealt with Boaster. That's not bad from Filu. And he gets the second onto Kayak. Okay. The pole has woken up. Found a couple of nice headshots. Put them in a very good position. Flash is decent. Ruxic doesn't need to overextend. He has hero for support as well. And now they are just swinging back and fighting. Leaving. I was going to say only Alpha, but I'm just going to correct myself and say leaving Alpha.
A better call. A better call. But, I mean, look, I don't think even he believes in it. Time ticking far too much at this stage. They'd all have to go sprinting at him to give him a chance, but he's happy to play exits. Add some extra cost to this if they come his way. Keep the credits a bit modest, but that's not going to happen. And course correcting just in time from Na'Vi. Again, we've talked about the impact of this Phoenix on the entries, on the ult farm as well, just to get you that space, and we're seeing it. We're, what, 2 Phoenix ults down already? And Filu's going to be farming up plenty more. 3-3 now. Quite the competitive game early on. This is what we've been hoping to see. And throughout the playoffs, it's you know, we've had our fair share of one-sided maps, Tom. So I'm hoping this carries on.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's definitely been a little bit scrappy. There's no doubt about it. But I think as well for Na'Vi, you have to bear in mind both Ascent, like, sort of victories they've had have been strong defensive side. So even like 5 or 6 rounds on this side of the map might be enough. The problem they have is because Kayak wasn't really dying, it meant he wasn't really buying an operator yet. And that's the other issue. A very good reveal coming out from Crashies made it all too easy. It still wasn't easy. He still had to be very quick, but easy for someone like Kayak's ability to get that pot shot straight through the smoke. 2-man advantage already. The last round seems like it was very, very far away already.
Go, go, go! Shocking.
Yeah, it's a complete pace change. The early mid fights, it's been a big problem for Navi. Like you said, the B pushes, the mid pushes. This time it's the reveal through the smoke. They're having trouble containing that space, but in the meantime, with the slow push afterwards, they've gotten a lot of space of their own. The A site completely under Navi's control. And of course, Fnatic have pushed through A main. They've cleared all this space. They've seen nothing mid, nobody in B main. It's starting to seem pretty obvious that it's the A play, but the danger here is over on short. It's if these players, if Kayak continues to walk forward to give that space, and Navi know it. They waited. 30 seconds go by. Nobody peeks. No mistakes are made. Now the plant has to be put into play.
Yeah, I like the idea from Navi. See if anybody walks back into an angle that they think is clear, but I think Fnatic know the space that has been given up. Now they've got to try and hold versus 5. A couple of ultimates to play with as well. At least effective ones for the defense. That overdrive that could get them back in, and immediately it's popped. Alfia already getting rid of Hero. That was the backstab, and there's only one man left on this site already.
Jeez.
And he doesn't last long either. It's in fact the spams out from Boaster that make that look very, very easy.
Yeah, I think you really need to appreciate how good of a player Alfia is as well. We didn't see it, and I'm not surprised because it was a very slow burn fight in mid. But Alpha was just walking up mid, walking, and finally he hears the door closed. That is a bait late into the plant where they want them to think door's closed, so Hero or anybody is not there. That space is clear. Alpha then runs up short. Hero's lurking, gets the kill, and now is a real thorn in their side and makes that retake very, very difficult. But Alpha jiggle peeked the corner. He walked up and he went, oh, they've closed the door. There's not much time left, but there still could be someone here. Comes in, one taps him immediately. And that's just, it's so clean because this was Navi's whole game plan, was wait for someone to be coming back in to re-clear space, to be coming back in to get ahead of the retake or whatever it is. And as they step out of line, we'll take them out. The advantage is back in our court. And instead, they got completely denied by Fnatic. 4-3 now as Fnatic take the lead, and as we've seen, Navi have called a pause.
I'm not overly surprised. Like I think what has worked for them is the sort of direct hit where Filu gets 2 openers. One of them is a crazy shot onto Kayak, and other than that, they've lost 4 of the last 5 rounds, and that was the one. So I think that it is definitely not looking like the best of attack side so far. I think that Fnatic have done well to shut out Exit, but also they have just been almost, I want to say, taking liberties. They've been taking parts of the map that you kind of go like, okay, you shouldn't have like 45 seconds left and a guy on the defense sat at top mid waiting for you to move. Like that shouldn't be possible. So I think that for Angel, the fix here shouldn't actually be that crazy. But I don't think the Fnatic are just going to sit back and now just be like, all right, let's just keep doing the same thing.
But I hope not. You already see that aggression inside A main, space taken, but now short's going to be fought back on the other side. A lot of utility being burned for this. Even the flash through the smoke, re-clearing all that space. Noise heard. Navi with a pretty clear indication of what's going on here. Knife even revealing the late lurk on short, and they're kind of shoehorned into this play on B now. 55 seconds, but no information across the map for them, bar the deep flank coverage. Great pick by Cloric. Now B site looks tasty, but that Omen TP scared them away. Now they move to the A site. Info there to work with, and Boaster's down and out. Seavoff all alone. One flash is all he has to work with, and he'll only get the 1 kill. Numbers there in the post plant, and to be honest, I'm surprised to see Hero hunting.
30 seconds left.
He's kind of the one guy that I feel like could give the game away. He wants to have a surprise factor while being on low HP, and well, so does Rosu.
One enemy remaining.
Battle versus Alfia might decide the round, and you know what? It's decided it in Morgan's favor. There's no way that Kayak's going to be hunting for this anymore. He's got an operator to try and save.
I'm out of here.
Well, many can he take with him? They are all looking to try and get rid of this operator, really wanting to put the pressure onto the economy of Fnatic, force a rebuy, but they've got to be careful that they don't just throw away their own. Okay, I guess it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, or the couple that get dropped, but all in all, a round that I think Na'Vi can be very happy with. And this is kind of the round that you were talking about before, where they get that entry, they take that space, they go back the other way, and they do catch players in transition. Like, Boaster, at that point, had no expectation they were going towards A.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, the redirection, it looked like they were feeling a little bit boxed into the play, accelerating towards that B site, but the second that TP came in, the second the From the Shadows was active, and unfortunate for them, that makes it look like, you know, there's one guy on B, you're coming back to support, but Na'Vi already had the read that now that was a 3-stack on that side of the map already. Boaster pushed way off the B side. Look at the pace from Na'Vi. They're already pressing into the site itself, and Boaster's stunned, but he's back in the driver's seat as the drop comes in, and the first finds its way into his hands, but nothing else. The Hunter's Fury, never mind.
Okay.
They've got something for it. Kayak onto Ruxic, and damage done as well. This is now looking like a much more doable round.
You're dead.
Oh yeah, two of them are incredibly low. Filu needs to try and get something with this ult. Sat back waiting for him, and another connected shot. Hero trying to swing off the back of it, and the remaining players, well, Filu's been able to heal up, but it can't be the same for the last. It's all left down to Exit. Low HP, 4 to find. It would have to be mistakes of grandeur from the side of Fnatic, and it will not be the case. Started decently for the side of Na'Vi, but again, a very good reaction and a solid retake coming out from Fnatic.
Yeah, great work and the patience to initiate the play, firing back through now with a 5-4 lead, only barely keeping themselves up there, but Na'Vi have yet to be able to retake that pace, and it looked like Boaster was going to get nothing, but they dove quickly into the Hunter's Fury as well. Was it 2 tags off the back of that? Plus the op shot from Kayak. It really, there was a moment there where Na'Vi had a huge advantage, and a couple seconds later, it flipped completely. We said big retake, big patience from Fnatic, good utility usage. Now we move towards this mid-fight for Na'Vi. A pacey play indeed as they look to make the best of a bad situation economically.
Oh, no.
Exit already deleted. And that's the ult in spawn gone, as well as Boaster finding Filu. The herd is thinned out.
They didn't even get to finish the voice line. He was executed so quickly. I am dead. No chance with this round. This is a low buy as well. So you're talking about a team that economically has nothing to play with. And after shutting down the Neon ult, the overdrive of Exit, it becomes way too easy. 6-4. As said, like a round or two more from Na'Vi, and I think they'll be relatively happy with this half. Maybe not happy, but they'll be content that they can get it done on the second. The worry, though, is if this ends 8-4 and they don't win a pistol, I don't know. I could see Fnatic running away with their map choice.
Oh, definitely. It is possible now for Fnatic to have complete control over this series. But it's early days. 2 rounds. Look, this can easily recover. 6-6 at the half. And Na'Vi can feel... I mean, that's a very early Hunter's Fury. Very early indeed, but you can see why with the short pressure put on so quickly from Exit. He managed to crunch in and make Fnatic very uncomfortable in that initial fight. Space taken in B main. Na'Vi might go back. They don't know how many are here, but they're about to find out. Good trade at least to start. All they need to do is trade here. Keep the numbers in their favor, but they'll do one better, 2 better in fact. There's now a 4 versus 1 in play. A man to the good ×3 and Alpha. Well, okay, he's going to level the playing field somewhat. But this late flank should end him.
Spike planted.
Good. He's had Hero's number throughout the majority of this game so far. You could see how passive Hero's being because of it. He doesn't want to give anything away. That means that Alfia is going to get a chance versus his teammates first. Is not looking the right way. Alfia in these scenarios, there is nobody more dangerous. And he's starting to figure out, piece together where that last player could be, but he's not quite correct. Hero does time it well this time out. And it will give them a 5th round in the attack. As said, for Na'Vi, I think that's their minimum. That's their line. I think they'll be content with what they've managed to get in this half. And if they level it up, dare I say, they'll feel confident.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
It's especially the context of how they get there, right? Like this initial fight, moving into the site, trading out the first few kills, and then dominating the final battles. Alpha shut down by the late play. They knew that they had Hero there as a safety net to pick them up. This is definitely looking a lot more comprehensive. Top to bottom, Navi picking it up. Molly's gone through. It's going to force players to either commit to this A site hold or leave Boaster dead to rights. But he finds one for free. Support was there just in case he needed it, and now the brakes will be pumped by Navi. They send players to the B site, but unlike previous rounds, there's no space taken here.
Here.
We may be one away from a Phoenix ult.
It's a problem.
Yeah, we were.
Well, he's got the ult.
Yeah, that was a
Don't
go
forget
back to B
use
for
it.
the orb instead of for the hit, but yeah, that's tough.
It's again just the amount of space that Fnatic are able to claim on this defensive side has definitely caused them some problems on the attack. Clearly some gaps being exploited. Now, I kind of feel like Fnatic can just turtle. They've got so much control into middle. It's not going to be expected either. That's the spike down. There's nobody else even remotely close to be able to retrieve this. Ruxic can almost have to just run and battle for it, but it will leave
30
another
seconds left.
potential 1v1. And I like the response from Sivov as well. All right, you've got 25 seconds. You don't have the spike. I don't need to be here anymore, but you still need to check if I'm here, and I'm not.
Time just keeps on ticking away. And 12 seconds left. They'll now blitz to the A site. Op waiting, misses. The first shot, 8 seconds. Stuns won the round already. And just to make sure, the spike's on the floor. Round done and dusted. Final kill goes to Ruxic by the looks of things. Hold on. Oh, nice work. But 7-5 is the score you're greeted for at the end of the day. Tom, look, it's a close game, but Fnatic just about eke out the upper hand.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit scrappy. I think that a lot of the more direct hits seem to work out for Na'Vi, but when it came into those sort of mid-rounds, those slower rounds, they got completely picked apart. I think for Fnatic, obviously they didn't win pistols, so a 7-5 isn't awful, but I think they're going to want to win that second one, because I think both teams have had their better defensive sides, at least in their recent matches, so I would say that that will be the, maybe even the defining factor. We'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, we will have to wait and see until after the break. We'll be back with half two to see what's going down.
One enemy.
That's his actual height. That's him standing up.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Tom.
Last player standing.
No hard feelings. No hard feelings.
Well, welcome back, folks. 7-5 when we left you. 7-5 when we return. Don't you love to see it? Fnatic on the attack side now. They've got the upper hand, but this pistol could very easily close the gap.
For sure. I think Na'Vi's defensive side versus the last couple of squads has looked better for them, but will that change here? An aggressive start, but it's damage that they did, but didn't manage to get the kill onto Crashies. Pushing through. Utility has been removed from Filu, but he does have a little bit of help in the form of Chloric. But now, Chloric is the only one remaining.
One enemy
they've managed to bypass him almost completely, but now he has to go for another 1v5, and it seems like Kayak's just having a field day. 3 kills for him in the pistol, moving him to the top fragger in the server, and moving, more importantly, Fnatic to 8 on the board.
Yeah, indeed. You mentioned the concern of if it went 8-4 at the halftime, and now by effect, if you win the pistol and follow up, yeah, that gap is going to be roughly the same. It's the other way around. I think for Fnatic, considering how the bye goes here, an easy 9th about to be connected. But the danger of the bandits on the defensive side we've seen already, and it just depends if we're going to see an idea from Na'Vi in terms of how to pressure, like, but it looks like a default. It looks like we're just going to play normal Valorant on this defensive side. Hope some individuals can pick them off. Maybe, I mean, maybe with the cam inside of Wine, this is somewhere that they can afford to stack a bit towards the B side, but it looks like they will play this one very cookie cutter, very vanilla.
So far, at least. I don't know if you agree, but I think Fnatic have definitely looked like the better side, which, considering this is the map of Na'Vi, has me feeling a little nervous for them. Their rounds were very much down to incredibly direct plays. Like, it was like, okay, if we win the first 2 fights, the round's over. But most of the time, they were getting opening picks. I think the structure of Fnatic looked better. Sure, I said both teams are on their favorite side, but I don't know. There's not been much to convince me that thus far that Na'Vi are going to turn this. So I'm hoping when we get into the first buy round, we might see something a little different.
Spike planted.
It's a nice flash and shot from Filu. And he's looking for another player. Great read as well. Okay, here we go. Strap in. We could have a round on our hands. Even this early on, reveal up. They dodged it. Avoiding both bursts, but they want utility in the way back in. They'll be blocked by the knife. The thing is, though, I don't think they're going in. That one flash, sure, the attempted fight and the follow-up. For a moment, I thought they were going to play exits. They're going to just make this an insanely costly round, but it looks like only one man's following that strategy. Ruxic, a smoke to play inside of. He's given himself an opportunity, and they are coming his way. Steps heard, strikes from the shadows. And look, it might not be a round win, but there was no expectation of that from Na'Vi. To do this much damage, that's a win.
Yeah, I think especially in like a 3v5 retake when you have no guns, to bring it down to only 2 players alive, it's not bad, but they now need to capitalize on that. I need to see this round go their way, maybe even in convincing fashion to believe that there's a chance for them to bring this back. As said, I think thus far Fnatic have looked the better side. I think the individuals you want, like Kayak, Crashies, Alpha, all on form. And on the other side, some of the other pieces, even some of the big pieces for Na'Vi are missing.
Standing ahead.
Well, this is one of their final moments to show up. Na'Vi on 5 rounds as Fnatic pick up the pace and pick up a kill on their way into this B site. A plant to be found in a 5v4. The Na'Vi already having to think about that retake in terms of where the credits are at. Lose another player, you already start to think about a save. This has to be a cohesive play back in, and damage done here. Boaster very low, a chance for Na'Vi, and they've caught him, but Kayak is so quick on the trade, and he gets back to site now, turtled in. 3 versus 4. You still got to believe if you're Na'Vi, but you're running out of time. If they don't find a pick soon, it's time to run. Damage done to exit as well. They're now doubting the ability to deliver, and indeed they will fall back, retreat to the A site, fall back to mid, and save these weapons for the next. Double digits locked in for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think Filu was a toe stub away from going down, so it got to a point where it's like, if a stray bullet clipped him through the wall, he was dead. So it definitely came to a point of not being worth it. And again, just a more direct style. I'm not sure if Althea just... Because I heard 2 bullets go. I saw a smoke down, and I saw Ruxic dead. So I don't know if that was just a stray shot, or maybe if Ruxic was slightly boosted on top of something and could be seen. But it seemed like just the straight-up Althea BS to get them the entry, because it seemed like the plan all along from Na'Vi was to play retake on that side of the map, but when you then lose an entry anyway, that becomes very difficult.
Cover going out.
Oh, this B site's left undefended. Cloric's going to try to tickle them as they make their way through, and good bit of damage done. Indeed, Seavoff's on a lick of health on that KO. Cloric droning out, now knows there's someone close, but that's target selection for Filu, or so you thought. Even with the flash, Kayak's the one getting the best of him. falling eventually, and they suspect Boaster to be up close. He's dealt with by Chloric. That triple is nuts. Down to a 3v2. Crashy's low in the corner, and let me tell you, Siva ain't any healthier. Indeed, he'll be dropped with just a single shot and leaves Crashy's all alone. No chance for Fnatic on this retake. Navi looked sublime.
Yeah, well, I'd say more importantly, Chloric looks sublime. A guy I think who had 2 kills up until this point, just managed to find 3 in quick succession, turned around on its head. That's sort of the star power that we've seen. Like going back to even the first week that we saw him introduced, pulling off a 1v5 and a 1v4 in back-to-back rounds. We know the caliber that he can show up, but realistically, we just hadn't seen it yet.
Oh, that's a 4-round gap. Even with that one, I would say spark, but yeah, look, they were shining very, very bright indeed, but we need to really see it pick up round to round for Navi. The gap, the close in starts here, and Ruxic and Fielu, this flash down underneath the smoke. That's exactly what we're going to see. Paranoia even sent through. It's a costly committal early on, and they don't get anything for it. In fact, all they get is a little bit of a lot of damage back in the other direction. That's so unfortunate for Fielu. They might even have been blind, but they've ripped his head clean off, and Ruxic's stuck in the corner. And this is a disastrous start. But they think they've cleared that corner. Sivov thinks he's cleared that corner. He's heard reloading, and he'll soon be heard walking away. There's a chance for Ruxic to get the flank, but he would be brave to move.
Yeah, Hero's also done well. Like a peek into B main that's got rid of Alpha. I said it's felt like Alpha's had his number throughout the game so far. Time now ticking. 40 seconds left on the clock. Exit, off angle, but he doesn't react quick enough. Kayak has just been I want to say the best player in the server by a country mile. I don't think anybody's been particularly close to him at all, even on his own team. And well, if he could just peek angles like that and win the opening fight with an operator, this leaves this A site all but open. All right, that might help.
Yeah, it certainly has a way of turning around for you. Plant going to be safely found as well. Fnatic still have a corner to fight from.
Ruxic's still here.
Still have some ground, and they're worried. They know about Ruxic. The smoke's coming down from Ruxic as he looks to make it back out to that site through the smoke, but Sivov's just backstabbed. He's taking Hero down. Chloric's gonna have to grandstand yet again. Big swing underneath. Shorty's out, and he's got Boaster. An impossible play, but Sivov pulling it back is caught again by Chloric. A 4K from this man, and we started it out in the first half talking about his big plays, his clutches, and how strong he's been for this squad, and there he is again, man.
Yeah, I don't know if he's just gone into like his Thanos I'll do it myself era, but like it felt like the first half of this game he was very much focused on calling, and then the last 2 rounds he's like, all right, if you guys aren't gonna do it, I'll just do it. 3K retake into a 4K retake. This is the man that we have seen throughout the fragging IGL that has saved him, because realistically, without those 2 back-to-back plays, they have already lost this map. And as said, before that, he had 2 kills total.
Choosing his moment to step up. Here's Kayak straight into the A side. It's fully open, free to play with. Hunter's Fury for Crashies lands onto Fielu, but nothing back in the other direction. Some damage done. 2 players from Fnatic desperately low. One was Sivov in that corner. And they knew about him with the ult as well. It was dangerous, but he survives. And now the post plant again with the scars that they're sporting on this Fnatic side. When it comes to trading blows, they definitely stand behind in most of those fights. Exit with a real chance. These players close, caught by the paranoia, but a flashback has bought a bit more time. Sivov, he just saved the day. That could have been the start of the end, but Hero, he's here for 4. Multi-kill after multi-kill for Navi as they climb their way back.
These are like the most Navi rounds I've ever seen. Like, it genuinely feels like all they needed was that spark, that match to be lit,
I need this.
And Cloric did it in the last 2 rounds. It felt like that's finally a woken hero who has been so consistently good. Like him and Ruxic, there have been calls many a time for a better team for these 2 players. And we haven't seen them today. Either of them have been particularly good. Like I think in that first half, Fila was top of the board. But that's the sort of play that you get from someone like Hero. Swinging in, finding all 4 players on the retake while his teammates almost just sit and watch. The utility was gone, by the way. This wasn't like, oh, someone threw a flash. There was no utility left. That was just him swinging and Fnatic knowing where he is. But it's no surprise that we are going to see that pause coming out. Obviously, one of the more interesting things today was who's going to be in that sort of coaching booth. Because, of course, we saw that Eng signed for Fnatic just yesterday. Well, it's on your screen right now. Desmo's in the server. Unless Eng is on his account, which is actually possible.
He sat behind him.
It's possible they just sat with each other, but you know, I'm going with the name.
Register accounts before the tournament as well, so you couldn't get them on the server, or the client, yada yada. Who knows? Who knows what the inner workings are looking like?
Look,
I think back in that triple sentinel,
I'm giving the credit to Dez.
Yeah, I think that's only fair. And but I don't know. I'm curious as to how involved Eng is. That triple sentinel comp last week on Lotus. I don't know, man.
I don't think he was signed yet.
Yeah. He wasn't announced. He wasn't announced yet, but I'm just saying maybe he sent the playbook over, you know?
No. How's he get out? He goes back. He's a maniac. He's a maniac and he's not on the floor. I don't know. I don't understand how on earth Exit didn't die. He was sprayed down by about 15 different bullets. 2 different players, still survives, and now Ruxic swinging. This game has turned on its head, Mitch.
Genuinely, it's gone from Fnatic looking like they had the game plan and the individuals to back it up, leagues above what was present on the other side, and now suddenly it feels like the winds have changed. They've chosen a new champion in the form of Na'Vi. The fact that they're able to come in here and play the first half where they look completely deactivated, then have back-to-back 4Ks, pulling big rounds into play, clean follow-ups as well. It's not like this is a big clutch and then they almost let it slip the round afterwards. This is a complete changing of the guard to what we saw before. As long as Boaster doesn't end up with a 4K here, that will stay true.
Blinding.
Got the spike. One more kill he can TP, but well, the hero is going to put down his old IGL. 10-9. I'll be honest, after the first few rounds of this half, I was already getting ready to go to split. So the Cloric hero at the back plays. Yeah, let's just go for this again. He's just being spammed from top mid. Even goes and kind of looks at the guy in top mid. Like turns around and is like, oh, there's a guy top mid, one on 30 HP. And then after getting back to safety, decided to swing again. Yeah. That's crazy.
Careful.
It is a decision, and it was made. And that's all I can say about that without being rude. 10-9. One round gap between them. And that gap was closed in quickly. And Na'Vi looking like they've powered up, leveled up, and now the A site under threat. Late lurk in play for Alfier as well. He has gotten lucky to avoid that shot from the up, and now Filu's ult is going to be taken down, but Filu lives and breathes, something that Alpha can't say late into the round. There's a drop. Hello, up top. Hero's just walked out. He's just walked out and taken 2. That's the spike down. A 3rd for Hero, and the round is already done. How is this keep? No.
Okay.
I got nervous.
Okay.
I got nervous.
That wasn't even like, normally you look at moments like that and you go, oh, okay, he's done that over a space of like 30 seconds where they take silly peeks. That was Boaster managing to almost turn it in the space of 5 seconds, but yeah, it genuinely does feel like Fnatic are capitulating a little bit. Like, okay, I can forgive Alfia for not winning a fight versus an ult, a stun, and then a sliding shorty, but I don't know how Hero just walks out of the heaven. That's worrying. That shouldn't be possible. And now they brought it back to 10-10, 5 rounds in a row. I can firmly say that I thought Fnatic had already closed this, and maybe they did as well.
I imagine they felt, yeah, pretty comfortable. Oh, this is an interesting strat, Tom. We've got the Weeping Angel strategy in play here. So as long as someone's looking at them, they can't move. And it's not a strategy you see too often, Tom, I have to say. It's been quite a while since we've managed to catch it.
No, I think Boaster's just playing. He's agreed everyone's playing a game of hide and seek because he's still moving. but no one else.
That's Navi, my friend. Boaster's.
Oh yeah.
They swap sides.
You know, I just see Omen and I assume, you know.
Yeah.
You know,
Boaster's holding a very important angle.
This is in case
they...
whole game that I forgot he was on the defense.
Yeah, I forgot he swapped sides because I think he did too. But yeah, in case you didn't guess, that wasn't a generational new strategy being trialed there. That was the start of the tech pause. So we'll have a little bit of an intermission, Tom. But what a crazy play so far. The fact that Fnatic looked so dominant.
You're still
and
so
then
low down.
It switches up. I am. Yeah. The chair won't go back up.
It's really funny, wasn't it? It's really funny to do the little bit where you go lower down.
I'm gonna be honest.
Now
when I did that,
tiny.
I
Mitch is actually
moved.
standing up. You see the floor in the background? This is how tall he is standing up.
I genuinely haven't moved this chair up or down in a year and a half. And when I did it just there, I think it broke. I think it won't fully come up anymore. So I now need a new chair. If anyone can help me out with that.
Can you just
let
speak
me
in
know.
a more higher pitch voice? Like,
I can. I've got a mixer here. I can start messing around a little bit if you want. You can start hard tuning it.
I would say if you just broke a chair by lowering it, maybe don't mess around with your sound settings because there's a good chance
I hear what you're saying.
You'll be very squeaky afterwards.
I hear what you're saying, Tom, and I you know what? This one time I'm gonna take your advice. I'm gonna take your advice. I might have a professional look at things if we're gonna mess around with that in the future.
Also told you not to do it at the same time.
Yeah, I find your lack of faith disturbing. All of you. I used to work in IT. Don't anymore. Let's not get into why. But Tom. Listen, what we've seen so far has been a roller coaster ride, right? Like Fnatic have that full control to start with. It looks like this is going to be honestly a blowout in the series, and then Navi completely come back into it. And I think this is going to be a really tough way to bounce back to the next map if Fnatic end up letting it slip now, because it has been individual plays pulling Navi back, right? Like in so many of the rounds, even right there. Not that it was going to be Fnatic's round, but it's the symptom. More so of seeing Hero be able to just walk out and take 2 kills for free onto the planter, swing in for a third on back, but the damage was already done. I think from this point, you know, from your perspective, Tom, we've seen a lot of Fnatic in the past. Is this worrying with it being this team, or do you think they can just make that bounce back? Because recent history, I'm starting to again just see that downward spiral.
Yeah, I think the scary thing for me is that the Fnatic of old mentally was always one of the best. Like that was the thing we talk about. There is no game that they can't come back in. So I still sit there in the back of my head and go, okay, they're not done just because that slipped away. But they were they felt like they were so far ahead at the beginning of the second half. And then it's just been some of those rounds slipping away from them. Like a couple of rounds from Hero, a couple of rounds from Chloric, and you kind of go like, okay, that can happen, but there hasn't been a break back just yet. There's been attempts to try and get back into the round, but it hasn't looked fantastic. And that's the thing that's scaring me most, is that when you have a team that never ever seems to have that sort of mental weakness, and then over, I would say, the last couple of games, like going back into the end of EMEA, we saw it a little bit. And I think that that's a very, very dangerous ground to be in if this is going to be a shift away. So it's still 10-10. It's still level. It's not done just yet, but I want to see that big break back round, because I think that you've had Kayak performing fantastically well. He's been having a great game. He can easily just turn this straight back into their favor again. But if Na'Vi get this over the line from the position they were in, yeah, that's a little bit damning.
Well, double digits now for both. The gap closed in, and we are neck and neck. As the defensive side of Na'Vi will be put to the test yet again, but it has been nothing but success on this defense. Start, Fnatic, B main control. They take some space, they take orb, pop their cam there for later, and then the drone goes out on mid. Drone's going to trade out. No need to break that defensive drone either. Doesn't make it far enough. Boaster starts to embed. This is going to be a beat play by the looks of things. That's an opportunity for Filu, who is waiting patiently with a flash in hand. He's been there for almost a minute now. I think he'll be there when they come to push.
Gotta go.
Just about
Good,
dodged.
good.
Smoke being thrown in. Alfie has done well. Another opener for him. Still a couple of players on this side. A rotation coming through with the TP. Hero,
down,
even
B.
in a blink of an eye, manages to get 2.
30
There's still a
seconds
player
left.
lurking behind. Boaster's positioning is so valuable, and he should be able to clear them and wrap back through the spawn. That kill was integral, and has now put them in a position where they have this A site for free.
They can't let this one slip. I mean, more than ever, this round is one that has
10
to be
seconds
won
left.
by Fnatic. It's been a streak, I think, 5 in a row for Na'Vi now. And the advantage finds its way into the hands of Fnatic. They have a plant, they have time on their side, and look, they're not even coming together. Filu's going to try to attract all the attention. For a moment, it looked like the flank play was going to be attempted. But now grouped up, Ruxic and Filu can try to make this happen. Time, though. I mean, time already feels like it's too far gone. Filu's found one, and it makes it look doable, but they've got to get on that. Oh, no. The shot's missed inside the smoke. Now Ruxic gets a kill, and now they can start the defuse. This could be deadly close, but Boaster is slipped away. Time too far gone. Just about securing the round are Fnatic, but that is anything but an inspiring victory.
Oh yeah, that with the amount of time that was left on that clock, I had no doubt that the round was already over, but somehow that became competitive. A whiffed shot, a lost operator, and a very expensive round for the attack, even though they managed to get it over the line. Of course, you look at the economy of their opponents, and it's still enough to invest here, and even exit going in for that outlaw. But this really does feel like it's crunch time. The winner of this next round, I would say, is likely to be the one that gets to 12 first.
Enemy remaining.
And for Fnatic, a chance to put themselves within touching distance of the map. A map I think they'll desperately want to close out after how far in the lead they were. It's whether or not that conversion is enough to awaken the beast once again.
Well, it will be a slow and steady round. A minute on the clock. And not much has happened from the attacking side, and that's why the defense, they want to get aggressive. Into B main. Burning one of those Phoenix flashes on the minute mark to secure that control. Rotation now starts, and here's the thing. Fnatic heard that flash in B main. They've even sent back Alpha, I believe, to watch for the B main push. It doesn't come in. That starts to tell you rotations might come into play. They might now play heavier on the other side of the map, and indeed they have. Filu's rotated into position. Phoenix alongside this A defense to help hold on. And still that side for Util that they have to break through. There's a trip that they're going to run right into. That could be a free kill. At least the spams are going to come through, and Kayak's down to 1. Crashy somehow converts a kill in the madness and mayhem, but Ruxic in through the smoke grabs himself another. They have to leave 12 seconds now. There's no way to get in here for Fnatic. A save is all that remains.
At least need to hold on to the weaponry. I think they're lucky in the sense that there's not a lot of credits on the Na'Vi side right now, so they're not going to overpush this. They're not going to try and take those guns away, and they will be able to hold on to them. But I think that, I don't know, maybe they thought that was going to be an easier take, or that the Cypher utility was on the other side. But the second they're trying to force through cage trips, even the molly of Filu, you mentioned it, they heard the flash in B main. He had enough time to rotate all the way over to the other side of the map and molly in A. It just meant that it was so segmented. Like, you could see that I think it was Kayak was out fighting for a solid like 5 or 6 seconds before anybody else could even get anywhere near. Its scoreline equalized. At least the saving of the 3 guns changes like the chance for necessarily to get to 12 for Na'Vi. There will still be weaponry to play with at least, which wouldn't have been the case if they had all gone down. But you can see the importance of this round with Desmo taking that pause.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly a moment for these guys to steady the ship, as this has been a hell of a nail biter of a start to a best of 3. Tom, as I said, we've had those very one-sided games in the past. This is just a treat to get to dig our teeth into, but it is going that distance, 11-11, a test that often Fnatic are the ones to come out on top in when it comes to distance in a series or distance in a map. They've been there a million times, and this is what we've been talking about, right? The resilience of this squad. Let's see if they can pull it across the line in this moment when it has been 1 round out of the last 7. Very much favored towards Na'Vi, and now on the home stretch, they could at least guarantee an overtime with victory here after climbing all the way back on this defense. And for now, the early strategy, Tom, a lot of mid presence from Na'Vi. It does leave B very light. You've only got Filu there for the moment. But luckily, Fnatic not pouncing. They are playing this slow.
Yeah, their goal seems to be to get the orb. I think it's 1 away for that overdrive.
Scanning ahead.
I think at the moment Kayak only has a stinger. They're just waiting for somebody to try and put pressure in, but now know that there is a player on the other side. They've managed to set up exit on the angle with this outlaw, with every player bar Boaster setting up. This could be a freebie, but he spotted them running back. 45 seconds up are coming on the clock, spreading the net once again over on the Fnatic side, and maybe a reliance on Bosa to try and find something here, but it hasn't baited a rotation off A whatsoever. There is, again, still 2 players and a full Cypher setup.
Shadows traveling.
It's a lot to deal with, but there's almost no choice at this point. The spike in position, and on we go from Na'Vi. They fall back to the B site. They've made it deep as well. Chloric, oh, he's in no man's land right now. Got to be careful. That nade's going to force him out. Indeed, disconnected from the play now as the push comes in. But Exit, the one to strike first. He finds himself a kill with the time ticking. They know there's someone in spawn, but do they know about Filu? Yes, they do. They certainly do now. Filu's dominated the site and left them with nowhere to go. 12-11. 1 more round for Na'Vi to steal this out from under Fnatic's feet.
Go, go, go!
And Na'Vi did really well there. There is a very real world that a lot of teams would panic in that scenario. They see all the players in B main fall back. You see the usage of that Neon utility in towards the A site. So that is basically Fnatic trying to go, okay, we're doing the same thing as last round. 30 seconds, it's the exact same time. We're throwing in that utility. Everybody rotates, but instead, they just check mid. 3 of them check mid together. They spot Boaster, and that's enough for them to know that, okay, there's still a B hit coming. Kayak, though, that ult now online. Overdrive, just send him in. See if this man can save them once again. Hunter's Fury being used. The ult trying to save them here, but instead it's the overdrive on the other side that has found the opener.
It's a deadly blow, perhaps the death-dealing one up close here, an opportunity for Boaster, but he's being hunted down. And it's only Filu's ultimate that he deals with, leaving Boaster on 8 HP and a mass exodus of this A site now. As Na'Vi fill in the gap, covering off that spawn cross, dealing damage as they look to move to the site where Chloric sits and remains. Still, they'll have to deal with Filu. Still, they'll have to deal with Ruxic. And all the while, damage being done. Boaster and Crashy's incredibly low. And although it is a 4v4, this is anything but even footing that Fnatic are fighting from as they move into this site. Chloric still an unknown factor. And the first kill, it could be easy. The shock is decent. It's done some damage. Crashies is going to sacrifice himself. In fact, he survives.
Yeah, a few low HP players winning their battles. It looked like it was going to be easy, and if anything, OT becoming more and more likely. That lurk has caused them so many problems. Hero, though, has been their nightmare. A couple of rounds he has won is the reason that they have OT in the first place. The problem, though, is that ult holding them back, at least for the moment, delaying that utility. And Hero once again saved them. He has a friend alongside him. Crashies is desperately low. A single bullet needed. But again, it comes down to Hero. Can he save them versus 2? No, he can't. It is again Seavoff. 3 kills for him in the round. The reason they are still in this map. And again, we'll head to OT on Ascent.
You wouldn't have it any other way. At this point, Fnatic, yeah, they went missing, but they came back online just in time. What a set of rounds we've had. Not of games so far. We're still on the first map, but if this is anything, any indication of what's to come later on today, man, I'm all for it. We've chosen the right day to be a Valorant fan, that's for sure. For Na'Vi, I do think that there's been those individual moments. There were those big plays that gave them the upper hand in that streak of rounds here on the attack side. Like, let's not forget, it was, what, 2 4Ks and a big play from Hero that gave them 3 in a row. That's not that the 4Ks were all Hero. I think one was Chloric.
Yeah.
But that's somewhere that they have been sort of graced by the ability to bring this to overtime. They've been lucky to get here.
Oh, he waited until he went back. He knew the safe spot and went for the spam. Clever stuff. Kayak in trouble. And actually, that's the second player that's gone as well, but Boaster was here. 3 in the same spot. How long can the IGL survive? The answer is not long. Built. Na'Vi fighting back. Massive advantage. Alfia has already been spotted. Rooksick with another, and Filu closes. They get another chance to close out their map choice. As they sit 1 in the lead.
Match point.
After being down as much as they were, what, 10-5 at one stage, they found everything they needed to be honest, I was sort of still thinking this map was gone in Fnatic's favor as the comeback was coming into play, but you're like, okay, well, at least in the next map, they can come in confident. They can realize that, you know, we almost had it. We were just too slow to start. We gave too much of an advantage to Fnatic. We couldn't fight back yet. Here they are in the lead with a chance to lock in overtime. Rooksick with a double. That's a real blow dealt to Fnatic, and they're not done just yet. Further aggression as Hero doesn't just find one, but damage onto Crashies. Although that flash is giving away Filu. I've got to be careful, you would think, but Chloric just swung out on mid. He just swung wide, confident to take the fight, and for good reason. A double swing could close this out. Alpha is all alone, trying to isolate the fights. Does well on the first. 1 more needed. But Chloric slipped away. And a minute on the clock. Chloric's the one that can play with it. The spike down. Alpha has to walk out to take it. And he spotted Chloric as well. Chloric's got the wrong read.
We got it completely wrong. He's looking the wrong way. Oh my goodness. Oh, it felt like that was it. It felt like it was over.
Switching
but
sides.
Instead, Alfia has managed to clutch that out. And I'll be honest with you. You spoke about them playing it together, a double swing that could close the game. They didn't do it. They had 4 individually.
Yeah, I have no idea what was going on there at the end. The 2v1, it is done. Like, you've already won the round, and the fact that Alfier is the guy who's on the attack, he's got to go to get the spike. He has to push you. Madness. And I think just getting on the same page there is so important, and it is also where these sort of issues tend to pop up, is when you go deep into a map like this, into an overtime. It's the small mistakes, but now that means Na'Vi, they don't get to close out this map. They get to go again, another overtime in just a few moments.
Yeah, I'll say the fact that their defensive strategy was just to almost turn this into a game of Spike Rush with everybody just battling mid. That's crazy. But I guess it was just, let's try and throw a spanner in the works. So we're feeling confident. Let's just get them on the aggression fight as a team. But it just the fundamentals just let them down at the end. Like, that was it. Obviously, we are in a pause right now. So 13-13, but we will be getting back into the game right about now. So there you go. It's going to be an opportunity once more, an operator into the hands of Kayak, who I have to say has slowed down. I almost feel like I jinxed him, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And all Fnatic fans out there should be dropping Tombiz a message to let him know how you feel. But luckily, Kayak
just now. There you go.
No, I think Kayak did it. It took him a while to shake it off. I don't think you get to take credit for that, Tom. It was you only take credit for the bad parts. The coach experience
sound
today.
Very fair, but you know, is what it is. 13-13, an advantage for Fnatic. Last attack round we saw from Na'Vi was again this more brute force in its nature. more direct setup. At least for now, there is an opening over towards this B side of the map. Leaves Crashies somewhat alone. Gonna go through the smoke. He's waiting on the edge of it, maybe expecting there to be some sort of flank, but at least for now, he's being respectful, and there we go.
So many numbers from Fnatic towards this A site. They're pushing A main, but a little late. Oh my goodness, this fight in spawn is everything. Alpha's got a freebie onto Ruxic. Seavoff with the spam, drops Hero, and Nade gonna stop that rotation through as well. Chloric can't take the stairs. They've got to go lane together. And Crashies should be ready and waiting for it. Indeed, he spotted them already. One player seen, 12 seconds. All they've got to do is run that clock down, but a flood together is just as good. That's not quite the shorty range, Seavoff, but it's the thought that counts. 14-13, a map that Fnatic look destined to win. Now, once again, within their reach.
Yeah, it's one where I feel like the more direct approaches were really working well for the side of Na'Vi, and then this just felt like more back to those slower segmented style of rounds where it's like, okay, you get picked off by the operator, 3 of you try and go in towards the B side, the other's trying to make a play through mid, he gets caught, and then you're walking into a crossfire. It was what was failing in regulation. It still failed here, but it was those defensive sides from either side that worked out. Clearly a read towards B. 3 players set up with a trap. Flash ready, dart ready, and exit ready.
Well, Fnatic, understandably cautious. A minute 10 on the clock and movement towards this A site. They want to drag those rotates from Na'Vi in the early round, but there's still not much movement. Heroes keeping this control, especially still having a player in wine. So valuable, but not anymore. Ruxic's just being deleted. Luckily, Exit pulls back that advantage. Shows the hand of the op in mid as well. Something to be cautious of, but Fnatic have already got boots on the ground towards this A site, and it will be, as we said, Hero who has to stand this test. Can't activate that cage to hide inside it, hide behind it. Instead, takes the fight in the open. It's a freebie to start, and the ops rotated into position. Cover from above, but Exit, he's gone in. It's a crazy strategy, and it's not paid off. Gaiak shuts him down. We're into a 2v2. The plant to be secured as well by Fnatic. That play from Exit, trying to be disruptive, but it may just have given Fnatic a chance to close it, and then a 1v1. Filu just out in the open, isolated as Chloric's droning. It looks disconnected, and they will be disconnecting from the server. The map over 15-13, and Fnatic with a 1 map advantage going into their pick.
Yeah, it took them a bit of time to stabilize, but I think especially towards the end, it was Na'Vi who once again that became a little bit more disjointed. Like, I think Exit diving in at the end, you then had Filu going in alone, and then Chloric. It was not what we wanted to see from Na'Vi, but for Fnatic to weather the storm, I think is going to be important. Of course, this is the first of 2 games they'd need to win in the lower bracket to make that qualification. But through all of that, even though maybe after the first half we expected that to be a little bit cleaner, they've won their opponent's map choice. I think that's the biggest thing. They are now in the lead going into Split.
Yes, in the lead going into Split, Fnatic's map pick, and that will be coming up next. But before that, we're going to throw this off to a break. Thank you, thank you.
Pineapple.
1 enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. I got spike. Spike down mid.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get into map number 2 here, Thomas. We've just seen quite a lengthy opener to this series, an overtime matchup between Fnatic and Na'Vi, but it was Fnatic to edge out that victory, and now we move to Split, which was, of course, their pick. I think it's fair to say that the ball is in Fnatic's court right now, Tom.
Yeah, for sure. I think we sort of said it going into the series that it didn't feel like either of these first couple of maps were massively favored. In fact, it almost felt like the third map for Fnatic might be quite favored. So I don't think the series is over, especially in the manner in which that map went. But I do think that, especially after the big comeback we saw from Na'Vi, that one has to be a little bit damaging because especially in OT, it felt like either pressure got to them or I don't know what was going on, but they made a lot of what felt like rookie errors, like just like the 1v2 for Alpha Air where they peak individually. In fact, Cloric ends up getting lost of where his opponent even is. I also think Exit kind of struggled a little bit in that game. Like 14 to 22, was involved in an awful lot of opening duels, but it never really felt like he got going, at least to the level we expected. So I'm definitely going to look towards him on Split because I think the last time they played it versus Casey, he was utterly fantastic.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of Split, you know, on the other side, in terms of players that we've seen shine before, I don't think we've seen much of a drop-off, really, when it comes to Sivov's performance on a Viper on this map. We know that Kaya can deliver, and although there were a couple rounds sort of in the middle of that map where he went a little bit quiet, Tom, you put a spell on him, but after that, he showed back up, and we know that he's going to be a key part on that Neon, especially in, as you were saying earlier, for the people at home. You're playing ranked right now, you're thinking, great, the Neon, much easier to deal with, the shotgun's not as strong. That's not the case here. We're running on the old patch, just a new pool. And that does obviously give Kayak quite a bit to play with in terms of this, like, one last hurrah on the Neon of old. So I'm expecting a lot from Fnatic in terms of their ability to run away with this and bring us to a 2-0. But I agree with you. I don't think this is anywhere near over at this point. Like, Na'Vi, they were in for a real chance. And I would say that, similar to what you said, Tom, like, they lost that map themselves. They made the mistakes that led to them falling out of grace with the scoreline. And look, those are things that I will say are kind of easy to fix, at least, right? Like, it's very simple to drill down those fundamentals of playing together in the clutches and not giving advantages away. So hopefully we do see them course correct, because it was sad to see. I think there was a lot of really, really nice foundation laying, but they just couldn't get the walls up.
Yeah, I think my only worry for Na'Vi going forward is the fact that, as I said, I think that third map still in my mind sits quite heavily towards Fnatic, so they've kind of lost the ability to 2-0 this series, and they really did have it within their grasp to do so. So I think they're definitely going to have to make more of a statement on this second map. And I am also interested to see if Fnatic keep running the same comp they run earlier in the qualifiers versus BBL, because they put Alfia onto the Waylay. They played great, but he individually didn't play great. And sometimes that means you might see a change, because I know that Alfia, he's not a man who likes to be near the bottom of the board, but I'm sure he'll be willing to sacrifice for the team. But I think what that does mean is it gives Kayak a lot of space. Like when you have that Waylay diving in, like getting past a lot of the utility, and then the Neon can follow up, it kind of makes things that little bit more scary. And I think on the other side of things, a little bit more standardized, I guess. Having that raise in play was something they were doing quite regularly. And there you go. He has stuck to going with that Waylay. So I think especially, well, actually on either side, but on the attack, I want to see the synergy of Alfia and Kayak. But on the defense, it's just going to give Alfia so much room to sort of play aggressive, and that's something he does on everything. So if he has a kit that helps him, that's worrying.
And the Sky versus the Fade initiation. And Fnatic bringing Crashies in on the Sky. Chloric on the Fade for Navi. This is, unless I'm mistaken, exactly as we expected. They're running the comps they played last time around. And it does mean that we get this slightly different interpretation of the double dive meta, where on Fnatic's side, we've seen the success that, although Alpha individually, I agree, didn't thrive, you have Kayak alongside him to pick up a lot of the slack there, or rather to trade out when Alpha lays his life down for the team. And then Crashy's initiation as well, like you're playing through those walls, whether it be the Neon wall, whether it be Sivov's wall, whether it be Boaster's smokes, the flashes out are so dangerous to deal with. Whereas on the other side, you have that double dive of the Raze with the Neon. And I think for me, obviously the Waylay was undeniable in the previous meta. There was no way to run a comp that wasn't Waylay Neon essentially without kind of trolling. But in this state, I'm not necessarily saying I prefer the Raze, but I think that we've seen Waylay have such a fall off that it's hard to use her right for most players that still pick her up, and the Raze is a bit more plug and play. So I'm curious to see how Fnatic are going to make use of this.
Yeah, I think for me, the ceiling on Waylay right now is higher. Like, if you are able to get a Waylay working well, like I think it's like almost an advancement on the jet dive. Like you can take so much space defensively. I think it gives you so much in terms of what you can do with it. So it really comes down to the player. I'll also throw into the mix as well, I've never really liked Filu's Raze.
Yes.
So that's the other problem. Is like I would say if we're comparing the agents on a level playing field, I'd definitely agree that like I think on a more standardized sort of setup, the Raze can have more impact. The problem is I don't think Filu's Raze has ever been particularly good, so I think that's going to need to change if this is going to work for them.
And to be honest, if you were to ask me, do I want to say, well, actually, never mind. There's a bit of a crunch happening in mid here for Fnatic. Oh my goodness, an attempt to really take the pace up there for Navi right away towards that top mid position, but they are shut down at least to start with exit out of the round. Presence taken towards A to try to make up for that. Boaster's going to make it difficult for any ground to be taken without a heavy price to be paid, although on the side a little bit shaky. The hero's being dealt with.
Oh, Clark wants a plant. I don't think there is any world that he can win this round, even though we've seen him pull magic out of nowhere. He's just going to try and farm up orbs. Take the one over on the B side, look to get the plant on the same side of the map, and then probably lose the 1v4 where he's low HP and everybody else has more health than him. It's an impossible task, but he's making the best of a bad situation. And really, it comes down to how many additional kills can he get. He's already been spotted out by Crashies as well, so that's not going to make it any easier. That's a nice shot, though. One and done. An extra, what, 4 orbs grabbed in a scenario that was impossible? I think you take that.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big win, all in all. But a pistol round for Fnatic under their belt. And Tom, actually, this is a good moment to touch base on expectations for this half. As far as Fnatic on the defense, or maybe we'll go the other way for the team that's a map down. For Navi on the attack, Where's the goal? What is the line in the sand that they have to get past?
It's like the last couple of times they played it, it has been their better half, like 9-3 attack versus KC, but then they closed out the defense 4-0, and then an 8-4 versus Liquid. So I think they're definitely going to want to be winning the half, especially considering they're a map down. I don't think... let's put it this way. So far over the last few months, Fnatic haven't lost an attack side. They have always been 7 or more. So I think that a half win is a minimum for Na'Vi here.
Well, a second round would certainly help out with accomplishing that goal. Damage done to Kayak already. It's looking dangerous. Boaster's alone with a Sheriff. And 2 bodies around him. All right, nicely done. Advantage now to Fnatic. And, well, I maybe could have done without that extra peek. Because although the heal will go into Kayak, he's got no shields to play with. And now the Eco has an opportunity to pick things back up.
Can't stop a man when he's feeling it. That's something I've learned in Valorant.
He was feeling it, and it was a shot to the face. A bullet.
Yeah, but, you know, he traded 2 for 1. So if they lose this round, it's someone else's fault. That's
fair. That is fair.
That is the rules of ranked. This is slightly more important than that, but, you know, they're going to find themselves a very open A site if they continue in this direction. It seems like Fnatic have fully gambled in that this will wrap back around to be. The problem, though, is timing. Like, look how diligent their opponents are having to be. Like, they are worried that, okay, someone could have even gone all the way down into the sewers. They could be so far forward that we have to be very careful. And instead, all the time they've spent allows them into the site.
Last player standing.
Perfectly timed
Spike
from the
down
remaining
A.
Fnatic players. And while Alfia is just waiting to see if Hero even attempts this plant, and Crashies is going to close out the round. It's not clean. It's not the prettiest, but the last few players on Fnatic do an excellent job.
Yeah, I mean, they get there in the end. Agreed. They stabilize, but this was a costly round, no? I mean, I know Boaster played with a Sheriff, but you don't even want it to come anywhere near that close. And in terms of... Let's take a look. Yeah, okay, they're still decently healthy. I mean, this is a very solid round 2 buy considering what we just saw, and one player's the price you pay. One guy having to go down to 700 credits, that's fine. So, yeah, it's not as bad as it could have been. I think Fnatic wise with their investments. And Boaster making a lot of use of that Sheriff. That was the real danger. That is not the ideal start. Sivov ripped out of the round right away.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like Ruxic has gone to the Angel school of playing mid. And it's just dry walk up and try and kill someone. Now, he hasn't got vents yet, so he hasn't completed his training. He hasn't yet become the master of how to play mid. But that is the goal. He has players behind him, but it is very much just contact and try and take the fight. And while there's a question on the Fnatic side of, do we now risk this ourselves? I think they're going to find out very quickly that might not be worth it.
A rotation coming in from Kayak to the B site. Spike's not going to go solo B main, surely, but even 2 going that way is a risk. Boaster has a chance to cut this push into 2.
30 seconds left.
And he's been spotted. Okay, well, they know he's in main now. A lot of trouble. Even the Prowlers managed to land onto him. Boaster should be dead to rights, but he wraps back around onto the site. The trade good onto Filu. Instead of dealing with the player's main, they look elsewhere, but a walk out up top here. Very dangerous as Ruxic gets a freebie. And they found the site now. A plant even and dodge the final shots of Alfier. Big round from Ruxic. That slow play up into heaven has just got them the round.
Yeah, I'll say that normally when Angel did it, he didn't come out with 3 kills. That's all I'll say in response. A good round from Ruxic. And I'll say he had a decent map in the last, but he didn't have a Ruxic map in the last. Like, this guy consistently, I think he was the highest rated player in stage 1 without making it out of groups. So which kind of tells you that they weren't winning games, but he was still performing. This guy's skill ceiling is genuinely the ceiling of best player in the league. Like, that's how good Ruxic can be on any given day. It continues with rounds like that. I'm sure Fnatic are going to do very well. Of course, now they come in with a buy, and well, This time Seavol's got a new angle. It is only going to be traded out, which honestly getting rid of Viper early is not too bad. Ruxic continues his push forward. This man, he smells the blood in the water and he is going for it.
It looked like he was trying to hit a Kamehameha. He went up and just immediately pulled his paranoia out. I think Ruxic's lucky to be alive. Because now they move towards...
He didn't expect the second player. That's what it was.
Yeah. It just looked funny. But on the site now, Kayak and Crashies. A late rotation from Alpha, who's got to be super careful. They've given up Heaven for a long time. And he knew someone could be there. Nice shot. But Hero, perhaps closer than expected. The problem is he's in a position where he has to get so much done. Having already lost so many players, this is going to have to be the backstab of dreams. And the spike up in Heaven, 35 seconds. They still have options. But now, not so much.
Alfie, I think something must have clicked. He just turns around back to holding, and then Bose has got them locked in. They have had everything red in this round. Very well played by Fnatic on their movement, their rotations, to make sure that that was an impossibility. Also just from Alfie for hitting nutty shots. Like that was the other thing I wanted to bring up. Is like, sure, last time he played the map, he didn't have a great game. You really would have to be gambling if you think that would happen twice. And that's probably the scariest thing about this is like, if they were able to win, I think it was 13-6 with Alpha going even. Imagine what the scoreline could be if he has like, I don't know, a 70% Alpha game.
That's what you have to understand about Valorant in general, but also professional Valorant. A lot of it is about mitigating risk, or minimizing it more so. Nice work from Crashies to get out of there, but he's under pressure, and Exit's not letting him away with it. That advantage still sits towards Na'Vi. What I was going to say is it's often hard to mitigate risk when Alfia's on the other side, because minimal as you make it, he's still going to take those 1% plays, but this time should be too much to ask. Filu's in a completely different spot, much further back, and they still clear him.
Sivov has done well in this round. He's left the player low. He's clearing that close angle as well, although Hero, I think, will be able to survive in the corner. And because of that, it's a freebie. Not cleared properly. Maybe expecting somebody to be that little bit more aggressive once being hit by the snake bite, but Hero just goes, okay, if there's a gap, I'm going to take it. His teammates do well on the site, and although they got a little bit dangerous with Filu being cleared, making sure that they can get out together. It will be a second round onto the board for Na'Vi. As said, for both of these sides, this attack half is expected to be a victory. Not necessarily guaranteed, of course. Well, we'll see what sort of response Fnatic have. They do have a decent amount of ults already being built up going into round number 6.
And you can definitely see moments where they could be used for early aggression on Kayak. And of course, the Viper's Pit, the lockdown mid, we see so very often.
One enemy remaining.
And we might see it again. I see Viper sitting up in Heaven, but there's this backup here as well. Early plan to pressure for mid, see if anything's here.
Concealment.
Indeed, no pit to go down at all. A lot of teams put it in very early on, especially in important rounds, but mid is still left open, and it looks like late Na'Vi are going to go take that space, at least fight for it.
Snake bite. Evov has been pressured out in a couple of these rounds. Some of his more aggressive positions not working out. So in the last, we saw him mainly just look to claim Heaven. But this has taken a while for them to claim this middle control. Almost a minute on the clock gone. Na'Vi still with not too much ground to play with. The rotation through the spawn to bolster up this B site from Sivov. The read from Fnatic is the right one, as all of Na'Vi looks set to hit B.
Right into the waiting arms of Kayak, at least to start. He will not land the shot, though. Now the pressure on. Stun good from Exit, and down goes Sivov. Slide in for Boaster, and the B site wide open for business. It's Fnatic who will be denied any service in this round. Barely a lick of damage done to Na'Vi, and a clean third on the board.
Yeah, you already see just in comparison to Ascent. I feel like Ascent for like an entry frag and duelist can be incredibly difficult. I think also, I think back to Exit a lot of the time just taking these individual dry fights like we used to see on Ascent from Jet. Obviously in that case you normally didn't have a secondary duelist. But it just looks like the flow of his game on this map is a lot more comfortable. A lot more tight angles that he can slide into and give himself an advantage. Even just playing off the contact of some of the utility as well. And yeah, like the fact that he just walks in and domes 2 players. That's going to make your life a hell of a lot easier if you are a Na'Vi or a Na'Vi fan. We'll even up the scoreline 3-3. Set them on that path to having that good attacking half as expected, and for the remaining 2 players it's all about holding on to that weaponry. You can see every piece of utility being expended by Crashies to make sure they do, and they will.
But even then it came down to a shot, a little too close for comfort. But this has been great from Exit, like you said. It definitely looking a lot more confident and comfortable when it comes to those early fights, to finding the space. That duel onto Kayak was clean, and how quickly he pounces on Boaster afterwards. It is a 3-3 scoreline. It was a pistol round for Fnatic, so when it comes to rifle rounds, when it comes to the real rounds, that's where Navi have looked like the better squad, and now they've detected Alpha up close, but they don't know what weapon he has in his hands. Now they do. The AWP is heard, and it's time to pick up the pace. You've pushed him back. Now the pressure's got to keep on, but that means risks and opportunities for Crashies to punish as he finds one, gets out, tanks the showstopper. But hold on! They're not done yet! Hero and Philo have given this team a chance.
Evolve a little bit ahead of everyone else. Even still, Alfia was able to get the trade. Of course, an operator here is not really ideal, but I think they've given it to Crashies. He's low on health, so I guess that gives him something. The double duelist can look to entry as they will in the second half. A corner spot is cleared. A second player removed as well, and that leaves just one. That one in the corner is Hero, and he's dealt with 2 already. This is the damage this man can do, but does he expect an operator? It does not matter. Headshot landed, and this is why Hero has been a devastating force for quite some time.
There's a reason that you just can't count the kid out. It's unbelievable to watch him hit like flow state. Certainly not the first time, and I hope it won't be the last. There's a player to remember. He did great work to start by catching Seavoff like that, but here comes a point where this round looks utterly lost, and the blink of an eye turns it around. 4-3 we go. Navi now in a powerful position, still facing off against a lot of ultimates from the defensive side, but starting to wear them down a bit. A Bulldog firing on sight, and a Judge as well, but the first blood, the second as well, goes to Fnatic. A third on offer. Exit. Oh, he's dead to rights. Yeah, he's walked straight into Kayak, completely unaware.
Six still standing, he's been seen. That's one player known, but the second wasn't. Boric has been able to hold the line, and well, it felt like maybe they were going to try and retreat to the A site, but instead it's just a bait. It is just they're trying to play with their opponents. Alfia sat in this corner, this battle, the deciding factor, and he doesn't even know that he's there. The steps almost baited him. Now left on to Cloric. Maybe not the time to inspect some of the utility, but instead it will be Alfia to close. He is having a very good game thus far, and is definitely one of the reasons that they're now level.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hardly a surprise to anybody if you say that Alfia has been having a good game or a good series, which is true in this case. A player whose ceiling we've seen many a time, but I think the surprise, or I guess the positive note to that is that it's on the Waylay. As we said, somewhere that hasn't looked massively comfortable, and at least to start here in the defense, the numbers are up. I do think the attack might be a little bit of a different story, but we'll see how that goes when we get there. For now, an immediate attempt from Fnatic to play aggressive on B main. They push mid, they push B, see nothing. They know now that it's an A site hit, but that info is given away anyways. It's a full blitz from Navi. They're loud about their plan. They found themselves a plan. Filu. That is risky as hell. And with the ult coming through now, he's going to be in big trouble. Oh! He's got one! He's still alive as well. He might even get out. Yes, he does. Okay, well, That man should have been punished,
Spike
but
planted.
I've just seen a miracle.
Yeah, they had to react so quickly to the dive through off the back of the ult, but that's exactly what he did. A nice shot from Filu. Cover then held by Ruxic, and what do you do at this point? You're fighting into a Viper's pit with 4 players on the other side. I think all Althea can really hope for is an exit or 2, and that's what he's waiting for. The question will be, does anybody check towards screens? Because if they do, which is what Filu is doing right now, I feel like that might be the moment to try and go the other way, but no. They were just worried about being backstabbed. Now they've got to check their front, and wow. It is one player checking, the other player jumping, but they do eventually trade out Althea. A couple of guns lost at the end, but I think Na'Vi are much more content just with having the lead.
Yeah, all's well that ends well, really, for them. 5 rounds on the board. The lead is theirs. Individuals showing up, and again, you said, Tom, that the goalpost here has to be for victory in this first half for Na'Vi. As close as it's been, they're certainly setting themselves on that path. For Filu, I really don't know how he got away with that. The fact that he's up close gives himself away. Gets hit by a convergence path. Manages to land that first shot. It was a godsend for this squad. The 6th round now is what Na'Vi are looking for. Viper's Pit gonna have to be fought through, but they're already behind it! Exit ran through A, took vents, and then stabs them in the back through the Viper's Pit. A nasty play that now makes this so uncomfortable for the defense to hold.
Yeah, just look at all the ground they've got. They've got so much positioning, but there was one thing left on that A side of the map, and that was Crashies. I thought that they were screwed. Like, with just how much control it seemed like Na'Vi already had with some deep positioning. Now Exit Spot definitely doesn't hold as much value. Sure, he can lock Seavoff into a bit of an awkward position, but then the wraparound from Althea. This Fnatic squad have not just been sitting pretty. This fight is integral, and he gets away. Make sure he doesn't give the fight back over to Filu, and in the meantime, his teammates are re-encroaching on the site. You now have a player back site, you have a player in screens, and you can't go back through mid. They need to clear one of the angles, and they have not cleared Boaster.
A. 30 seconds left. Blasting them.
Smoke's going up to... Oh, it's a stun, even forcing Exit down to the site. And backup was on its way, but Boaster didn't need it. 5 on the board now for Fnatic, and I agree with you there, Tom. That looked like a round that was, if not lost, under serious jeopardy. I'm amazed by how much space Exit was able to get right off rip. The Fnatic left that open. And then he was able to find that pick through the pit with the judge, but yeah, it really turns on its head right after.
Yeah, no, Crashies did incredibly well. Like, he's been having a quieter game so far, but that was such a high-impact round from him, being able to hold on to A-Heaven. If not, the site's gone. I think Boaster was rotating him with a shotgun at that point. Exit, though, he's looking to try and go again. A different route to vents, and, well, he's met with Seavoff this time. He has lost that battle. A continuation of this fight. They want to kill this man more than anything else, and in the meantime, they are losing everything for it. They are hunting a Viper, and instead they found the Fangs.
Or more so, the Fangs have found them. You know, this is looking guaranteed to be a 6th. Chloric making his way up into heaven. Filu by his side.
Back here.
But as soon as Alpha sees him, space behind them is going to close in.
Out.
Alpha has a free get out of jail card as well. 45 seconds. I mean, they've got time to play with, but the problem is, as I said, the second you're spotted, the rest of the team is on its way. Now you're split up, and, well, they may have stood united, but they certainly fall divided. 6-5 for Fnatic.
Yeah, you can see a lot of the game plan, even in low buy rounds, is to put some, like, serious pressure onto Seavoff. And although there's been 1 or 2 rounds, I think, early on where they picked him off with relative ease, I think he's adapted his game very well to just make it a lot more uncomfortable for the Na'Vi players. 6-5. As I said, I think we're yet to see, they're going all the way back to week 2 of EMEA, a defeat on the attack side of this map for Fnatic. So a half, even but a half lead would definitely put them in the driver's seat here.
With already a map to the good, it would be danger for Na'Vi to allow that to happen. 6-6, the best case scenario for this attack. And it will be the A site where everything's decided for now. At least Sivov vulnerable. He's got protection. And the stun goes in, the snake bite after. Okay, the backup has certainly helped out. Some damage, chip damage through the wall. Sivov caught by the stun, but makes it out. Good movement, and Kayak's there to support. Crashies has found one as well, and this now starts to become dangerous. No Heaven control for this attacking squad, and the plant is for Heaven. They'll need to fight for space. They can't afford to sit back and allow themselves to be flooded. Still a cosmic divide to work with as well. Keeping Heaven alone will not be worth it. This means they're spread out, and again, they will fall one by one, at least to start with Ruxic.
They've been hunting Sivov all game, but he is still causing them issues
One
throughout
enemy
it.
remaining.
Althea first in, and there's only one man standing, stuck in the corner, a clutch for the ages, and it will not be happening. A lead at the half guaranteed in a close back and forth
Team Ace.
between the two once again. It seems like overtime is not impossible going into that second half, but at the same time, I think Fnatic will be very happy going in with the lead.
Yeah, and look, it's definitely not out of the question to see Na'Vi bounce back into this one, but it did just become an even more difficult task for them. A map down, and now a defeat in the first half. The second, well, Tom, you said that, you know, they needed to win this first one, so the gradient's certainly steepening as this goes on. Is there any silver lining to look to for the next half?
I would say that the last time they played versus KC, they didn't play many rounds, but they didn't lose any rounds on the defense. So, you know, there's always a silver lining. A lot of the time when you dominantly win an attack side, it means that you don't have to play many defensive rounds. So I think Na'Vi will still be comfortable. But yeah, definitely probably not going to be the happiest with this first half. Luckily, after this break, there's a second half coming.
One enemy remaining.
I gotta get out. Got to get
One
out of
enemy
here.
remaining.
Got to get out.
One enemy.
Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things ain't what it used to be.
And welcome back, folks. 7-5. Fnatic in the lead in maps and in this map. A chance to close this out now and set themselves up just one BO5 away from locking in EWC. They took Navi's map pick,
Concealment.
and now it's their choice, and they're attacking halftime. But things certainly looking good for Fnatic, and that's just made things a little bit better.
Yeah, it's about as bad of a start to the first 10 seconds of a round as you can get. Just your duelist being domed. Big dome by Althea. He really has been having a good game so far on the Waylay. You said it. It can be very difficult, especially going onto this attack, to have that same sort of impact. A lot of the time you are the sacrificial lamb. Luckily, he's still good enough that sometimes he will get those openers, and you're sacrificing yourself on a lot of cases to give Kayak more opportunities, which we already saw in the last map. A lot of the time he doesn't need help with that. The read is looking good though. The A site is left with just one player within it. Na'Vi, that one player is going to have to do a lot in this pistol, it seems.
The neon lurk for the quick rotations as well has kept people in position on this B site. Really nicely done by Fnatic. And now
30 seconds left.
all the forms filled out. Dot the I's, cross the T's, and it's plain sailing with a plan for Heaven as well. Or no. Or yes. A plan for Heaven coming into play.
Spike
Decently
planted.
open. That space has to be held up top. 2 kills come in. Now Crash is in danger. Good flash. No follow-up, though. They needed the kill. Ruxic, the one to find it. Na'Vi now in a 4 versus 2. The tables have turned so quickly. That plant is for Heaven. Kayak look to take control, but they'll fight ramp instead. Well, fight is a generous term.
Yeah, it's left all onto him. It would need to be an attempt to try and run through, and while, as said, I think Clark would have to do a lot, but a lot of what he did was just make sure they didn't get to take a lot of ground, evening up the scoreline as well in terms of that head-to-head, and yeah, very well played by him and the rest of Na'Vi, an all-important pistol. And I guess the thing to take away from this is, no matter what the sort of circumstances, the half, or how the game has been played so far, it just feels like this game is going to be close all the way through.
Well, yeah, and it has been. It really has been. Like, there is no streak allowed. There's always a fight back in the other direction. And this is exactly the kind of game I'd expect between these two organizations, these two teams, these two rosters right away. And low by Fnatic show signs that they're going to play pretty direct, rushing into this A site. The battle for Heaven, though, there's a lot more players there than I think Fnatic thought previously. 3 sitting up there waiting, and now the pace is being completely cancelled. They're being picked apart.
Shortcut. One enemy remaining.
Not in their
Spike
favor.
down A.
While Exit, he's desperately wanting some eco cracks here. They've got to be careful. The last player does have a Bucky, but it's Filu to go down instead. 7-7. Scoreline equalize after the pistol and follow-up, and they will come in with the majority of that weaponry. I think there was an outlaw in the mix. I think there was a judge, a rifle as well. So definitely not a bad buy, and especially not a bad buy on split. I think the judge in particular has been a nuisance for a lot of teams. That is a terrifying sight, by the way. Like, you're trying to hold on to the spike and just you see 3 players running down the ramp at you. It seems like there's going to be a plan from Na'Vi to almost catch them in a chokehold. I'm interested to see how they pressure this side of the map because, again, A site very open, but the rest is doubled up.
Fnatic will slowly walk into one of those double setups. EMEA to be taken over. We've seen this play before. The passive stance outside A, waiting for the over-aggression that so often comes in and around like this, but sitting back waiting on B. It's a dangerous play. Exits just ran through, waited on the corner, and the second utility rained down. The judge ran at them. A bold move, but one that has paid dividends, and these are the rounds to make those plays, those risky maneuvers. And you're on that bonus. And now a man advantage for their trouble. Even if the plant comes down on A, Tom, they can just pick up another rifle and have a pretty good upper hand. Decent damage done, I think, by Boaster on the spam onto Omen. But outside of that, you know, man advantage is man advantage.
Yeah, I think the one thing that will play into their hand is the amount of time. Because just look at those rotations. There's no neon. There's no opportunity to TP to the other side of the map. Left. So it's only going to come down to when they realize. And I think that is starting to click for Na'Vi. They are aggressively taking B main control. As you mentioned, any weaponry that they wanted can be retrieved. But it does mean that the rotation's only just about to begin. Although they'll get themselves the orb, this is the moment where a very slow Fnatic are going to get themselves a plant.
5 seconds on the clock as Fnatic go to plant. This is just a Fnatic round, isn't it? This late flank coming through. Attacker spawn occupied. And I mean, I guess when you look at this, Hero has a chance to win the round or to lose it. He goes a little bit too early and gets picked off. It could be trouble, and that's exactly what happens. Seavoff even follows up onto Ruxic, and they Scooby-Doo, Tom. They split up, and they looked for clues, but instead they got clapped. It's 8-7 now for Fnatic.
Yeah, I don't like it in that scenario. I think especially you're trying to catch the element of surprise, but you've taken so long to rotate that, of course, your opponents are going to have sort of been able to clear a little bit of ground already before you get there. I think that's where Fnatic were very good at sort of like making sure there could be no close angles already. But also, one of your players is low. So even if they hit the other players first, there's a good chance that you're either even or maybe into a 1v1. The fact they get hero first, though, that's devastating. A bonus round that could have been theirs, but you know what? That's not a bad start whatsoever. An early pick onto Alpha, yeah. A decent bonus in isolation, and the start to this round is about to get even better. Most has been caught as well. The follow-up removes Kayak, and this is all falling apart for Fnatic. They are being blitzed.
Well, let's see how bad Seavolf wants to play in France. That's 1v5.
Flawless.
We'll give you slots directly there if you manage this. 8-8. Nice round by Na'Vi, and really perplexing one as well as to how they find so much success there in mid. Exactly as you said, Tom, it all fell apart for Fnatic. Considering the round that we just had right before, a bit of a surprise to see them with individual fights in mid. The trades weren't there, and it looked like everybody on a different page.
Yeah, it felt like a reaction. It was like, okay, they've claimed B main with a double push-up. Let's try and claim mid quickly. Boaster's a little bit ahead of the curve, and then it's just because Hero then swings wide. And don't get me wrong, that wasn't a replay. That is another opener. I like the correction from Felu. He knows that his opponent is going to teleport away, so he tries to go for somebody else. He tries to fire it into main, knowing that Althea has no plans to fight. It's risky, but it works. And now he's still in position with the operator, ready to go for another. I don't know how that wasn't his kill.
It was the wall.
Feels like he was wrong.
Yeah,
I know, but like...
he got his assist, that's all that matters. All that really matters is the lead. 9 now on the board for Na'Vi, and the pressure felt by Fnatic. They've decided to call a timeout here, Tom. Evidently not happy with how things have gone, and to be honest, I can't say I'm that surprised.
No, I think the last few rounds have been scary. Like, you win what was meant to be up against a bonus, and it kind of felt like more Na'Vi's mistakes. Like, don't get me wrong, I think the 2v3 was played very well by Seavolf and Boaster, but that was one that I think if Na'Vi played it well, it could have been a different story. And now you've got absolutely battered in the next rounds. So it's definitely a scary look, especially with that operator from Felu hitting. As said, I've not been a huge fan of his raise, but I think he played that round incredibly well. And if you start to see some of the stars that you were having early not having that same success, this game could very quickly slip away. But we did see this in the last, like a streak of rounds from Na'Vi start to build up, a pause taken by Fnatic, and that was where the game went back in their favor. So I think Desmo, or if it is Eng alongside him, we don't really know. Whatever been said in those pauses has had its impact thus far.
Yes, without a doubt. Well, Fnatic have always been good with pauses throughout a history of many different coaches. One more to add to the tally now when we come back later with Aang when he's officially leading the team on game days. For now, 9-8, and Fnatic needing to make some positive changes after that pause, and it will be immediately a battle through that wall that Felu comes out on top of. He's finding himself the opening, and the follow-up on the convergence path not there. It's going to be Exit to trade out the close fight. Still a chance for Fnatic to pull this back into their favor. Exit on the spam will be caught, and that's it. Back to even footing. What do Fnatic do from here? And it looks like they will slow it down.
Yeah, I think that it was the moment that you see Exit continue to fight. I was like, that was the moment to leave. It was the moment to do what your name suggests. And while evidently the read that's currently in from Na'Vi is a wrong one, Nightfall being sent through, an expectation that their opponents are challenging for ramp. Now they'll send the Prowler through. That's going to spot nothing as well. And this is where the alarm bells start to ring that okay, Fnatic have just completely fallen off of this. All the info we had at the beginning of the round is gone.
Does Seavolf play this as a feint towards A? He'll have a battle on his hands if he does. The wall goes up, and here he goes. Battle for Seavolf. He's been spotted, and the Cosmic Divide goes in. This is a nice little fake. This is completely sold the ruse. Na'Vi are smoking A, getting ready for the fight. They're coming through that wall. Any moment now, it's a Gandalf speech. Whatever comes through those gates. And then, yeah, that's the TP cancel and spawn. And they realize it's the B hit. And now the retake is going to take quite a while.
Yeah, no, this is...
Oh, spawn?
Massive walk around. I don't think he's quite got an angle to actually take him out. That's a problem, though. That's a problem. Chloric just spots Boaster, and he wasn't seen on the other side. Now, there has to be that push-up from the player in main. That gives that backstep a lot more of an opportunity. I believe there's still an operator in hand, and that's the reason that Ruxic hasn't really gone in. Yeah, he doesn't have the gun for this, but also he's trying to bait. He's trying to bait that timing, but that spike is ticking. It needed to be a while ago, in fact. It's just way too late from the remaining players on Na'Vi. The time fading away from them on one half and the time fading away from them in the other.
Well, Ruxic's probably kicking himself for that smoke in main now, and I understand the idea. You really want to sell that this is a normal retake, that they'd even spotted a player in spawn. The flank was completely flying under the radar. And so Ruxic smokes main so that they think, well, you know, they smoked main. They're obviously not coming for main. Why would they do that? Then you kind of see the reason that they would think that. Because main's now smoked, so poor Hero has an angle for 15 seconds that he could kill someone. Can't kill anyone. There's a smoke there. And when he comes to walk through it, they've already fallen back to the site. So Crashius is looking at it. That's a disaster. And look, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But this time it's given Fnatic the leg up. A chance to push to double digits now. And Hero, the one to strike onto Boaster. A big pickup now. Removing such vital smokes, and that's their ability to cut the map up. Gone.
Also the spike, but
dangerous.
They have managed to retrieve it at least. Hero's not giving up that ground. The main thing will be that they expect Kayak. He does, but he doesn't win the fight. His teammate very quick to trade though. Work from Na'Vi to keep that man advantage alive. Now the pressure comes in onto Filu. They haven't completely abandoned this side of the map, but his goal is more so to delay, slow them down as much as possible. And with a double up in the vents, his heaven control is not ideal at all.
They were just a second late. I think now they know they're screwed. The AWP is just going to be holding the cross. Crashies can't really flash out of the Viper Wall because there's no Viper Wall anymore to use, and formality of sorts. That's worked extremely well to bait the AWP out. Filu not going to have the impact on holding the angle, but 14 seconds. Yeah, we go save at this point. The flash just to confirm the cross safely. The flank is still being closed in on. It's not somewhere that Na'Vi want them to save these weapons, especially the operator. Oh, sticking around here could be trouble, but he's made it. He's safe.
Missed that one, and it's a consolation prize for a round lost. And it's a couple of times now. I feel like Boaster has really wanted to gain control in middle, but a lot of the time he's ended up sacrificing himself. And I think especially losing your controller on the attack. So you can see all the issues. Like, even just look at that late round where Filu's just holding an angle. You need Boaster alive for that exact reason. You want to have an ability to smoke off certain angles, allow you a slightly easier cross into the site. And when that is lost in the first 20 seconds or so, not going to work out. Filu, though, this time has been completely shut down early, but X has pushed mid and killed them from behind. He now knows that it's not a B hit as well. Hero's waiting with the operator. The gun barrel has been spotted, and Alfia thinks he's got a chance to sweep, but instead, it's a freebie, and he had a spare.
Hey, it's a good secondary weapon, and I'm thankful someone's finally ready to show it to the world.
What credits did he have?
Quite a lot, I'd imagine. I mean, they've had streaks of rounds with just one here or there going the other way, right? So there's been a lot of opportunities to build up that money, evidently. 11-9 now for Na'Vi. You said, you know, we'd seen this before. The streak, but then there was a response, there was an answer, but this time the gap's there for Fnatic. That's what makes me so worried. It's not an individual. It's not 4Ks like before where Hero got a 4K, Chloric got a 4K, Hero had a clutch. No, instead this is now Na'Vi winning the rounds, and ways that definitely do look repeatable, that Fnatic have to patch the holes in the ship, and they have to do that with a low buy here. We're probably looking at 12-9. We're probably looking at Fracture soon.
Also, Exit having a much better individual performance. The levels that he is disrespecting a team that has long been known as the best team in EMEA. It seems like people maybe sensing a change in the tides. He's pushed mid, and in this round he's waiting for them, but he's dealt with. The double peak timing is on point. That's an important opener. The only worry here for, oh dear, for Fnatic is the, yeah, I was about to say, he was unknown, by the way. He crossed with a smoke. Filu didn't know he was there until he
30
shot.
seconds left. Get out of there.
Yeah, the keyboard giveth and the keyboard taketh away. This happens to all of us. Unfortunately, a crucial moment for it to happen in. Filu looking to dodge the flash and swing out after he's reposted on that angle. This should be trouble
Last player remaining.
for anyone left alive on Fnatic, and it proves to be nicely handled.
10 seconds
10
left.
seconds. And a plant here proving impossible if Ruxic plays his cards right, and he absolutely does. No time anymore. Rounds already lost. Unless a peek comes in here from Hero, which he's far too wise for. Falls in the end, but it doesn't matter. 12 on the board for Na'Vi. And although an AWP is carried forward, Fnatic have to be flawless for 3 in a row.
I really like. I know that obviously the round had ended. I really don't like that. That was like half a second after the round ended. Like that was, he was just like, I'm gonna swing him like literally 0.1 after the round ends. So hey, they clear up all the weapons. It's at least a very costly round, but yeah, as you said, I think taking out that operator was much higher on the list. And you look at the credits that have been built up for Na'Vi over these last few rounds. They are firmly in the driver's seat. 3 in a row needed for Fnatic on their own map choice, and Alpha is dead already.
You could say it's a worrying sign.
Taking that back.
I am saying that.
You implied it, Tom. You didn't say it technically, but now you have.
That's a worrying sign.
Yeah, very, very wise of you to point out there, Tom. I'm glad you said it. I was thinking it. 3-round gap, 1 man down. As we said, they have to be next to flawless from here on out. And, well, there's another problem. An unusual Viper's Pit. It's only covering the walk up into heaven, but that's because they actually have a player posted on mid. This is, I think, to serve as a ruse. Filu, he has been good. We criticized his raise coming into this, but he's been reliable. It looked like it could have been a triple indeed, but to lad or not, advantage heavily in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, 40 seconds. I think that Boombot may have even hit Crashies. I think he's just taking a chunk of damage, and now they're going to go into the pit. The spams onto Hero. They're challenging Hero, and they've succeeded. But there's a second player around. In fact, there's a third player on the site. They might not expect this many people to still be here. It's only the 1-for-1. But do they still think a man sits back on the site? It doesn't matter. Seavoff is doing it all. A Viper's Pit now online.
10 seconds
the
left.
Spawn covered. A planting. You never count this squad out, and there is a reason for that. Seavoff has gone out of his own pit and killed Filu. The newest member of this roster. The man still considered a stand-in. And he might just be on for the ace to keep them in the map. Floric hunting within the pit. His opponent has already left it, though. He's hunting a man that has given up on this pit a while ago, and he has no idea where he is. Even if he kills off Crashies, which is a tough task on its own, the second player is wrapping round through heaven. Seavoff to close this round with an ace. That is perfection.
Well, I asked the question, how much does he want to play in Paris? And I think it might be a lot. That is one hell of a round from Fnatic. You know, I said that they had to be flawless from this point forward. I think Seavoff took that as a singular task. That is walking out of the pit for the 4th, wrapping into heaven for the 5th as well. This was not handed to him. No, that
was flow state.
He fought for it tooth and nail, and he looked so comfortable doing it. Flow state's dead, right, Tom? 2 more needed, but that one might inspire the troops.
That's like watching the moment where Spider-Man realizes he has superpowers. Like, I genuinely, everything he did in that round was perfect. They're not a foot wrong. Quick trades, predicting ridiculous angles that you should never be predicting. And well, 5 kills in a row wasn't enough. He's got the opening into this one as well.
Doing a thing.
Caught that push up on A that he's been waiting for in so many rounds. Now finding a success. The thing, you can have a slow game, but it just takes a couple of rounds to put the wind back in your sails. Big rotation though. Navi have sent all 4 players towards this A site. Trades to start. Showstopper on its way. Boaster could be dead to rights, and indeed he will be. Numbers back to a 3v3. Although they've made the read, Fnatic are running to B. The spike plant is inevitable at this point, but the death ball from Navi has done well to at least pull this back to even territory.
Definitely had their moments in retakes. You could see, like, especially after last round left, where they found 2 players past the pit. Fnatic are really making sure that they clear absolutely everything, but they've also left a trap. A singular player sat towards middle. Pierre is just waiting for anybody to round that corner. He's got 2 players sitting in the post. Ruxic might be about to walk to his death. His opponent has just moved, though. He's just moved! Alpha! It was so slow that was enough to get in his head. Filu still with weaker weaponry. But they've lost their ace in the hole. They've lost the man in the back, and now can the remaining players clutch this out? A 2v3 again to keep them in the map. The defusal already to half. They need to get these kills, and they've already found the first. But that time now starting to tick even further, and again, the Fnatic players stepping up when needed. There will be crashes this time. He will go down with the ship, but ultimately, it's the round that matters most.
We talk about nail biters. There might not be any fingernails. There might not be any fingers left after this one. This has been something crazy from Fnatic. 2 really, really high-octane rounds as well there that bring them within 1 round of their opponent. We're going potentially to another overtime, but Navi still have time to stop this before it goes too far. Well, what, like, Tom, at this stage of the game, okay, like, I don't even know who deserves to win anymore. We came into this and said, oh, Fnatic have looked like the better team at one stage. I don't even know what to think at this stage. I'm completely lost. This is as even a match as I think we've seen for a long time.
Well, yeah, I think, to be honest, I kind of just want map 3 at this point with how this game has gone. I know there's going to be some very angry Fnatic fans thinking about that. I think they've had enough heart attacks for today. Probably. But truthfully, the rounds that are being pulled out are just absurd. Like, Seevolf keeping them in the map, incredibly impressive. Yeah. And as a narrative goes, insane. But even going back to the last one, you now have to start to question, are Na'Vi choking? They had 3-4 opportunities to close out in the last map, failed at every corner. They were up towards the end, even though they initially started quite far behind. Choked out. It seems to have happened again. They were behind, go on a streak of rounds, get to the point of closing it, and now Fnatic are streaking it back. And it's each time seeming like they have an advantage in these rounds.
Again, Seevolf is here holding the push, but he's heard too much for him to want to take a bite out of this cherry. Whole reinforcements coming through. Ruxic running into way more traffic than he thought, and he's being flattened. But Chloric stood on the side. If he tucks in, they could walk right by him, but it looks like he's going to get curious as well. He knows at least one's locked in here, and he'll get the kill. But now here comes the cavalry, wrapping around the corner for some more. Does Filu go for it? Does he swing? No, he stays tucked. He stays passive. This is overtime on the cards now for Fnatic. No mistakes from these last 2 players. They will just sit down by the looks of things and wait for destiny to pick their fight.
Filu. He's got the right gun.
You are divided.
Missed it. He's run through. This could be an opportunity.
Spike
it's
down
foul 3 with the judge. Just needs to fall back. That's all he needs at this point. He's done God's work by bringing this back from the point of undo. What? Okay. They've
20 seconds.
Trading places. Literally, he could go B. He could go B.
But there's a Neon chasing him, Tom. There's a Neon chasing him, and he's already heard it. Boaster knows there's a player right behind him. 10 seconds left. Neon's just now making it into heaven. Smoke goes up. No time. This has to be stuck now. Boaster's under pressure, and in comes Exit to close out the map. That's a sensational play in the 2v4 to give Navi a map 3 in the series.
Not the fan. Defenders win.
What have I just seen? What have I just seen? Okay.
Wow.
I said he had the perfect weapon.
Wow.
I didn't expect him to get 3. I didn't expect them to pass through a Cosmic Divide. I didn't expect him to then run B. And I didn't expect a sliding Neon with ult to kill him at the end. That is utter madness to end the map. I think both sets of fans have probably gone into cardiac arrest, and the worst thing is they have to fix all of that for map number 3, because we are now going the distance. I can't believe what I've just watched.
A perplexing round if ever I've seen one. Again, you say it, Exit. Filu in the right spot. The fact that he dodges the dog, the fact that he finds 3, unreal. And what a moment to step it up when they had been pushed to the very limits of the map. We were about to get another overtime run of it, but Fnatic don't get an OT here. They do get a map 3, the full distance needed in this series and in every map so far as well. I mean, look, you don't want to go anywhere because this one is going to be a banger. In fact, it already is a banger now. Don't believe what's down below. It's 1-1, not 0-1. Navi bringing us to the final map after the break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Map 3 is coming up now between Fnatic and Na'Vi. We promised you a belter of a series, and it looks like we certainly haven't let the folks down, Tom.
Yeah, no, I think there's a world where this series is 2-0 in either direction. Instead, it's 1-1, so I guess that makes sense. But I said it from the beginning. I think going into Fracture, this is where things go more heavily in favor of Fnatic, at least from what we've seen in recent times. But obviously Na'Vi let it get to this map, so evidently they still feel confident. They had a defeat recently to FUT, so I think that they probably had a lot to look at, a lot of learnings to take away from that map. But I still think that unless that sort of like late capitulation from Fnatic has got to them, I would still say that they are now well in line to take this series.
Okay, so a clear victory for Fnatic is what you're predicting here, Tom. We'll keep tabs on the predictions as they go. I do think, like, when you look at Na'Vi and how they came back into it at the end of this map, though, I have much more faith in them than the previous, because they won this time. No, because what we saw wasn't
faith in the 2v4 judge that saved them.
Not that
I
one.
don't call that faith. I call that
Not that
miracles.
Not that one. The other rounds, though, like the thing is, in the first map, their comeback was a lot of individual plays, whereas it looked like they managed to fix a lot of issues when it came to the second half here. Again, the final play, maybe not an example of a perfect game plan or of adaptations. It's just a crazy round. But for the most part, I think Na'Vi looking better and better as this series goes on as well. So that's also inspiring me that, hey, we might actually have quite a game on our hands when it comes to this final map. Well, what a belter it has been, Tom. But when we come into this stage of the game, the only thing that then pulls me back in the other direction is the fact that, like you said, Fnatic, they're the team that when it goes the distance, you can rely on them. We know that they've got the stamina. We know this is a team that can make comebacks happen, reverse sweeps happen. And so now going into an even footing late stage game, because keep in mind, it's not like it's been a short show so far. These guys have had to play a lot. That is where the stamina of Fnatic has beaten many a team.
Yeah, I think what it is, like, this is what's fun about this final map, is that going towards like the agents that we'll get, I think this is probably the most comfortable picks for a lot of the players. Like, you've got, I always love Boaster on a Brimmy. You've got the fade out from Crashies. Cypher for Alfie has looked very good in recent times. I think even Seaworth playing Phoenix has looked pretty good. So I think that, again, a lot of comfort there. And then on the other side of things as well, like, you get to see potentially, this is if they keep everything the same, the Philo on the Chamber. That's been my favorite agent for him by far. Obviously the neon sticks in with their composition, there's no surprises there. You get like the Viper and the Omen again, like very comfortable pick. So I think that it's probably the best middle ground in terms of where I see all the players playing. The worry I had is last time out versus FUT, again, Exit really struggled. And you think to split, the difference between map 1 and 2 is that he was on fire in the second map, and they just about scraped winning. So if he has another poor performance here, that might be GG.
Yeah, I think, obviously there can definitely be those players to bail you out. Think about Hero and how many massive moments he had in that last map. Coming into this one again, as you said, comfort when it comes to Viper. I'm expecting to see big rounds out of him. And I think when it comes to Fracture especially, this is a map that will punish you losing sight of your goal for 1 second. You leave a gap and you can get swarmed so quickly on this map, because it's not 1 or 2 fronts with a middle, it is 4 front lines all at once. And I think that when it comes to Fnatic, that's a team that I can rely on the game plan working out. But then I think back to the start of map 2, and they were getting ran down. There were a lot of gaps there that Na'Vi were able to exploit. Exit especially was running wild when it came to some of those early fights and the positions he was able to get into. And actually, now that I think about it more, that was true on both halves in the early stages. So definitely danger for Exit to just pop off when it comes to some of the gaps in map control, depending on how this plays out for Fnatic, just based on the fact that we saw it on Split, where I'd expected even less.
At least from the hovers, it does seem like we're going exactly as expected. Like, I don't think there's any major surprises going to be coming through. I do think, though, to sort of like piggyback onto your topic of aggression, I think that although Philo actually played relatively well on the last map. I was pleasantly surprised by his raise. I think he has a lot more opportunities, especially starting on the defense, to do the same again. And I think like getting him that operator, getting him that headhunter, I think if he can dominate a part of the map, he's going to make things a lot more difficult. And more importantly, when you play against Fnatic, you have to put a spanner in the works to their plans. If you let them execute the way they want to, they're a fantastic execution team. That's something that I think boasters teams have always had under their belt, is the ability, even if it's just something simple as an execution. I think that they're very good at just putting the right pieces into place and then having the players to get you those openers and setting up Kayak to do his work. So I think that's why this composition actually out from the defense here could be quite awkward, because, as you said, Exit will disrespect them. You have Filu not doing that, then I think he's playing the wrong agent, because that's the whole point of Chamber, is to be that spanner in the work. So I want to see that coming out from them. I want to see them basically keep the same flair they have done throughout this series, where they are happy to disrespect and get in the face of their opponents.
Yeah, it definitely, like you said, it has worked out so consistently, and I think that this defensive half's going to be a real good barometer for what we're about to see. The reality is, Filu has had a good game so far. He's been fun to watch. He's had his moments. He just won them the last map, and now he goes to the agent that he has been my favorite to watch on. This is where he turned it around in my mind from being, and I'm going to be harsh, an awful player, to being a very strong addition to any roster from what I've seen. And being as he just had a good game on Raze, which was awful before, it's definitely scary for Fnatic. Navi are heating up an Exit.
Here we go.
He's come in red hot. He's in. What?
Okay, there is not a hope in hell that they expected there to be that many players behind that wall. I think he expected a lurker, and instead he has been obliterated. That is as bad of a start to a round.
Down,
what?
B.
Okay, Hero.
Got the spike.
Maybe that was the plan all along. Just give this man an opportunity to thrive. Somehow we're in a 2v2.
And good damage done as well. I think it's only the snake bite. There was no decay. So yeah, Boaster 50 HP. And pistol round as well. That's going to make it so much easier to take him down. He's the man with the molly. I assume a lineup here. Yep, you can see. Ready to fire it through, but that puts him in the open. If they swing in first, he could be dead to rights. Instead, the molly's fired off, and that's going to buy so much more time. But the shot from Filu puts it down to just one man who has to bring this across the line. They don't know where he is, but they certainly suspect it. Going in for the defuse, an angle there for Alpha, and he's taking down the diffuser. Alpha, he's won it on time alone. This Hero can't even get close to the diffuse.
Incredibly well played. Like that was the plan all along. Is you have that molly for the post plant, you're able to get yourself into position, but also then sell the ruse for Alpha. Like, allow it to be your best player in those late round moments. And Alpha knew all he had to do was make sure that diffuse is let go of, and they've already won the round. It definitely a lot closer than expected after the start that we saw, and after well, we spoke about Exit being aggressive. There was levels to that. That was maybe off the scale, but nonetheless, Hero already showing why he is a danger man within this server. Maybe, if they are able to take this map over the line, why Fnatic never should have let him go.
Great start for Kayak.
Go, go, go.
The blitz onto Exit's head, and he is out of there, avoiding that early aggression.
Toxins going up.
Danger. You could see Hero had someone right down below him. Seavolf was about to go up the rope.
Wait a moment.
But thinks better of it.
Put down. One day.
And this is really nice. Like, Fnatic are just covering their bases here. I was going to say not giving any opportunities. That technically, I suppose, was an opportunity, but...
Like, no, I don't want this. I don't like this fight. This fight doesn't feel fair. Well, there you go. They've dealt with Althea in the end, but not a whole lot lost. I don't think you've even got the group up of Hero. Again, if they can drop anything more, it would be nice, but Crashies was just making sure that gun can't even be picked up. And unfortunately, the man that started out in tower with a shorty is now retaking ramp with a shorty. And from that range, It does basically 0 damage. It looks like it does damage, but it really doesn't.
Yeah, you can hit him. You can hit him for sure, just not for very much damage. A 2-0. Beginning that Fnatic no doubt would have wanted. It's looked relatively clean, but Hero right away, the man that, or one of the men we highlighted coming into this as a potential problem, certainly showed himself to be in the pistol. This next round, though, is where they can really afford to, or regularly will be putting in that pressure. Something you can afford to put pressure on. You'll always want to do that. But it's not so easy to do on that low buy. This time should be a much more well-rounded start from Na'Vi. Kayak's gone under really quickly. And if he went all the way, he has a kill for free being offered up to him. He doesn't know that. His timing there is actually tragic. Instead, he just breaks. Or at least I think, unless it was taken back. I think he broke the TP. But they don't have a lot to work with now on the defense. Arcade push now given up. Instead, they'll go for that south side crunch on, or not even crunch, just straight push on the A site. Paranoia's burned up. They see a player, it's a fade, and that makes you think that maybe it's a hit there. So Philo goes walkabouts, trades in immediately, and now the B site looking juicy. They're going to dive on this, and Hero has all the pressure on his shoulders. The molly forcing him up deeper into heaven.
Watch your eyes.
Looks like they do want to pressure him. They want to take him out, and it comes with a cost. At least able to trade. Good work from Hero.
Especially the pressure he was under. It looked like he was dead to rights with nothing. Teammates have also found another kill, but it's same again. Left into this post plant. Ashy's almost just waiting for contact off the cross. That one's free, and that's all he needs. Just that one free kill, and now they can start playing with the time again. The molly, just as last time, falls on towards the spike, but they have a second player to deal with, and this time Boaster's not so easy to kill off. The molly even going to finish the job, and these post plants once again from Fnatic are sublime. Boaster's such a nuisance in the late round.
I mean, it's especially funny because you started out talking about how, you know, this is comfort for Fnatic, and what signals that more than seeing them play that aggressive, or rather that passive post plant. This was really where they had their first chokehold on a meta. And early progress, solid for FNC. 3-0 beginnings. And I assume as a result, this is a extremely low investment coming through from the defensive side. But there are still pieces to it. The Sheriff already going to be forced back. And I do think these are the rounds where you see more often than not, like you have to go pushing, you have to find information so the stack can be in the right place. Unfortunately, Fnatic are being extremely patient in waiting for that aggro.
Enemy down. Cage
I genuinely do think as well, like just as a random talking point, that it does feel like Boaster may be genuinely one of the reasons on this map and on Bind that people ever really played Brimstone. Like, he was always such a rat with those post-plant mollies and just having those quick executes based off those smokes in towards the site. It forced people to go, actually, we have to consider this as well, because otherwise we'd always seen the likes of Omen or in a different meta, Astra, completely dominate. But now at least
30 seconds left.
It's safe to say this round is over. Just farming up the orbs onto Boaster. That's going to give him his ult for the next round. You have to bear that in mind. They haven't actually had to really expend any ultimates yet to win these first 4 rounds. Now they can start going in with the run it back. Also got the Nightfall, Orbital Strike. Like, this is building up to potentially be an incredible half from Fnatic.
Yeah, the writing is most definitely on the wall. Just had ults, economy, everything their way. What can Ruxic get done to make this a bit more difficult? A bit more labored of an early half. Damage here would be everything. And okay, one found. More players coming his way. A chance for a little bit more, but he is 20 HP. A single shot back will end him, and, well, certainly from that gun. 4-0 we go. Fnatic lights out to start Fracture. Although there is plenty more game to be played, we do want to see a sign of life from Navi in the next one. This is the rifle round coming up.
This is... Don't get me wrong. I've said it since the beginning of the series. The fracture pick at the end, I felt like it was always going to go one way, but this has been squeaky clean. Even if the rounds have been close in terms of personnel, there was never a moment once the post plant came in that it looked like Na'Vi were going to retake. They've just been wrecked by those mollies. Already a defensive side used immediately, and then they try and pressure Alpha, who's just waiting for them on that north side of the map. His goal is to basically work as an aggressive turret that just keeps map control. And while that turret has installed aimbot, and now they're walking into the trap. A hero, I don't know how we got 2 there. I genuinely have no idea how we got 2 kills.
Well, that is a lifeline. It's still a 2 versus 2, and well, Crashies is just bludgeoned Chloric plant now. Not guaranteed, but those steps are heard in spawn. And that's a problem. Crashies now knows where his opponent is. Filu's lined up with the Opto. There's no smoke to cover that cross. Molly's going to go in instead. Filu low and caught by Crashies. Great positioning. Great round from Crashies. That double was huge. And now with 5 rounds under their belt, where does this stop? Navi call a pause. They can't afford to see these rounds keep climbing. 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to keep going in favor of Fnatic until Navi find an answer.
Yeah, and as of right now, it doesn't look like that answer is coming. Like,
no.
It has been... The only reason that round was close was because a hero gets a double on one lining up with another and is able to do it. It's this. You put the pressure onto Alfia, isolates the fight. That was it. They were stood behind each other. And that gave them some hope. But even then, they completely lost track of where Crashies was because of the positioning that Alfia took. Now, with such a hefty lead... I don't know. I'm already starting to worry if there is a way back at all for Na'Vi. And you have to bear in mind, like, for the remaining teams, this game isn't qualification. This isn't a second life available. If Na'Vi lose this map, they are out of contention for EWC.
Exactly. This is do or die time. And I agree with you. You know, it does seem a little strange this early to be saying, oh, it seems like, I don't know if there's a way back in. How many times have we seen these score lines flip and reverse? But the reality is, a simple explanation for the people at home. When Navi played this against FUT, they got 7 rounds. When Fnatic played this against KC, they went 13-4. And KC won that series, by the way. They looked pretty good. But this map looked leagues above for Fnatic. This is a strong map for them, and it is a lights-out start. Navi being left at the starting line.
You want to play?
And we need to see them pick up the pace.
They still haven't used ults yet. That's the scariest thing. They haven't used a run it back. They haven't used the majority of what they have. And there you go. Finally, a run it back going to be put into play. Swing back in. Coming out from Fila, but he's been decimated. Already running back into that site.
Go, go.
Well, Most is just going to be waiting for them to try and swing back in.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, it's not just Boaster though, is it? Across the board, you can see that Fnatic are primed for this fight. Boaster now has a chance, and it will be Exit diving out. That's caught immediately. The backup of Alpha, not expected. And we're down to a 5v2 already. It's looking done. Oh my goodness, down to a 5 versus 1 now. Not a lick of damage really done outside of onto the Fade. As this ends up being a 6-0 no contest so far from Navi.
But yeah, it's dominant. They are now able to just cycle a singular ult through. That was it. Run it back. And they took down one.
One enemy.
And then from then onwards, it was just an easy cleanup from the side of Fnatic.
They are mine.
Viper's Pit online. All the defense. And of course, that Overture Strike that they farmed up with a plant a few rounds ago is available as well. Crashies has already revealed the position of Filu, and to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he does just look to challenge him. It seems like they can't miss a beat at the moment.
Well, it doesn't look like Any such ludicrous ideas sit in their heads. Instead, it will be passive play towards this A side. Slow and steady, lining up for the crunch. And Kayak's the one to land the first shot. The reinforcements on their way. Exit is trapped, but he gets two. He keeps this doable with numbers even, but Hero stunned in the open. I don't know how Kayak knew to throw it there, but that is a great read from him. And a 3 versus 1 that seems and indeed proves to be completely unwinnable. Filu has no choice but to save at 7-0 down. This is looking dominant from Fnatic and undoable from Navi if this keeps going.
I'm already... Yeah, it's already looking done. Like, we haven't seen anything to really give us a reason to believe that this is going to be anything different. And well, if it wasn't bad enough, it's just got worse. The operator in a 1 versus 1 didn't even get close to hitting onto Kayak. I want to see the second pause. It's feeling so tragic at this point of the game that for Angel, it's almost like a stem the bleeding. I don't want to see it go to 8-0 or 9-0 because at that point, do you really believe that Fnatic aren't going to be able to get 4 or 5 rounds?
Go, go, go!
Well, I certainly don't. I don't know Angel's opinion here, but I think it's hard to argue with the stats we're seeing. I mean, this is just a dominant start. Alpha is on a tear, which difficult to deal with at the best of times, but when basically everybody else is stepping up alongside him, hell, I'd say the only player it's a little quiet is your Phoenix. And I don't think Sevov's going to stay that way for too much longer. Time is running out for Navi. And so are the credits, by the way. This is not going to be a pretty round. I see a judge there, but I don't think there's going to be rifles alongside it, barring maybe one. And actually, I can tell you it's one. It's one on exit. I remember seeing it at the start of the round. Nothing for Filu, and that's true as he gets dropped immediately. And the A site now under heavy threat. Chloric's almost being dealt with right away, but there's that rifle showing up.
Something at least. Still have the Viper's Pit. They still have the overdrive. It's one of the best opportunities they've had, and we're talking about a 4v4. It shows the bleakness of this game, but maybe there's an avenue of hope. Kayak still consistently just making noise on this A side. He's hoping to pull a rotation, but he hasn't been able to. Hero is in a solid position. 25 seconds left.
Dim beacon down.
Might be able to get something here. So much utility to play with. Already dealing with Sevov, but he's obliterated by crashes on the train. There's a second player here in exit, though. Might be a chance for him to be a hero, but gets mollied off. Maybe he wants to try and go through it. As they look to plant instead, though, it's Rookstic behind. And finally, after 7 rounds in a row, it's a Thrifty that puts them onto the board.
The start, right? A start of something. As to what that is, only time will tell. But for Navi, it had to be now, or it really felt like it would be never. A round found.
That goes there.
But the final hour still feels like it's drawing close. And I guess the thing is, for some reason, whenever Navi have a judge in play, it seems like their win rate just skyrockets. We maybe need to see that more often.
Filu has been in trouble throughout the majority of this game. Got baited, and he knew. The second he saw Alfia swing at that corner, he needs to get out of there pronto. At least this time he hasn't been caught. Alfia has been a demon. Chance to return to Paris, a place that almost saw success for them last year. Same as EWC, but they've gone past one. In fact, they've gone past a couple. A few players missed in position. One of those being Hero. I don't think he quite realizes there's still a player in the... Oh! Okay, fair enough. Crashies gets him eventually, but Hero has done more than his fair share.
Oh, absolutely. That's the job done, surely, but it's still possible. Alpha especially has been having a belter of a game, but he'll be caught by Filu. That must have been nasty. The off shot straight into the headhunter, and there's the second round. Okay, 7-2. Now, they're looking better. Streaking 2 together is a lot better than losing every single round. And from there, you know, we can maybe see the comeback. I really want to see them hit like 4, though. I need to see a consistent streak of rounds for this to even feel doable.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I even at the beginning, if they'd had 5, I would have still been pretty low on Na'Vi to take this. But at the same time, when you're 7-0 down, take what you can get. Take what you can get. And again, Heroes had a couple of moments. That was disgusting. Like, again, just being able to take out Kayak from there. Talking as if those 3 or 4 rounds are going to come easy. They've still got their ultimates to play with on the defensive side. Kayak's going to pick up the pace, run it back ahead of him to take that early battle. Filu left completely blind, but if anything, avoiding that run it back might be the key. Instead, they've been destroyed. You said that he was having a quiet game thus far, maybe because of others on his team doing so much. Now, Sivov has stepped up when it looked like Na'Vi were back in the game.
Yeah, he was definitely quiet. But as we said, it wasn't going to be forever. Now Sivov has shown up. Na'Vi have to fight their way back in or decide to save. Fork down. Might be leaning towards that save option, but with the op firing out, you know there's no chance. They don't want that weapon to be carried forward, and Alpha on the flank is going to lock it in. Timing dependent.
One enemy
there you
remaining.
go. Easy kill for Alpha. Op denied in the next round. Big blow to the economy of Na'Vi, and although Exit finds 1, that might almost seal his fate. Alpha's now rushing B main to get behind him. And he has at least 1 more fight if this rifle's to be carried forward. Well, I guess he could stand exactly where he is and stay safe, but... yeah, there it is. He swung out for it. Of course he has.
That was such perfect timing. I don't know if that will line up as well. It's true. You're like, he could just sit in this corner and he'd be perfectly safe. And then literally half a second later, he's sliding out and dying.
Bloody tosser, man. You need that rifle, though, surely. I mean, I haven't got the HUD, so I don't know where the economy's at. But if I see 1 weak weapon in this round, I'm going to be a little angry, Tom.
I have a feeling...
Okay, it's okay. I don't need to be a little angry.
It's not the worst. Like
No, it's
shields
fine.
for Feeling, but oh, never mind. It didn't matter what shields he has. Alpha has killed him within half a second. That might be the fastest opening kill I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, Filu has been just getting destroyed this whole game.
It wasn't even a wallbang, bro. I don't even know how Filu got around that corner that quickly.
I think it was a wallbang.
It was? Okay, it had to be because it was like barrier up, Filu down.
Yeah.
Sivov
I think he literally got spammed straight through the dish. It's just,
sickening.
It's brutal, but that Alpha in form. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. Walls turn to paper, bullets turn. Well, if you've seen the film Wanted, it's a bit like that. Nonetheless, Sivov aggressive and well. He read every move perfectly. The flash even better. And yeah, what's the next series? FUT BBL.
Last round in the half.
Looking forward to that one.
Just start the pre-show for that now, shall we? Yeah, this is not looking great, man. I have to be honest with you. I don't know how many Na'Vi fans are out there, but I doubt there's many confident ones right now. From the side of Fnatic, like, everything's just going right for them, man. Here they set up after already having the advantage, and you look at Na'Vi playing out of that smoke. What do you have to work with? Nowhere near, like, you don't have a Phoenix to pop a flash or Sky or anything like that. This is, you got to just run out through the smoke, and the second you do that and there's 2 players holding you, you're done. Sivov now finding his form. Okay, he'll be dealt with, and some good damage done. It's not a bad start to the round for Na'Vi. It's a great start. It's a fantastic start to the round. Ult online for Filu, and he's already left 1 player incredibly low.
Oh, I was just going to say he killed Alpha, yeah. That's enough for me.
That too, actually.
He didn't get wallbang 1 second into a round. That's a good start. Well, even still, Fnatic have got the post plant. Now look at what they have available to them.
Spike planted.
Nightfall can be used. An overdrive for the other side might just be able to get rid of Crashies, but he's still just sat in the same position at the back of the site, holding the ground. They also have an orbital strike available if necessary, and maybe a molly to go alongside it as well. That time can be bought. Crashies is doing a great job, honestly, considering he's completely alone. There's the molly. As said, now the orbital strike is being lined up. The second anybody gets near it, they're immediately going to be caught by that orbital strike, but they baited it. And the time isn't anywhere near as far gone as Fnatic would have liked, but they're still going to get that initial kill. Nice trade from Filu. It's left all on to Boaster. Well, there should be enough time for them to get that final round of the half.
Push a button. Save the day.
Yeah, 3 rounds. Is it enough? Probably not. No, this one looks pretty rough for Na'Vi, but there is at least some hope. Look, the fact that we've had comebacks so far today is one thing, but this map with how it's laid out, you said it at the start of the series as well, Tom. We go here, Fnatic look favored. You go to last results, Fnatic look favored. But after such a close 2 maps, I didn't expect this one to look so dominant. There's still time for Na'Vi to bounce back, but that's going to have to be in half 2 after the break.
One enemy remaining.
One dead.
One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire.
Welcome back, folks. Look, at this stage of the game, it looks like the next series is going to be kicking off pretty soon, Tom. I think it is fair to say, and even Na'Vi fans may agree with me, that the pistol round is very important for Na'Vi to take here.
Hey, you know, they won, of the last 5 rounds, they won 3.
Great.
They won
recency
0
bias
rounds before that, but like, you know, if you like recency bias, this is going well for Na'Vi. But yeah, a pistol round, in case it wasn't obvious, is a necessity. Alfia, okay, it looked like he put that inside the shoulder of Exit, but instead, Exit just a little bit too fast. Nice work from Boaster through the edge of the smoke, and Filu's going to try and put the pressure onto him. Going to try and clear this positioning, of course, on the map. It kind of looks like they are on top of each other, but those are actually players going under the map. Yes, it messed with my brain too for a second.
Yeah, slow from Fnatic, though, and it offers those chances for Na'Vi to take a couple of fights. Happy to do so with Cloric taking down Boaster. Exit on another, and this is looking like a pistol found for Na'Vi. A much-needed round on the road to recovery here on the road to EWC. Again, losing this, there's no second chances anymore. This is your second chance. A loss here is elimination, and this being the final map, there is a lot of ground to cover for Na'Vi.
Yeah, for sure. This was integral. I think even just from a perspective of getting those last few rounds and making this one at least a little bit closer than what we were seeing in the early rounds, because they were just being battered by post plants, and not really being able to get any kills was even an issue. But even just from a confidence standpoint, an opportunity to try and turn this into at least a competitive map. That's what we've had all the way through the series so far. An OT to start, 13-11 in the second, which came down to a judge getting a 3K in a 2v4. Whether or not, again, maybe Fnatic have got a little ahead of themselves, or if this is just a small resurgence. A little bit of damage already done, but how much more can be gone? And bear in mind that Exit does have a rifle, and he's low on health. This is so risky.
Yeah, it was good damage by Sevov. It's made this an easy kill for Boaster, but he won't get much more. Still, damage is good already, with a chance to make it even better, with a chance to claim the round. Alpha's done stranger things in the past, but he will be shut down this time. 9-5. And Na'Vi closed that gap, but 4 rounds behind. Again, we need to see them tighten the ship.
This will be crunch time. whether this is the beginning of a comeback or the beginning of the end for Natas of Vincere. Of course, for Fnatic, they'll be watching eagerly in the next matchup. If they are to take this one home, of course, the winner of this game will face the winner of the game straight afterwards in FUT versus BBL. Turkish derby to decide who survives in the EWC qualifier. I think in FUT's case especially, one that maybe we expected to see already qualified. Their defeat to Mates was a bit of a surprise. For now, though, early control of Arcade and pressure put onto Alpha. He holds his ground, though.
So they sent everything at him. And to even get one there is just fine, but Boaster's fallen as well. The B site now under Navi's control, and a plant will be found. Early flank already, though. 3 players coming in through main. You can see Kayak is wasting no time. He's already slid in and trapped these players in heaven. They're on the spike. In fact, deeper than that. With the flash in from Phoenix, they're taking the corner, but Cloric holds it. 9-6. Navi. Or maybe it's time to start taking them seriously.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is... I'll be honest, quite shocking. From 7-0 up. Now only 3 rounds behind. It definitely seems like that there's been the either side of the coin for Fnatic throughout history. They've been one of the greatest comeback teams of all time, but it also does feel like when they get that lead, sometimes they can take their foot off the gas, give a little bit to their opponents, and they start to get back into the game. Of course, this one's going to be a lower purchase from the side of Fnatic, but they do also have that ultimate in the form of the run it back available for Sivov. He's definitely had his moments throughout this series thus far. That ace in the last map will be one to remember.
Well, loss for Fnatic in this map would be one to forget. Nice flash. Great flash, in fact, and that's going to be Kayak with 1. All there is to report home about, at least it seemed that way. Boaster dodging their sight for a moment, but dealt with, and okay, it should still be a Navi round. But Alfier, being the last man standing, he heard one run to sight, but he knows the other should be closer, clearing his angles. But it's, oh, it's a nasty spot from Cloric, but Alpha's detected it, and he's managed to make it to the spawn safely as well. But a great reposition from Ruxic. Oh. Alpha predicted it, but he's got no ammo left. Caught reloading, and Ruxic's made it away. Running this clock down with another nasty reposition. Ruxic will take the day. Alpha makes it close, but that gap is down to 2.
I swear to God, like, Ruxic does so many things that scare the life out of me, but he does it with such confidence, I feel like it works. Like, the amount of times I was like, if this guy gets caught doing what he's doing, he is dead to rights. But just no fear. It doesn't matter who he's up against. Well, you can even see from the spray, he's just having a great time. 7-9. It was a very costly round considering the investment, but now we start to look at Fnatic. You've got that operator in hand. You've got the rifles, ultimates built up. Can they stop what is just as impressive streak of rounds as they had in the first half?
Go, go, go!
God, I'm amazed by Navi's ability to pull themselves back into these games from positions that we've seen most teams crumble from. They're doing it consistently as well. 2-round gap.
Go, go, go!
Starting to feel very doable. Nightfall put into A main. Dive out coming in, but Crashy's on site presents a bit of a problem. He'll only find 1 for his trouble, and Hero doubles up. The site theirs, but the spike needs to make it, and to get there, they've got to go right through Sivov. No support from site either. These 2 players in main, they've got a demon on the other side of that smoke, and walking through it is a big risk. Boaster shuts down Hero on one side, while still holding his ground.
What
was Sivov? What was that shot?
Now it's a running race. Looking to get all the way to the other side of the map. They've realized that everybody's already rotated, but there's still a kill trip ready for Alfia. Catch them as they cross. In fact, he's already crossed all the way into the corner. Good positioning from him, but even still, it's the 1-for-1 trade. And in the meantime, Ruxic has caught out on Boaster from 7-0 up to now just 1 round behind.
Yeah, and for a team in Navi who you were asking to see their second pause 7 rounds into the game, and I was agreeing with you, Tom. It felt like it was necessary. Now, it's Fnatic After that huge lead, having that call a pause of their own, this is getting out of control, and I am blown away by that, because we've had, again, swings in each half. We've seen it in this series so far. It feels like it should be predictable, but this map felt like it should be something different, not just in the rounds we've seen, but in the history as well, in recent results. And yet Na'Vi have fought tooth and nail to stay alive, and now perhaps to even thrive in this match.
Yeah, it's more so just like those 7 rounds at the beginning were so dominant. Like, there were barely even kills coming in for the other side. So, like, I don't know how we're here. I don't know what has happened from firstly, the Na'Vi camp, because there wasn't that second pause. There wasn't a moment where you go, okay, now things reset. They just managed to sort of drag themselves out of the rut. And now we're in a position where Fnatic are calling a pause because their opponents are just a round behind. They've won almost as many rounds in a row as Fnatic did. It's crazy to think that they are now on a 6-round streak themselves. There's not even a player on their team that is currently positive in KD.
Yeah, that is...
Bring them down.
That is not how I thought this map was going to go after the series that we've had so far. After the first half, this is not how I thought this map was going to go, but now here we are. One away from equalizing. Crashies and Seavoff combined across the map. Picks are found. Although, one returned. B site under the control of Na'Vi and a plant available. So as strong of a start as this was, it's not as clear-cut, but the fact that there is a run it back online for Fnatic should give them a big upper hand. It's effectively a 5v3.
Yeah, and a Nightfall. Like, in terms of ults, they are ready and set. I like this from Filu, though. Oh my god, that could be it. If he times this right, he might just get a freebie, and he's taken out Seavoff. That's the run it back on. Of all the players to lose, he's almost taken out the second ultimate as well, but he's got to retreat. Otherwise, Kayak will be able to pincer. Now you see that Nightfall put into play. I don't know if it was quite avoided by the player up top. I saw a fall back, but now it's the wraparound. Rook 6 reposition could be everything. He's just going to go for the guy defusing it. He's found him. Nobody watching back towards the stairs because they assume they had everything covered. The paranoia. Well, Rustic has just cleaned up on his own. 9-9.
Na'Vi not stopping with this momentum. Big round for Ruxic as well. No doubt he feels like that spray as well. That was crazy from him as Fnatic cascade back into the site. They get on the defuse early, and he's the difference maker. The paranoia was perfectly timed as well. He didn't wait for the defuse to be tapped again. He knew they were on their way to it, but ends up with a kill for his trouble. That was his fourth kill. Something else entirely. I don't know how he got away with that onto Crashies. Here we go. Barriers up again. And a south side crunch. Fnatic are taking the fight to their opponents. They're playing more aggressive than we've seen in this map so far. TP taken though. Nasty play by Ruxic. He's going to get a double. He's given them a chance, a moment to breathe. And there it is. Now a 3 versus 1. In fact, a 3 versus 0. The lead is there for a team trailing 9-3 at the half.
I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe that this is the same map, the same day of Valorant. From 7-0 up. Anyone, even if you were the CEO of Na'Vi, Harris Pilton is his name. If you were that guy and you were like, I actually think we're going to be in the lead by round 19, I think I would have smacked him around the face and gone, wake up, you're delusional. Like, I genuinely don't know what I'm witnessing. And sure, that last round, it was an eco, it was a low buy, but the other 7, 8 rounds they've now won in a row, it feels like Fnatic are hemorrhaging and Na'Vi are just getting stronger and stronger as the rounds go on. They now have a chance to eliminate Fnatic, and Exit's already started off with killing out Kayak. He's managed to make it through the A site into the B site. How has he found that much space?
Well, Alpha's now standing to deal with him, but it's a shorty coming his way, and Filu's even the one to take him down. A 4 versus 3. Fnatic. Oh, well, they've got the spike. Yeah, Seavoff's just been handed it with a minute left on the clock, and now we're in a bit of trouble. Having to fight our way back into Seavoff is... Look, it's a daunting task for even the best of the best, but Seavoff's pushing forward. At least he was for a moment, and it's not a wise move with Filu waiting on the other side. There's the spike, recovered, and Filu with a great read for a triple. 11-9. The streak continues for Navi, and they are so close to knocking historic rivals Fnatic out of contention for EWC. This would be the third international event in a row that Fnatic, a team hailed as the best in our region for most of Valorant's history, the best in the world for a good part of it, they may be falling out of grace. And indeed, their name may be forgotten by the international community soon.
11-9. There was ever to be a moment to see this team wake back up. This would have to be it. Na'Vi have had trouble closing. We saw it in the last map. We saw it in the first. Do Fnatic have anything left in the tank? The one man who has been consistently solid is Alfier, and he's gone within the first 20 seconds or so. Judge in position from Kayak, though. He's at least holding on to the tower. Ultimate's being expended. The run through from Seavoth is shut down, but Kayak again. The Judge has turned the tide already once in this series, but it might not do the same here. Seavoth and Boaster to try and stop them getting to 12.
The Molly's missed. The orbital strike is going to be called in, but the player's already dead. Last man in main. Tucked away. The plant not for him. Ruxik's done it before from this very same position. A fake TP across, but he's been spotted. The cost is Seavoth's life, and now the TP taken. Ruxik playing with the clock as time runs low. Boaster forced the stick, and Ruxik has done it again.
Match point.
There was a moment in this series where I said to you, well, the viewers at home, the biggest compliment that I could give to Ruxik is that on his day, he is Alfia level. That is what you are watching right now. You are watching this man take over this game as if there is nobody else in the server. Like, he has now had so many high-impact multi-frags, the 4K and the post-plant, where if he dies, they could just defuse. He kills everybody. A 1v2 where he played that again, just absolutely perfect. Like, fake TPs the first time, then takes the TP the second time, so that Boaster doesn't actually know if he's still in that corner behind the molly. He is playing a masterful game, and from a point where they were dead and buried, from a point where this team was already out of the tournament. We said it on the cast, because the team that we saw for the first 7 rounds, I'll be honest, didn't deserve to still be in this tournament. But the team that we are seeing right now, or at least some of the individual players, holy cow. I want to see Ruxik on the big stage, and if he keeps playing like this, he might just get there.
Oh yeah, the way he's playing, he seems destined for the big stage indeed. Not quite going to get there by winning this series, but stepping over the corpse of Fnatic to make it to that BO5, besting those previous rivals. Well, I can tell you at least the man in the coaching slot will feel very, very good about that. 3 chances now for Navi to give Fnatic the hat trick of missed internationals, missed major events in a year. I mean, when it comes to seeing the best in the world in one place, you don't get to see it very often. And all year long, that has meant seeing teams that aren't Fnatic.
Here we go again. Fast pushing. Alfia on the site. He's gone. Already dealt with. Already dead. And this is a ruse. This is a ruse where Exit is having to run back through the molly. They are trying to play in towards the A site, which for now is completely open. They could have been sat on B with a post plant, but Na'Vi are playing with their food. Here comes the rotation, just about making it back towards below his hero. He's just going to try and dodge everything, but he's been dealt with. And Seavoth still in the battle for Paris, wanting to try and take the team there. Spike dropped, and maybe an overcook from Na'Vi. Only Ruxik remains.
Caution here.
Well, the clutches so far have been amazing from Ruxik. This one not going to be added to the tally. 12-10. 2 more chances for Navi as Fnatic find it in them to fight for survival. And I say historic matchup, historic win. Well, it very much would be. This would be the first time since going way back to 2024. Over 2 years since we've seen Navi best Fnatic. And that was the only time that under these banners that these teams clashed and saw Na'Vi take the dub. And you talk about kicking a team while they're down. Well, for Na'Vi to come in and remind Fnatic what it's like to lose to them. Remind Boaster what it's like to lose to Angel. And doing it when it would also be adding the accolade of 3 big events missed in a row. That has got to be a blow that Fnatic will do anything to avoid.
There's a record of Fnatic versus Na'Vi that sits 6-1 in their favor. 4 wins in a row over the last 2 years. This would be the combo breaker once again, but they've just broken what was, I believe, a 10-round streak. The momentum can be stopped. Just whether they believe that they can get these last couple and take us to overtime for the second time in this series. Again, the opening has gone the way of Exit, but Sivov is fighting tooth and nail, desperate to make it to Paris, to have that hometown turf, be the one Frenchman from EMEA making it. And you know what? He's doing absolutely everything again. We saw this on the last map. But one team, that victory more than anybody else. And he might not be getting the ace unless he could find Ruxic at the last second, but he has definitely got them the round.
Challenging fate with that, Tom. 20 seconds. Ruxic, he'd need a plan right about now, and that flash, although it looks funny, it has actually delayed him. There's no chance anymore, and Sivov will finally get his 5th kill of the round. 12-11, an ace needed to keep Fnatic alive. And considering the fact that we were, again, 9-3, 7-0, take your pick of advantages, for Fnatic to have to fight in the final round, not to win, but to stay alive, was unimaginable at a point.
I point something out.
Go ahead.
They lose this round, they will have lost 2 maps in a row where he has got an ace to keep them in the map.
That's pretty rough.
And it was right at the end as well. I don't know if it was to put them 1 round behind. It might have been. Then they lost to a judge, right? Is it going exactly the same? It might have been 1 round before, but even still, that's utterly insane that we are in a position where Sivov is stepping up and putting an ace on the table to keep them in the map. But obviously this map is far worse than the last one, because yeah, the lead that they choked is not from this position. It's Angel taking a pause. You can understand why. Na'Vi have climbed back from the depths of hell, and it's looking like they've got all the way to the top, and they might just slip and fall all the way back down again. It would be heartbreaking, because from a point of deserving to be out, I feel like they deserve now to get the victory.
I will be their nightmare.
Well, Fnatic went missing for a while, for this year. And now, it's their chance to show back up, put themselves on the map, or fade out of the minds of the world's best. Overtime is what they need. As Na'Vi start to close in the walls on this B site. I think they want to go back to A eventually, and that's a problem because there's A main aggression. A full push-up from Fnatic. They've now got a lot of space, but in fact, Na'Vi took in. It is a game of chess taking place here as now Fnatic stop. They are stood on opposite sides of the wall with no idea what awaits them just around the corner. And Na'Vi, luckily, without making noise, they shift back to this B site, but the flank will come on them very quickly.
Weaponry definitely not in their favor, and the second that move is made into this site, that's where problems arise. Alfia's position makes me nervous. He's in a weird spot, and it's only going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Viper's pit going to be utilized. Obviously dodging the spams, but now that flank starts to come in, but it's known. They now know it's there. A little bit slower than maybe they would have liked. Over on the Fnatic side, it looked like they had them crunched in, but they do at least have a lot of ground. The problem is that pit makes things very awkward for them getting in towards the site. Exit needs to get his gun out. Almost saved by the Prowler. but instead they have an advantage which quickly finds
enemy
Monster.
remaining.
Now the one trying to hold them in, but instead it's Hero and
Attackers
Ruxic
win.
to close the game. It is Na'Vi that will go marching on in the EWC qualifier from 7-0 down. They survive.
At that halftime, Tom, I hadn't got any hope left. I came into this map hopeful
I still
as
don't
well.
believe it.
Like, considering how Navi played on map 2, it seemed possible, but after half 1, it was impossible. I'm trying to think of any game I've seen like this where it was so clear that there was a favor, that there was a better team round to round, and that lead slips. For Fnatic, Tom, this is it. This has gone from a tailspin, a spiral downwards, to an all-out crash and burn. I mean, this team, 3 internationals now in a row. We've had panic changes, getting rid of their coach last second, coming out of the stage in VCT EMEA, to then move here and at times look a little directionless, which is expected. I think this is kind of the problem with these roster changes. And then you add to that you have a stand-in as well. It definitely hasn't been the easiest of times to sort of find stability in that Fnatic roster, but this level of failure is, I mean, unimaginable for the roster. We've never seen it before.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a long sort of break for them to try and reset things. But the exciting thing for Na'Vi is from the clutches of defeat, from a point where, as we said, they looked dead and buried, 7-0 down to winning. I think it did end up as 10 rounds in a row and closing a second map 13-11 after an ace from Sivov. I don't think you could write a script that's more crazy than that. But for them, they now have to calm what is probably a very exciting moment, eliminating Fnatic. And they need to get ready for tomorrow, because that, and I can't believe I'm saying it, that was the first match of today.
It was.
We still have another match today, and it's a Turkish derby between FUT and BBL.
Yeah, we genuinely had shorter BO5s going into last week than we've had right here in a BO3. An unbelievable game to start off today, but that's exactly as Tom said, not all that we have for you tonight, folks. We have another matchup coming up very soon. We will have FUT Esports versus BBL. We'll catch you in a few.
One enemy remaining.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Well, hello, folks. As promised, plenty more action coming your way here today. We might just be at the halfway mark. And Tom, based on the last time we've seen these two teams play, I say there's a pretty good chance we're right around that mark. This could be a long night today.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm still kind of recovering from the last game. And now we go into a Turkish derby where, honestly, normally I'd sit there and go like, okay, FUT are in better form. BBL have kind of been in a bit of struggles. Even rumors that maybe they'll be making moves during this off-season time for them. But every time I go into this match, I am not convinced that either one of these teams is going to come and dominate, because I just think that there's so much heart on the line. I think both of these teams care about this matchup more than any other. I think we've talked to the Turkish players in these sort of moments and been like, hey, this is where that realistically we want to beat the other Turkish teams. We want to be the best Turkish teams, and we know that going into next year, being the best Turkish team guarantees you a spot in EMEA as well. So it really is going to be a brawl. And after what was, I thought, going to be like a match where, okay, the first match where I go like, okay, I think this team is the favorite and they should win, and that's been blown out the water. I feel like at this point, I don't want to say too much, because for the first half of Fracture, I think I looked like I knew what I was talking about. And after that point, everything went out the window.
Yeah, I think that the first half of Fracture felt like, you know, we were in the same universe that we're from. Everything made sense. We followed the laws of physics. And then, we ended up somewhere parallel. That was a little crazy how we ended up closing that one out. But like we said, the writing on the wall was there, with Fnatic having a lot of trouble with the recent changes. But still, for it to go to that depth and for Na'Vi to be the ones making it, well, listen, one of these teams is going to have to face Na'Vi, and it's time to find out who. BBL Esports, like you said, some trouble, I think specifically when it comes to playing that international, then moving back regional, not really having a lot of time to change while the meta changes. And also BBL were one of the teams that made the most use and got the most benefit out of the Yoru meta. So not having a lot of time to adapt then obviously left them a little bit behind.
Yeah, I think the one good thing, though, is let's look at the results that they've had within this qualifier. And I think the most recent one is the one that gets me most excited about this series. And that is because they beat Eternal Fire, which obviously the last time they played, they got 2-0'd. They really struggled in EMEA. And not only that, the best player in that game, and I don't mean just by a little bit, but by an absolute country mile, was Lovers Rock. He went 59 and 35, plus 24, 185 ADR, dominant in opening duels, and the next highest player got 46 kills, and that was on the other team, and that was Izzy. So, and that was also him on the Neon as well. So a meta that we sort of talk about hasn't really worked for him, maybe because Larocque's very good at it, but that's been the sort of talking point. It's like, okay, can Larocque adapt? Can he do this? Can he do that? Well, he showed against his opponents in Eternal Fire that he can. And now that's where it makes things more interesting for me.
Yeah, and as you said, that was somewhere that Eternal Fire managed to beat BBL in a big upset last time around when it came to VCT EMEA. I think it was BBL had never lost to them, always beaten them. And then when it came crunch time on the big stage, ended up losing to them. So again, I think that's a good sign for the turnaround. You know, as I said, they come from Yoru meta at an international event. They come to regional. Things have changed. They don't have time to catch up. And now they've had a little bit of time. And evidently, a lot has changed. On the other side, though, we got to talk about FUT. I mean, this squad, I think in most people's minds, will be coming in as the favorite. When you talk about being the best Turkish team right now, I think this is where most people's minds go.
Well, yeah, I think it's easy to look at a team that made it to Masters London and made it through, at least when they qualified through the upper bracket, as a favorite going in. They are, by definition, one of the top 3 teams in EMEA at the moment. So I definitely agree. The only caveat I'll put to that is what happened last week. Like, I did not expect to be sat here with them still having to play, because I thought they would have already qualified and beaten Gentlemates. So that's kind of where I start to question things a little bit more. Don't get me wrong, I think Gentlemates played a much better game than what we've seen from them in the regular season, which is a great sign. But I also think, like, Zeus had a bit of a stinker, which, again, you can't really have in this series, because, as said, both these teams are going to come in wanting to win this probably more than any other game. You also have to bear in mind that these are two teams in very different scenarios. One of them is preparing for a tournament that starts in about a week. The other is preparing for this and this alone. Like, there is nothing else for BBL to do up until mid-July. So, and also, you have to bear in mind that those are on different metas. So it is very interesting that FUT kind of come in with a disadvantage because they qualified, whereas BBL come in with like, okay, this is now a chance for us to go to an international anyway. We didn't make it to Masters London. Let's make sure we make it to EWC.
Well, exactly. Yeah. In that sense, I guess, how much do you think that that's going to bridge the gap? Because if this was a VCT EMEA game, you favor FUT, but then in terms of preparation, obviously that kind of throws things into limbo. It's hard to predict where we're going to be at.
Yeah, I would say that if I was a betting man, I wouldn't want to bet on this game, because it is genuinely, it brings it down to a level playing field. And also BBL have now had that reset, had that time to sort of try and make things work. You also then have to look at the sort of map choices, like going into Pearl as a first choice seems insane. Both of these teams, I'd like to just read the stats for the last 3 months. FUT 0-3, BBL 0-2. So
perfect.
Neither of these teams, one of these teams is going to win their first game of Pearl. Obviously, this is just within the last couple of months, but it was the map that they have. I don't think BBL played it since week 2 of EMEA. They got 13-6 by Eternal Fire. Now, don't get me wrong, Eternal Fire are very, very good at the map, but that is a counter pick. That is a map that they are trying to basically say, okay, well, you might be trying to practice this with new compositions, but you probably aren't practicing it the same way you have been. Gives them an opportunity there. I think going into Haven as well, it's a decent map for FUT, but one they lost earlier in the qualifier. And on the other side of things, okay, they got battered by Fnatic, but they've also taken a map off Vitality on this. So I think that, again, we kind of end up in like middle maps for either of these sides, because a lot of the time they're going to have fairly similar map pools, but also, as said, like, especially Pearl, I don't think there was anything in FUT's mind that thought that map was going to be coming out of this veto.
Bit of a shame that we see Ascent taken out in second round of bans as well. Would have loved to get another lengthy game on that like we had in the past. But so I guess then let's ask the normal question. Is there an upper hand here in the veto? Has someone gotten the advantage, Tom? Where's your read on?
I would say that if the Pearl is where it should be, if you're coming in picking it, I would give that map to BBL. But if we're going off actual performances on that map, I would give it to FUT. They went very, very close versus Vitality in the upper final, literally going to multiple overtimes, whereas the last time we saw BBL play, they got absolutely battered. I'd say that I'd still give Haven over to FUT as well. Again, a lot of their games are incredibly close, and I think just I think the biggest problem I have, and I'm hoping this is something that, because we haven't seen BBL play it in EWC yet, I'm hoping they've changed their comp, but BBL regressed on this map. Like, we saw a lot of teams really lean into Neon. When they lost Yoru, they went back to Jet Breach, which I'll be honest, I hate that comp. I think it's so out of date in the meta. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not sat there going like, Breach can never work. I'm not that far down. I know that like Mini hates Breach, which is fair enough. It's not great at the moment. But I just think this composition is so out of date with everything else that we have, with how good Phoenix is, how good Neon still is in this version, that I hope that they're not playing that. But to be honest, I can understand why FUT would then pick it, because you go, okay, we're playing Waylay Neon, we're playing into the meta, and you're playing way out of it, so we might as well pick that map and just come in and dominate.
It's also worth mentioning that this is one of those matchups that has a lot of history to it, going back to before EMEA was a region, back when we used to be split up and you had Turkey as their own region. These squads have always been facing off against each other, but there definitely was a time where BBL were completely out of the conversation and FUT were the ones known as the Turkish team. But and although this stage in EMEA, that has kind of happened again, like BBL aren't out of the conversation this time, but FUT are still kind of taking that banner forward. In history between these two squads, it's 3 in a row for BBL. Recency bias definitely leans towards them. Haven't faced each other this year, but the organization's been climbing its way back up. And this really is, when we talked about it earlier, Tom, these matchups mean more than anything to the Turkish players. And you know for certain that, sure, FUT want to put the record straight. on the issues they've had before, but BBL, they want to come in here today and best the squad that is now known as the Turkish team within EMEA. Things have changed even with a recent international appearance. It doesn't seem good enough. Now's the time to fight for pride, or well, not now, a little bit later, because we have a little bit of a break coming up. When we come back, we will have your second series, FUT versus BBL, going live. See you soon.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Hello folks, welcome back. We're about to get underway with FUT versus BBL, and if you're just joining us now, I hope you haven't got a bedtime coming up. This could be a long series, Tom. I'm certainly expecting it to be, but when we talk about this series, obviously we've got a lot of knowledge of these players, of these teams. We've seen them fight in EMEA now for quite a while, and it does definitely feel like coming into today, if this was an EMEA matchup, that FUT would be favored. But before we went to that little break, we were saying that these are two teams that are preparing for very different stages of their life right now. FUT with a big international event coming up that's on a different patch, and then BBL preparing just for this. So in terms of if anything has changed in the last week or since stage 2, I think it is more likely that BBL will come in and show us something new than the other way around.
Yeah, I think it's also just like everything on the line as well. Like this is nobody wants to be on a break until July. Like realistically, I know I don't want to be. It's scary times. I also want to point out, you talked about the battle of these two teams going all the way back to 2020. These two have faced off. The score is currently 7-6 to FUT. So over a space of 6 years, it could be 7-all if BBL managed to win this one. So it really shows that there has never truly been a dominant force between these two. The argument is, of course, though, when it comes to qualifying to international events, there is only one team that has ever dominated, and that is FUT. BBL have only made the one, and that was earlier this year. Now, of course, that's what makes things very interesting, though, is that FUT have obviously qualified to London. BBL qualified to Santiago. Only one of them even has a chance to qualify to Paris, and we'll have to wait and see who that is going to be. Of course, for BBL, kind of as expected, like going in with what has become a relatively meta comp on this map. As said, one of the issues that they had was constantly sort of moving away from what was necessarily the meta at times. I like the fact that we got the Phoenix in. I like the fact that it's on La Rock, because a lot of the time I think we saw Lovers Rock would be the one playing the off Agent or off Neon, I should say. Like in the last game, last time he played this, he went 3-18 while playing Waylay. So I think that him playing Neon is a much better choice. I also think Larocque Phoenix seems like the perfect thing for him. He's someone who is an initiator that can flex onto Duelist, even though he's been playing a lot of Duelist recently. And I think that that is what Phoenix is right now. That is exactly the agent that he should be playing. So I'm very excited to see that one come through. I also think it's interesting as well, though, that if you look at the comp on the other side, they've gone over to playing that Jet as well. So a bit of a switch up on their half, I believe, because they were the ones running the Phoenix instead. So it's actually a swap away from that comp, and then their opponents have kind of swapped into that comp.
Oh, well, that's an interesting switcheroo. Maybe we've got the teams backwards. Who knows? But it should be interesting to see. I think Larocque on a Phoenix gets me excited. Haven't seen BBL run a Phoenix comp on this map since back when Chiwa played for them quite a while ago. The coach wasn't as good back then either. But here we go. Shots landed to start. Assistant, of course, pal. He didn't do any work. That's what I heard, at least.
A decent start. I will say that on a more like individualistic level, I much prefer seeing Zeus on Jet. Don't get me wrong. Phoenix makes more sense in the meta, but Zeus is one of the best Jet players I've ever watched play. The guy is so comfortable on this agent, and I think that's what FUT are going for him. Let him frag out, let him be aggressive, let him play the way he wants to play, especially versus Turkish teams. He's going to get those fights, and while Sociable, a master of timing, already starting things off well. It will be a post-plant. Actually, a slight change of post-plant position because of where they've gone, but Sop was ready and waiting.
Yeah, ready, but only good for the one. It should be enough at this point, though. Damage done. Onto BBL. Rose. A few coming around the corner here. There's a chance for this round to flip, but with that not working out, this should be done. Loida. Stars to play with. Still a Gravwell when it comes time to tap that spike, but you're not winning this round off time, and Loida knew it. That's going to be a defuse for FUT, and a pistol round picked up.
Come on, come on,
seems like they're just checking if there's any additional pistols to be saved to bring into the next round, but yeah, you can already see the way that this map is being prepared by the defense, an opportunity to get aggressive, to be in the face of their opponents, and that's the thing I've really enjoyed about FUT, is there's a lot of teams that, like, if their opponents maybe run a slower style, then they'll look to do these aggressive style compositions, but if they're aggressive themselves, maybe they'll shy away from it. FUT are not one of those teams. The FUT will fight anybody in an all-out brawl at any moment, at any time, because they believe that they will win it. And honestly, when you have Sop on Neon and Zeus on Jet, I believe them.
Yeah, it's a pretty compelling argument. And now FUT, they sit back, they wait towards this B site as A main aggression comes in. Spotted player here, easy pickup for Sop, quick reload, and he's right back ready to go again. The best thing you can do here, probably get up close. You can pop a smoke your own on the corner, wouldn't be bad, and just flash through it. With a minute 10. But want to go back out and check if anyone's actually here. But as of right now, it is just going to be that passive play as they set up finally. Here we go. Well, okay. There's no flash through the smoke. Instead, it's just straight up swing and a hit onto Sociable. Now a plant secured. And to be honest, this round is going to get a little bit dicey potentially.
Oh, it feels like nothing is ever free between these two teams.
Oh my.
Spike down.
The sneak through, but it's only going to be a trade. The plant never went in, though. That's the major worry. And while, speaking of Zeus, he shall arrive. They have lost one of the players, but eventually Kreven will be found. An audacious game of hide and seek that I feel like was only ever going to end one way.
Keep that furnace, but yes, this should
Well, the 2-0 done without too much concern being caused now for FUT. This is the round that BBL looked to fight right back in, battle back into. I don't mind the idea here, though. The fact that they found this kill on the Sociable really surprised me. He gets nothing for his trouble there, and it's not like he was flashed or forced back. It was a fight he was looking to take, but he wasn't ready for that many players to come flying around the corner at him. Round 3, as we said, full buy still to the attacking side. And again, a main aggression comes through, this time with 4 players. And immediately the pace picked up by BBL. They've spotted on the other side of the map. There's numbers. I don't know if they know there's that many numbers, but the reaction was exactly what it needed to be. Yedage is forced off of B because of so much pressure put on. And a plant can now be taken. It should be taken.
Right there.
Oh.
Really worried about some counter utility, and they should be worried about. Dear Lord, he's just running at them. He's just running at them, and he's winning the fights.
Enemy remaining.
Zeus also finding another, and bear in mind, this is the bonus round. This is not a full buy coming out from FUT. Loiter, he's doing what he can, but he's now 10 HP. A bullet spammed through the corner of it will be enough, and it's not even needed. Good round from Crostali, but again, when I see a team pick into a map that's meant to be a pocket pick, your opponents haven't won it, you haven't won it, going 3-0 down at the start, that's not great.
Oh, it's definitely worrying. Yeah, it definitely is, because we're going to get to a point here where we start to really think, okay, that was a mistake. And the thing is, you don't want to, right? At the start, well, we don't know why they've picked it. Scrims could be going exquisitely. This could be the map that they scrim the most, could be the map they scrim the least, and everything just slotted into place. Who knows? But if you pick it and you get off to a slow start, then even in the minds of your players, the minds of us, of course, of everyone, it's like, was this a mistake? For BBL, at least for now, looks like it might have been, but it's very, very early days. Again, this A main aggression to come through. Much more passive, though. And so the walkabouts from BBL. They want to find out where these players are, and they've, well, lost one player for their trouble. This is a low buy. So even seeing them trade damage early is a little bit concerning.
I like the reposition, though, from the defense. They've now got deep A control, deep B control, and then a player just watching for the split and towards the spawn. And there was the one sort of open point, so it seems like FUT are very much aware of where the danger resides. And the problem is now as an attacker, you have to think, where can we plant? Or what's a good position that we can hold on to?
Spike planted.
They're going to go for deeper positioning. I like this. And an opportunity to find into Zeus. And okay, he hasn't missed a shot so far today, but that was the first.
Yeah, that was a big miss as well. Yeah, that may have caused him the round with Rose finding another. Okay, Sociable 5 HP. Hey, you might even wonder about saving this weapon at this point, but you'd be wrong to even think about it. Sociable's brought us into a man advantage now. Gravwell goes into play, and they close the distance further, but hold on. Greven. Oh, Greven! He's holding his ground. He'll be caught fading back, but not dealt with. 24 HP, and he's safely around the corner. This round is already done. Lloyd just had to confirm it 3-1. What a way to fight back early on.
That trip's genuinely fantastic. He just put it on the other side of the cosmic divide, so there was 2 players. One ran through, gets caught in it, dies. The second runs through the same part of the wall, also gets caught in it, also dies. Definitely an oversight from the side of FUT, but I don't think I've seen a singular trip have that much impact in a long time, especially after all the nerfs that went into the Sentinels. 3-1.
There.
That was exactly what we wanted to see, though, from BBL. Like, sure, maybe not in that manner, but good adaptations in the round, good positioning, and more of the sort of individual flair that we saw from them back towards kickoff. Of course, it's the first of many needed on your own map choice. But even still, as said, like I feel like even the second map of Haven, it's not like it would be a death sentence if they went in as a deficit. Like, it's still a map that they can play. Sure, versus Fnatic, they struggled, but I think they've had time now.
Well, a minute on the clock. Time has started to bleed out of this round, and Spike's still in spawn. Players grouping up on A. I think we're going to have a pump fake with a attempt to catch the rotations in mid, but instead Lloyd is being caught waiting outside B. That's a push-up from Zeus with perfect timing. Look at the noise made on A. They're trying to drag rotates like we said, and it's working, at least for now, but they're losing players. Lost one, and now Larocque Going to be taken down in his ultimate, getting rid of a big piece of utility, and Sociable lurking outside B has managed to find himself one at last. 25 seconds as one player gets caught in this wrap through the back of double doors. The other goes to spawn to pick up the spike. 20 seconds, and we might just be giving up on this round.
Hey, I'm surprised that any of that was attempted with 25, 30 seconds left with the spike still in spawn. Like, I don't know. Maybe it was just lost, forgotten, or just an oversight. But even if that had gone well, you would have had to run all the way back to your spawn and get the spike halfway through. So the mistakes made. And for FUT, hey, you lose a round to what was a weaker buy, and then you get to have a flawless round in terms of you keeping all of your players alive, and you don't have to use the ultimates to play with. I think FUT are going to be very happy with how that's gone.
Without a doubt. You know, for a second, Tom, we said that round that they lost was a great chance for BBL to get back in early on, and well, now losing the follow-up sort of puts a wrench in the works, doesn't it?
I think I'm just going to stop talking, honestly. Like, everything I say now just seems to be completely wrong. Like, oh, you know, 7-0 up, let's just move on to the next series. That game was done right. Well, nope, never mind. Navi, you're going to win 10 rounds in a row. And, yeah, that could have been, you know, the ignition for BBL in that round. And, nope. No, they're not going to get a single kill in the next one. Well, having a full bite, and they're going to forget the spike.
Yeah, the forgetting the spike was a bit more of a damning situation there. Rotating while one player's going back to spawn, one's going in their spawn, one's running through mid. Spike's nowhere to be found. It was a little bit of madness, but yeah, I think you do need to stop speaking, Tom. There's a reason I said to you what I said to you during that break. Yeah, 4-1. Here we go for FUT. It's definitely looking good. There was a little bit of a bump in the road, but it only ended up pushing them to new heights.
Do you know something else I said?
Yes? What is that?
I said that Lovers Rock in their last series had a brilliant game.
You did? Yeah.
Is 0-4.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Tom. Said this should be a long one as well, although I think that was more both of us, so we'll see if that comes back to bite us as well. For FUT, 4-1 as we said, but the pressure coming in towards this B site, it is definitely scary to see a player alone with everyone coming their way. But what's even scarier is the spike being challenged by 3 alone in the spawn. Rose has to be so careful. Players go back from A long, move towards the site from main as LaRock catches Sociable, and
I know exactly
all these steps being heard on A long. A player picked off in the spawn. Yeah, you go right back to the B site. Only one to defend on that side of the map, and he is completely surrounded. Near impossible to find anything for Yedajay. And with the shot missed, it will be. He is just... Well, hold on. They should know there's an op there. They shouldn't peek it, but they do. And they peek it with just the right timing, just as it was given up by FUT.
Obscuring vision.
The op's still waiting Yedajay down below, but no one's giving them the chance, and they can just plant safely now. There's no need for BBL to give opportunities away, and as you can see, they're not in the business of doing so.
Yedajay, though, we've seen so many utterly insane plays from this man. His resurgence has come with the change-ups, but this is going to be a tough one. A nice first shot. Even the first pick was impressive, but it is still going to be the round going the way of BBL. A break back once again after the pause. The key to success was talking to Key. And for FUT, still got their ultimates online. Again, not really been a position for those to be used. It's mainly also just like getting caught in some of the spots that they were heavily watching. As said, they were playing the 2-2 split with Zeus just holding in towards that spawn area. Here goes his Blade Storm, though. 9 kills already. I'd be surprised if he doesn't add at least 1 to the tally, but now I've said it, he's going to get headshot through a wall.
If he does get headshot through a wall, that is going to be clipped and shipped. And Crystalli traded early. Nice work by BBL. Good ground taken. And all posted up and ready to fire. That's Yedajay down in the back of it. But Sop does manage to return one. A hero play needed inside the cage. It could be Sociable. He won't stand tall in the late fight. And nor will Sop. Another for BBL. And any chances of them being left in the dirt seem to have faded.
better round from Lovers Rock as well. There's, like, all jokes aside, I think that the swap up here kind of makes sense. Like, I think that he had his niche while playing like an agent that was very much about movement. There is still an agent that's very much about movement, and I think that this fits his style a little bit more. I think also that the other side of it is that LaRock can play anything. Like, this man is the guy who plays Breach for them. He can play Initiator. So I think that giving him maybe what is a slightly tougher time for a talented player, I don't mind it if you also get Lovers Rock online, which it seems like even just in that last round is the case.
Well, steps hurt by Sociable. He's dropped one. The spike as well. Good work with a double. Considering that's the whole team running it down right into your face, I think he can be very happy with his performance. I don't know how far away Phoenix ult is at this point, but certainly not to be a factor in this round. Plant coming through. Lover's Rock. That's a big risk. He's going to continue forward. Zeus doesn't expect it. I mean, of course he doesn't. And Lover's Rock gets him on the fade back. Still standing. I don't know how they've gotten away with that. The shorty was what was used for the kill on the fade back, and then BBL flooded in to cover, knowing there was a chance they try to hunt him down. Sop had so many bodyguards, there was never a chance for FUT. That's 4-4. And a timeout from FUT. They're feeling that pressure.
You know what that was? That was Lovers Rock when he used to play Yoru. He could get up in the face of the shorty and he could disappear. And I think maybe someone told him that, you know what, you got enough movement over on that Neon that you could do the same thing. I genuinely think, like, even though it's very, very early in this game, he's looking like he's got his confidence back. Because I think that was the biggest and most brutal thing for this team, was that he looked like, after having to move off an agent which forces you to sort of play a very specific way, he didn't have the same confidence in the other agents. And if the break and now playing more Neon is what's going to change that for the team, that makes them a lot scarier. And the last couple of rounds, he's been incredibly good.
Well, I think we see that as well when you go back to the chamber meta. Like, think of someone like Ye as well. Like, without a doubt, the highest impact player, or you put him top 5, no one can debate that, of that meta. And then we move to the next meta and you're getting bombed in tier 2. It's been tough. And I think that for him, like, or for anybody in that position, it takes a while to adapt. It takes finding something you can kind of play to your strengths in, and that hasn't been the case, I guess, for most players, even in making that adjustment to a Neon. It's nice to see him with a little bit of a different interpretation, a lot more aggression, but somewhat more tempered. Set himself up and get himself out instead of slide into the chaos.
Flash! Already. Early space taken. Trip's going to be removed. Like, those going within the first 15 seconds makes it very difficult for FUT to keep tabs on all of the space. You can already see that. Yeah, I like it from Cristalli. He's actually just gone swinging. They've been playing so passively that you almost saw the loss of what is this aggressive style from FUT, this almost disrespectful style. And him going through the hole and taking that fight from spawn, that's helped them out massively. An opening kill. Sociable and Yedajay under pressure. And Yedajay's had a very rough start to this game. Sociable, however, we always talk about it. He is the king of timing. And he couldn't have timed that any better.
Yeah, speaking of players who do well on chamber, he definitely is one. Very nicely done with FUT having this squad surrounded. The back is covered off. Okay, Rose has done well. That's Cristalli down. Now they need to be very careful. The flank is the win con here. Waiting for it should give them the round. And the other two just group up together, play the trades. Perfect. Cosmic Divide is going to make this a bit more complicated. Even more so now with Nightfall. These players, they don't care anymore about that flank. BBL have repositioned perfectly, but the plant really isn't great for this. I mean, to deny that, sure, you have a star to begin, but from there, what do you do? And look at the wraparound, Tom. I hate this. Rose has gone into spawn. They could defuse. They could defuse right now, and the grab wall's the only thing that can stop it. But with the body block, they've already gotten into half. Now, someone needs to run. They can't possibly stop it. Those are the worst post-plant positions I've ever seen. What were they thinking?
Yeah, I don't know if they expected that they could buy enough time off the grab wall, but yeah, they really needed that body block not to be there, and that's an impressive gamble. I also think as well, like, I know they wanted to create, like, distraction and almost dismay in their opponents, But when you Cosmic Divide and then Nightfall into the Cosmic Divide...
I'm going above.
Yeah.
What does that
They can't hear us, guys. They can't hear it. Well, you know there's two spawn.
They're half HP, but you can't push them. Like, it genuinely was a completely pointless ult.
I'm going to say, I think if you got a three hit with it, which was possible, that you insta-flank and they can't hear you. You run. But because he didn't hit 3, then you have to walk, and then your timing's screwed, and now your plant position is also ass, can I point out? Like, that's not ideal. That's just not ideal at all, is it? Now, 1:15 on the clock, and we've already had the pick. Very nicely done by FUT early on to grab that opening. And that B site, you know, obviously they expected a hit there, but now the rotation's coming into A. BBL setting up for the A hit, but not knowing that their timing here is pretty poor. Oh, God.
Already. LaRock has been able to turn it. It's a bit of a risky place to send the ult, but he just wants to try and clear out the backside. Continue going, but he's gone past someone. Zeus was exactly in that smoke. Now he's going to fade back into the short area, but his teammate has been able to hold the line. Make sure that doesn't get any more problematic. Zeus in this back corner is going to be able to hold for now. He's being spammed out above the top. Nice shot from him. Third already in the round, but both players in the back corner might not be expected.
Last player standing.
Sitting forward. Kreven already with one. Now Zeus has to do everything, but it's Kreven once again. A back and forth continuing. A 5-5 scoreline. And there really is no telling who's going to come out on top.
No, not till the final body hits the floor. I mean, this was a great start from Zeus, like we said, taking that B main space. The rotate came in on time. They were in position, and Zeus had one hell of a round even from that opening kill forward, but not enough. BBL able to dig deep and find this round. Much better control over A site. But now, FUT, the 4-man pushing. They're blitzing right into Rose, but Rose is far enough back that he shouldn't be all too bothered by that, and then makes his way even further back by the time the next burst of aggression comes in. And now the rotates. Sure, they know it's B. That's great. But they're going to find out it's B, even if they didn't know, as the plant is coming in. It's a good adaptation by BBL to read where the danger was.
Spike planted.
That's smart. Retakes haven't been massively successful other than that 3v2 we saw moments ago. Bladestorm has spotted one. It's a connection, but it's not a kill. And up above, Zeus has got nothing done. Now it becomes a lot more difficult. Crostali, at least one with the classic, but it kind of shows you the state of the weaponry currently in play. It seems like Yedaje is almost just going to maybe run all the way around and potentially go down to the spike. They're going to look to try and hunt up those orbs. And of course, with LaRock potentially wanting to get back to having his ult online again, you don't want to give him that orb.
Oh, Lloyd has made it out, I think. Yeah, he has. That's a potentially dicey situation. Leveled nicely. 6-5. BBL with the lead here, and I guess this is just the day that we're having, Tom. There is no clear favorite in any matchup. No lead too great for a comeback to come into play. A 4-1 start, if I'm not mistaken, is where we ended up for FUT. They went 3-0 up. They lost the round that they probably shouldn't have. They corrected to the extent that they crushed their opponent's economy. And now the lead's there for BBL a couple rounds later. What a wacky world we live in.
There has been no conviction, is the way I'll put it, today, but it's early doors in the series. Zeus. Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. They've just walked through the edge of the Cosmic Divide.
Face your fear!
Was just so locked in. And somebody coming through the other side. I thought the Cosmic Divide might have been a bit of a giveaway, but I guess it wasn't. And now, Loiter doubling down on this. As said, the retakes have not been great so far from FUT, and this is maybe their worst odds yet.
Well, BBL have just taken the B site, right? They've just planted, and there's now a flank coming through on A.
Yeah, I think it's a bit
As
late.
the retake is happening, the player has just now left the A site on the attack. The flank of dreams. It's years too late. But they've already got the round. And the fact that they can do that while leaving a fade flank on the other side of the map, I don't know whether to be impressed or angry about the success of that attack side. And the fade's going to finish the round as well. Oh, LaRock took it.
Look, Mitch, do you know what it was? Somebody took some seeds and they planted a rose on the other side of the map, and it took someone to pick it and carry it over for him to get there.
I thought we were going to end up with a Giants beanstalk there somehow, but indeed the climb back for BBL has been impressive. We'll see if they can keep this momentum up after the break. Oh, welcome back, folks. You're already into the pistol round. We waste no time around here. As a 4v4 in play, a battle that Sop looks to end here and now. Triple kill for him. And the pistol seemingly falling into Foot's hands now. It's not over yet. Lloyd is in spawn, has to be dealt with. Is it a formality? Well, I mean, you be the judge of that. Nice work for him to start. 3 more and time against him.
Seems incredibly unlikely. He's trying to create a bit of an avenue for himself to get in onto this one, but Zeus is still lurking in the darkness. 6 to 7. Everyone's favorite number.
Those are 2 numbers, Tom.
That's true.
Which one is everyone's favorite number?
The combination of both of them said in
combination.
Tandem.
I see. Okay.
Go, go, go.
That's a good French accent.
Thank you. Yes.
Go, go, go.
Well, 6 to 7. Indeed. Foot. But the pistol should be easily putting this to neck and neck. Easily leveling that playing field. We can see that the attempt from BBL is to stack up towards this B site, use the numbers to their advantage, and possibly on an eco round catch Sociable out. We've seen that before. It worked. A great flash. Oh no, it's happened again. He is really not. I mean, on a low buy, just keep him in spawn. Let's just make a circle around Sociable and keep him safe. He's not having a good time.
Yeah, I think we need to just start sending LaRock footage to the guys that are planning on buffing the bandit and just go, don't do. This is what this pistol can already do. Don't make it stronger, please, for the love of God. But
one
not
enemy
managing
remaining
to correct. There's only one man left, and it's the man who started it all. It would have to be an ace from LaRock, and you know what? I think the gun's pretty decent. I don't think it's this decent. Obviously, for Zeus, it's another multi-frag to add to the collection. Another strong start to this second half. But again, like, you look at how the last half went. If you're winning both pistols on the side of Foot, you really should be winning the game, or at least be in the lead.
I mean, there's no doubt with the way that things went. This should definitely be Foot's lead right now, but that, for BBL, a great sign that they've been able to keep this competitive, and it all comes to a head here. Investment and full buy from the defensive side. Sop looking to take this quite quickly. Oh, into their faces! It's crazy from Foot. They've dominated in 2 fights. The reveal went down, but there was no one left to reveal. All it could have done was shown them the corpses that they've left laying on the floor. Close is Lloyd up at the barrel. Spotted. Hello? Okay. Gadege gets there. And now it looks like a complete shutdown of this purchase from BBL. Their first buy round and their first save.
Yeah, we really are just getting parallels to either half, it seems. But starting incredibly strong and BBL needing to grind back. But the scary thing as well is, you know, if you're up against Foot, odds are the attack side on pretty much every single map is going to be devastating. Like, you have to be ready for that to be the case. They are so good at playing together in these pacey rounds. And as I said, when you put Sop on Neon and Zeus on Jet,
one enemy remaining.
You know what you're getting. You know that you're going to get both of them popping off in different rounds, mainly because there's not enough kills for them to both pop off in the same round. Revan, well, he knows he's there. Can he survive?
Whoa.
What?
You see what I was texting you about that day, Tom? This guy, he was doing that to me in death matches. It's just outrageous. And I tell you, playing against it feels like he's cheating.
With you, he can just stand in the open, and it doesn't matter where you come from. He's going to hit the shot first.
Rude. That's just rude.
It's not rude. He's a professional player. And
you know full well, if he stands in the open, he's getting hit for at least 35 by an Odin. So let's cop on. All right? Yes, I deathmatch with Odins. How do you think he gets so good? After, yeah, as long as he stands up in the open and walks away, you know, I'm good. I'm good to get a bit of damage in there. Now, but this, I have to say, for FUT, it's a good recovery. But again, it doesn't seem like we can have a clear-cut map today, which is great because we had nothing but clear-cut maps going back to previous weeks. So now, at this stage, the Turkish battle, it's really all that it's set up to be. Because if this was a blowout, I think we get a very quick series. But a close first half. The world is our oyster here, Tom. I'm ready for a long night.
Yeah, I think it's like obviously the comeback that we saw in the last half from BBL is a good sign, but it is worrying that you've gone down 3-0 in both halves now. It really sets up, even though I don't think FUT, this is one of their best maps by any stretch of the imagination. Zeus, this is why you put Zeus on Jet. Like, it's such a boring narrative at this point that you put the Turkish Jet on Jet, but like his Phoenix was okay. His Jet is the best player in the server. It genuinely is hard playing against the ball.
Exactly
it's happening again. This is the exact. Has someone just mirrored the script from the previous half?
That was a very weird start to the round. I think they tried to put a camera on someone's face. The cam didn't then spot them. They're already in the cage. What a disaster. Now BBL come in low buy, but lots of upgrades.
He's got ult and a gun.
For Sop. The Outlaw could be worth its weight in gold. Here, a couple light shields to take down. Swing out to long again. 3 players, 3 targets, 2 shots that he can fire back deadly with each burst. And he'll find one, but he's surrounded and isolated. Kreven with his 3rd of the round locks in an 8-8. The lead taken from FUT, but not given back just yet.
Yeah, do you know what was pretty important in that last round? Him saving that rifle.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, this is just them running through the cage. Kreven ends up getting 2 because I think he'd given the rifle over. And then he ends up with a rifle at the end and hitting the headshot. Like, this is... I don't know how we've ended up here twice. Losing the bonus round, winning what was ultimately a very low investment round. And it wasn't long after this that we ended up seeing a pause coming out from the side of FUT. Gedej's genuinely been having a fairly nightmare performance, and after I started to say that Lovers Rock was coming back into the game, he completely disappeared from then onwards. So now, Operator into hand, expectations definitely go up when you have that much in your pocket, and already that double duelist on the FUT side have started off strong again.
Yeah, they've done really well trading out that initial fight towards Art. Now grouping up
cage triggered
for a sight hit. I like the cage on the double doors as well. Just a bit more pressure on the left side of the map, and the big rotates that already been coming in, so it just further reinforces it. Holding B site, holding double doors, and as they spot the info outside it that there's no one here, the pieces are going to start to come together.
I'm out of here.
B long and mid clear, Art clear, and Trap broken towards A, or Cam, sorry. You know now this is where the hit's coming through, but what can you do about it? Okay, they've made it to sight. They've gotten in with the cages. Really nice cages to get Loida into position, but now he's in trouble! Or so he should be. The stun caught him, but the shots back from him. Nothing but flawless. That is such a good round from BBL. Kreven's utility as well, just being used to allow that early flood back onto the site, got them so much of a leg up.
Oh, Kreven over the last few rounds has been insane. Like, saving the rifle, this round turning it back, the round before a triple kill while running in with a pistol. He genuinely has been part of the reason that they are climbing back into this map. And one that they chose as well, one that feels like a necessity for them to win. Even though the next one might feel like a middle ground. We know that momentum is so integral when it comes to Turkish teams and players. And still, though, there is a buy of sorts. A Blade Storm for Zeus. I saw a rifle in the hands of Sop as well. And while Lovers Rock, alongside Loiter, have already cleared a lot towards that B site.
It's the Blade Storm that has to be tip of the spear in this round. All the pressure on Zeus. First man in. Has to get something for his trouble. Good work to start with. And Sop's there to back him up. But Kreven still holding control on that back site. Damage done to the last two that go to pressure him. But site taken now. FUT managed to find themselves a plan. And Sociable in with another. Okay. I mean, this... Oh, hold on. Loita's timing is sublime. Sociable's low. So is Crystalli. And the spams in the smoke come close to ending it. In fact, I think we're already there. The spike now just going to be diffused as Loita holds. In fact, they both will. Waiting for this player to step forward. And that looked ridiculous how quick he snapped onto his head.
They're definitely turning up. And I think, again, like, you go back to what we saw from BBL towards the end of Stage 1, and you're talking about players like Loiter not being there. You're talking about the fall-off of... Even LaRock had, like, a horrific game towards the end of the stage. We're now getting those players back online. Kreven, again, I think there was maybe only one player in that round that he didn't hit. The first two were just ridiculous. But then even then, you could just see the amount of tickle damage that's been done to everybody else, making them desperately low. It was a round that was possible for FUT, but again, it's that same climb back. You win the first 3 rounds of both halves, and you still sit behind by quite a significant margin.
It is such a weird game like that. And to be honest, I almost wouldn't have it any other way. It makes every round so unpredictable. BBL with the lead for now, but the question is for how long? But like I say, it's so important that in the time that we go from Stage 1 to now, and also from last week to this week, we've had those gaps. We've had those times for changes, for learning. And I think Pearl really is a good example of that when we talk about the comps that we came in with here today. The fact that teams have basically swapped over in terms of their duelist roster. But I do think that I'm surprised to see FUT be the ones to slow it down, be the ones to find these advantages in the early half and not follow through on them. It is a bit of a shock. I think up against BBL, it makes sense that this would be a team that challenges them as their regional rival. But like 3-0 up in the half and Zeus having a good game, I think it's over already, if that's the case in both halves. And yet here we are, BBL with the lead.
Opportunity to talk with the coaching staff. Wow, they are definitely pushing towards the more isolated of the two sites. It leaves one man standing in position. That is Lovers Rock, operator at the backside. This is going to be hard to hold, to say the least, but a nice shot onto Sop. One man dealt with, but plenty more to find. He's actually going to use their own utility to try and play around. Kreven gives them the advantage back, and now the reveal will tell them that they are hightailing it to the other side of the map. And Sociable, well, he's going to break the trip, but they're already passed. Do they go back? That's the question. They will have heard all the steps, but hesitant.
Kreven having a trip and a cam sitting in art right now is huge. The position he's holding is all he has to worry about. If they leave to go to B, they have to cross him in some way, shape, or form. And instead, Plank comes in. He had them contained and now cleared towards water so those players in spawn can move together. Dangerous. As you see those double duelists looking to retake as a unit with that snake in the grass of Kreven. He's just cleared this angle and there. Oh! Okay. What a shot by Sociable. That's one hell of a correction. Okay, we're in with a chance. Crystalli and Main, they can be isolated, but there's no smokes here. There's no easy way to isolate these fights, but with the op in hand, they might not be needed. Lovers Rock now closes the distance. Finger guns in play. He's been caught by the seas and shut down by Crystalli. A triple to put FUT 1 round behind.
That was all about choosing the right piece of utility. He had the choice between the Nightfall and, of course, the Seas that we saw, and he swapped at the last second to the Seas, and that was definitely the right of the two. Easily could have gone back in the other direction, though. A nice shot from Lovers Rock, but yeah, a last-second decision and an important clutch from Crystalli. Of course, it still puts them in a deficit. It still means that there's a purchase coming up for the opponents, but in terms of ultimates, he's the only one that has his available for this round. already a lot of early utility and aggression, but it's Sop sliding that gets the opening pick.
Complete BS kill. That one not so much, but the first, complete BS. I mean, he was sliding and pulled back by a C's, I'm pretty sure. Or by a Gravwell. I have no idea how he ended up finding that, but okay. No, it was a C's, right? Either way, LaRock's dead now and the round's gone. Double digits should be found by FUT. The spikes even going the right way. They're avoiding the Cypher utility. They're avoiding what is the stack with the final two players. Are they? Are they? The spike is going art. Okay, they might be about to run into the final two players, which I wouldn't be desperately worried about if Kraven wasn't having the game from hell for everybody that's playing against him.
Loiter's also been pretty nasty over the last few rounds, so they are pushing into potentially the scarier of the two. What I will say, though, is 5v2.
They're going.
They'd have to make some pretty serious mistakes.
30 seconds
First
left.
mistake is walking in here, but can they get anything done? Loiter has been avoided, but he needs to get an ace to win this one out. He's dropped the spike, but he's reloading. They're going to go for the plant on the backside. He's going to try and use utility to make things that little bit more awkward, but would need to go immediately, concussing the players at the backside, and it doesn't matter. Zeus is quicker on the trigger. It is another fantastic round from him. That will leave them 10 and 10. The pause has worked. But is it enough to close out the map? Because if I've learned anything today, there is always another twist in the story.
Oh yeah, this is definitely not going to be a clear-cut one, is it? 10-10 and still so much more ground to cover. When we did promise a close game to the folks at home, and we promised 2 bangers today. And so far, they have been delivering. The start to this one, barriers up and already presence taken. As you can see, A main fully pushed up in. BBL have that control to work with now. Late round, they've seen nothing be long. Cam holding down the laneway too. All their bases covered. And they're just going to abandon the A main space. I think they're going to look for a fight in mid here, which is exactly what FUT are looking for.
Patient. Not something I really expected to be saying, but when having that operator in hand, they could afford to do that. Others Rock gets nothing. Rock unable to react. Kraven is encroaching on those double doors, but you can see that FUT are being diligent in the way that they're playing. Only problem they have is the read. Loiter is already in position at the back of the site. I think he realizes how far forward Yetajay already is, and the flank still... Oh no, they've got this completely wrong. They didn't see anything in time, and so they've just had to gamble. It's understandable with how weak the weaponry is,
30
but
seconds left.
unlike last round, their gamble is completely wrong.
Generally as well, you know, you stack around the Cypher util, you stack where the pistols have the better chance as well. It's just a good avoidance from FUT. And I hope to see the same here in the post plant. You don't want to be too close giving individual fights, and I see Zeus is taking a risk. He's the guy that you'll allow to do it. Build up towards that Blade Storm. Have your dash to get out, which is used here, and Sop fills in the gap very nicely. Who cares about orbs? Sop is out here for the KD. No, he's not. No, he's not. I'm a liar. That's so nice, man. That's so nice. He slides in, stuns, and then just lets his buddy get one closer to a Blade Storm. That's a good teammate right there.
He has been all the way through the season. He has been someone that will do the role that nobody else wants to. Like, playing that entry role is so difficult. And yeah, he was the one to be able to break a record for most first kills in a match, or in a best of 3, I should say. For now, as we saw mentioned, there is a reason you want to see him on Neon and Zeus on Jet. 25 and 13, 19 and 17, the 2 best players currently. We're waiting to see if there is a response once again already. LaRock gone, but at a trade for Zeus. Doesn't sound too bad, but the rest of the players hold on to the line. They're already tagged up low. Sop running around the corner, and if you go to half HP versus an overdrive that's being held by Sop, turns out he's going to wipe the floor with you.
Right there.
That said, it's still come down to a 3v2. There's still opportunities for BBL. This round is not lost despite a huge play from Sop. They went a little bit too far. They burned a bit too bright. And now BBL with a chance to equalize. Even got the Astra alive. A smoke can be bloomed, but they want the kill. And then they think he's in the left corner. What's going on? It's a bit of confusion from BBL, and it might be costly. Luckily, Lloyd is there to cover from afar, and just in time to get that diffused as well, or with a bit of extra time even. 11 to 11. Oh, there's no telling how this one's going to go.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think they're a little bit lucky that Yetege is having an uncharacteristic quiet performance, because normally, with him in a 1v2 with players looking the wrong way, I would have bet my house on him winning it, but it's just not been his day, not been his map so far. Wow, this is kind of what I expected to see. Just an all-out brawl in main, a chance for overtime in the first map. We're getting our fair share today. We've had a couple of 13-11s as well, alongside the OT that was in map number 1. Everything points to it going in that direction. But for BBL's sake, you kind of have to hope that on their map choice, on their pocket pick, the map that was meant to be a surprise, they're able to take it over the line. Otherwise, it doesn't sit well for Haven if they don't.
Well, this is the full force of the defensive side rotating into the B site, playing behind Cypher Trips that have now changed sites as well, but it's been spotted. It doesn't matter. Loida and Larocque have taken them down. The spam's good. The kills from Loida consistent, and as Larocque falls, it's really not a problem. That was the ult even sent through for 5 versus 2 with an immediate shutdown from Loida. It's Yetege alone, and now the chance to close this map, the pick of BBL, sits with them. Sits with BBL, a team that, again, with how this was going, with a 3-0 start to each half, it should be next to impossible for them to sit in the lead right now.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't be the case. FUT have definitely let this one slip, and you can understand, even if it hasn't looked perfect or even close to it from BBL, you can understand why they wanted to go here. It is a map that has not been comfortable for FUT, and to get such massive advantages in either half,
they found my wire.
Then at a minimum, it going to overtime. Because you might be looking at this going, hey, Tom, Yetege is still alive. Firstly, he isn't anymore. But secondly, the spike was down on B on the other side of the map. It was all about just saving a weapon. It probably means that economically they're not going to be in the best position, but Deuce has a Blade Storm, so, you know.
Yes.
What else do you need?
Well, I mean, Sop had the finger guns, got 3, and they still ended up letting it slip.
So you're saying he needs at least 4. I like it.
Yeah.
I like those odds with how he's been playing so far.
Yeah, he's 25 and 15. He's been doing okay. Lloyd has overtaken him for that top frag. Some really big rounds from him as well. And here's a chance for Zeus. Plenty of presence. Does BBL do the same thing FUT did in so many rounds? Take that space towards A main. Play back into Art later. Leave some passive control, and that has worked out wonderfully. Yetege dealt with, and now all that remains is this two-dimensional approach from A main. Rose in the corner as well. Look at all the presence on the left side. They're not worried about him. They're not worried about that corner, but they should have been. They absolutely should have been.
Well, the recovery looks all but complete, bar a mistake.
I know exactly.
2 players stuck. I'll be honest, I think you already knew exactly where they are. Maybe just worried about a flank, but I think it was very well documented where those last couple of players are. Trip still in play, Cam still in play. And even though there are 4 players on one side of the map and only Kreven on the other, part of me actually thinks that maybe just Kreven alone is more dangerous than the rest.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're playing so slow. They're walking through, but when they get to the double doors, the Cam's going to see them. They've realized, or no, they still haven't. They're still shift walking. The Cam spots them. Now they know where the play is coming through. Now Kreven can get ready as well. Doesn't want to expose himself to long just in case they've split. But think of how many angles there are to clear for FUT here. They don't know how many players are in position already. The rotates could be here, but Kreven is just sat waiting. First cage goes up, and the plant's underway, but the shorty, okay, it doesn't land. He fires off a little early. Doesn't want to give his life away. Still playing so reserved. He's playing this like it's one of the early rounds, not like they're on the cusp of victory. And with just one more kill, that's exactly what BBL will have. Of course, it's Loida to deal the final point of damage. And with 13 to 11, BBL have taken the first map.
Yeah, really impressive show of resilience coming out from them. I think this was a squad that coming in, we talked about the sort of crumbling of a team that was fantastic back towards kickoff, and the fact that in both halves of this map they went 3-0 down and they managed to recover it each time. That's really, really impressive, especially with both Zeus and Sop on. It wasn't like either of those players was missing, so I think that is a really good display. Loiter ending on a 30 bomb as well, Kraven on 25, both of them having a lights-out map performance. And that's a good sign, because it means that even if you don't get your double duelist showing, you can still win the game.
It is incredible to imagine that we go into a game, as I said, 3-0 up in both halves, Zeus having a lights out game, and you lose as FUT. That's got to be devastating.
Yep.
But knowing that they made it this close on their opponent's map pick maybe will be somewhat of a consolation prize. FUT now need to win on Haven to have a chance. If not, we will be sending BBL forward in this lower bracket. Again, elimination is what we're talking about at this stage. It is a best of 3, but their tournament lives are on the line. The road to EWC ends for one of these teams, possibly in the next map. To find out, we'll see you after the break.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Your looks make me weak. Your skin too much heat. Make into roses. I want you to hold me. Drops and drops and drops and drops. I want you to hold me. My favorite to no surprise, alone I'm blind. The sword to my stone, forevermore. I long for you, our future to bloom to the bitter end. Your looks make me weak, your skin too much heat. Make into roses, I want you to hold me. 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 I want you to.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get into the 5th map of the day, Tom. Quite a run we've had here tonight. Nothing but the distance being gone. Do you think that's going to change now going into the next map, into Haven, between these teams?
No, absolutely not. I think we're going to have exactly the same for the rest of the maps. I would not be surprised to see a 6th map after this one as well. I think that it was an incredibly close game. I do think the good sign for BBL is the fact that they lost. It was 6-0 basically if you're just counting the first few rounds down, and they managed to turn it in each half. So impressive stuff from them. The main thing for me is that they don't come in with the same comp in this next map. Like, don't get me wrong, they've had victories with it here and there, but it's like, I think Fnatic, when they played in Week 5, really showed the vulnerabilities of this composition. I still don't... especially when you're playing against a team that has that sheer level of pace that can be shown from FUT, I just would rather see them go to something a little bit different in terms of the compositions. And they have. That's exactly what they've done. They got a Phoenix, which is a massive change from the Breach that LaRock was playing before. It's not exactly on the meta, but it's a lot closer to what we've seen.
Yeah, I think this is a much better pickup as well. Like, we spoke and you spoke extensively about the differences or the downsides more specifically of running that Breach and the Jet. And I do think that at this point, much more fluidity from this squad running the Phoenix, much more aggression. And I like that a lot. I think the Phoenix, something that an agent that I've grown to love over the last couple of months. Yeah. Especially when used right, but even going back to before the days where it was, I mean, I guess nowadays it's the norm, right? Like, at least on a lot of maps for a lot of teams, it's become a pretty decent baseline. But even in the days before that was the case, when it was a real surprise to see him picked, this was a map where he thrived. So no surprise to see so many teams leaning this way now that it's become a bit more accepted and a bit more viable to run him constantly.
Yeah. I also think, just on a base standpoint, I don't want to see LaRock sat in a corner setting up stuns that 100%. Ultimately don't guarantee you anything. That shock dart, though, is nasty. Kreven is down to 46 health within the first second of the round because of a Crystalli shock dart. So a decent start. But yeah, I think this allows him to run in with Lover's Rock, have this deadly duo. And while they might need it in this round because Loiter's already gone.
And nobody's running in with Lloyd, and now a slide out from Sop. Good target selection, but the shots don't land, and BBL find themselves clawing their way back into this round. Up close to Sociable, had a few low HP targets, and he got the first. The plant can be found. A drone, no from Rose, has ended his life. That's the worst drone. That's the worst. That's the worst drone. Well, it's 2v1. Now let's see if Kraven's got it in him for, I think, a 4K. And he's going to go all the way rapping into spawn. I think at this point, though, they'll be cautious of a B walk up as well. So spawn's not going to be that much of a surprise. And it is being watched. That'll be the end of him.
Gonna fall back here.
Yeah. Choices were made. Honestly, a good recovery in the initial start of the round, considering how badly it went with like the little pincer we saw. It was a decent recovery, but yeah, I don't know if Rose just assumed they were going to come from backside, and that was his attempt to delay, but you knew that there was a guy in mid behind you because he killed the rest of your team. So, it's, yeah. The worst thing is, it's not even like that was Zeus's first kill, that one there. That was his second kill after he was in mid, so mistakes are made. Another pistol goes in the direction of FUT. That is every pistol, looking like it will be every second round. Unless they troll, but no. I said one player fell back. Crystalli is still here, but hey, I guess for him it works.
Yeah, that was a cool round. I'm not sure why Sop ran through the smoke. Okay, I'm not sure why I'm not sure why Sop ran up short. I'm not sure why he ran into the smoke with the Marshall, and I'm not sure why he ran out of the smoke with the Marshall on the other side then. While shooting it the whole way, by the way. That wasn't like, I'll creep up and see if I grab a shot. He was like, hey, I'm coming with this weapon that's almost out of ammo. And he got wrecked.
Is this your first time watching Sop?
No, it's my first time watching Sop do that with a Marshall versus an Eco.
I don't know. It
is the first time doing that.
He is a maniac. He has been a maniac, and I think he will continue to be a maniac. But in this time, it's not been punished. That is insane. See you later, sociable. Spam's working out. The double duel is taking over. EWC in behind, though. This is now a problem. Zeus again has been able to shut them down. We are genuinely going to see them get a 3-0 start in every single half of the game so far. Unless Creven has a 1v3 clutch in his back pocket, which would involve, okay, a relatively easy duel potentially versus EWC if he checks the angle, but the other two players have rifles in hand. So first one, not even easy. Never mind. 3-0 again.
Yeah, congratulations to BBL on winning the map. Go 3-0 down. That's their win condition. Lose the start of each half. I have to say, Salp, you say there's Zeus getting both kills. Salp was, my guy was running in backside as well. Like the trades were coming in regardless, and he's the one drawing their eye by just being such a madman. I mean, I feel like you say he's crazy, and I agree with you. He is a madman, but sometimes it's like a switch flips, and he goes from being like serial killer crazy to cannibal crazy. You know what I mean? He's an absolute madman, unpredictable. But predictable in his unpredictability.
Night.
Oh, it's happening again, isn't it? They're going to win round number 4. I know that we're only like 1 kill in and they've taken so much damage, but I've watched it in 2 halves already. Go 3-0 down on a low buy, win the next round. It's made no sense so far this game, but they've got that post plant already. Okay, a couple of vulnerable players, which is definitely going to make things more difficult, but even still, Loiter's been able to trade it back. Is he going to get revealed? Yes, he is, but even still, he's managing to hide within the smoke. An advantage back in FUT's favor. And okay, they've at least broken the full-on trend of them losing round number 4 by going 4-0 up. Not a great sign for BBL, but for FUT, this is them right back into the game.
New theory, BBL's new strategy is to go 4-0 down in each half so that they win the game 13-8. I think that could be the play. It could be from this round onwards. I don't know. I don't believe that the madness of last map is over just yet, but this is, yes, pointing towards a very strong start for FUT. Now, I look at this round, there were 4 people ready to push A. So I think we're going to get quite a bloodbath right off barrier up. And indeed, that is what we're getting, at least on one side. It depends if they're going to give the fights. Creven's given the fight. He has no way out now. He is stuck. He is dead.
Later.
And EWC's killed 2 on the other side of the map. All right, well, fair enough. That's the spike.
Yeah, I don't think the theory is
One enemy remaining.
very well at this point. And also, the other thing to note is that EWC had a horrible map of Carl. Already looking like he might be back. A flawless 5-0.
That was a VALORANT.
You want to talk theories? Maybe they're going to go 8-0 down and then win 11 rounds in a row to try and mimic the last series. Or all of these theories are pointless and they're actually just getting smashed.
They're actually just getting destroyed. It could be that one, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, Tom, you could be onto something. I like that. It does. I am waiting with bated breath for BBL to wake up into this, but on the other side, for FUT, it's their map pick. Very strong start, looking dominant in a lot of these rounds. And although, you know, the fact of the matter is, we know that this can be a close series and could be a close map, we're seeing nothing from BBL that was there last map. It's so strange to see them shut down like that. But Tom, I'm going to be honest with you. I put the minimum, I put the bar at like 3. If they can get like 3 rounds after what we saw last series, yeah, I see no reason why they can't take this across the line. I'm feeling like
I don't want to use the last series as a metric for how the games are going to go.
It's the day we're having, brother. It's the day we're having. I'm
going to try and stick to being rational and reasonable and just use numbers to back up my points. And yeah, the victories that we've seen from BBL on this map involve going 4-8 down and then having a comeback. Unfortunately, each time they did that, they were on the defense starting, and then they had a comeback on the attack.
I see.
This is very bad for them. Obviously, compositional change, but I don't think the Jet Phoenix comp is going to be significantly better on the defense, or at least I don't expect it to be. They've started better in this round. Sociable's taken a lot of damage, and he's only traded out the ultimate. And well, Lover's Rock is going to end his life with a Blade Storm. Even still, though, this is traded evenly. Lover's Rock with an operator. Hits the drone, swap to the knife. Now the convergence path thrown in as they take the space back. Stunned up. But the bullet's not quite landing for Zeus. He's leaving them low, but now they're going to be ready and waiting. But maybe he was just being kind, being generous, allowing them a chance. Because it goes back down to just one man. And thankfully, he's not got a drone left.
Yeah, that's probably working out massively in his favor. Once we don't see a random Hunter's Fury here. This swing is a swing to the death, to his death. 6-0 now. 4 foot. No signs of slowing down. Even this round, 2 players left alive. It's one of the best that BBL have had going for them. And off the back of the timeout, not much has changed. This was nuts as well from Zeus.
Yeah.
Like, he did a little bit of damage, I think, on the spams, but they knew he was there. They were waiting for the cage to drop, and he insta-domes 2 of them.
It almost feels like they're using that first map as practice. Zeus was incredible on the first one as well. It seems like he's gone nowhere on the Waylay, which, as said, normally the Jet is like, okay, this guy's going to be insane, and then everything else is like, he might be. Like, he'll have some decent performances, but right now it looks like he hasn't gone anywhere. Sociable, get out. And actually, with the ultimates that are available, especially that Hunter's Fury, this is not a bad spot for BBL. The problem, though, is weaponry is not the best.
Yeah, Flash just spotted coming up, but not dealt with. They can't get back far enough, and Cristalli's traded out. This is a great start. An attempt to pull it back from Sup, but he eats a Flash's time now. Ticks away, the ult ticks away and is now gone. This is looking fantastic for BBL. We could finally see a round put on the board, and it could be costly too. Big weapons on the other side, big upgrades to be picked up by BBL. As you see an op sitting on the floor right now, but I'm not sure how many players are getting out of this fight. Yeah, you're not getting away with that weapon, Kraven. Try as you might. He picks it up and runs for the hills. Despite Yedajay finding 3, the round's already done. Everybody will fall in the end, but BBL with a round at last.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have liked to take some weaponry through, but the crux of it is getting around is far more important. If you want another stupid conspiracy theory, maybe they decided to lose both sets of 3 in a singular half. But again, no. I like the Hunter's Fury play, especially with the weaponry they had. I think that was a really good mid-round call coming out of Rose. Like, I'll send the Hunter's Fury through, you guys push, you're going to be able to level the playing field a little bit while they try and dodge the ults. Fact is, though, this needs to be some sort of ignition lit. Otherwise... Oh, my. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, nothing's hot and fresh out of this kitchen. As we end up with a 4v4 backside, though, Sociable can be isolated. He's already got 1 under his belt, but that's all he can get this time. Retake with a man disadvantage and a snake in the grass in the form of Kreven. BBL might be on for 2.
Healing integral. Rose maybe locked in the other direction, but the trip position. Are they going to spot the gun? They are. Okay, that kill's free. The problem is they've lost another player on the other side. Paranoia waiting for them as they round the corner, and that leaves a player close that they also have to clear. And because of that, the time's gone. It's just taken them too long to get through these couple of players, and a whiff shot. I was going to say maybe loses the operator, but Zeus, quick enough. He'll be able to pick that up post-round. If they want it. Hasn't got it yet.
No one's gonna give you what you want.
Leave it to the last second.
Just about. That guy knows his timings, let me tell you.
Yes, this should
But much better from BBL. They're now finally being able to put a little bit of pressure on. I mean, we saw it a couple of times getting shut down in those early fights, and the same thing happened here with Sociable. But then they isolate him. And I think that's the point that we need to see is, like, so far it's felt like FUT get opening fight, and then there's not really a response from BBL. But this time they don't let him get away. They chase him down. And more direct plays perhaps going to be a feature of BBL's playbook from here on out in the attack side. As it certainly seems to be working.
They streak this back again. But the advantages in the last map of Wild Crest Alley, they're just going walkabouts. I guess maybe expecting a little bit more of a sound cue, but there was nothing to be had. Especially with how many seat hits we've seen in a row. Even when they were losing rounds, I feel like I haven't seen this half of the map. I'll be honest with you, Mitch. I forgot there was an A site for a second, so I can understand why maybe he didn't expect them to go this way.
But yeah, the only A fights have been aggressive defensive fights. That was a chance there to take Lover's Rock out, but with that missed, I mean, still utility there on the other side. They're buying more and more time. Now Zeus is down to save. Surely we're getting towards that point, and now you can start to see the defenders putting some distance between them and this site. The save has been called. Another round successfully claimed by BBL. I mean, these guys were left in the dust. Every half so far in this series has started out with them behind by a significant amount. This more so than the previous. And yet every half has seen them close the gap.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just like some sort of robot calculating. I don't think it is, because a lot of the time it ends up being brute force that wins them the game. But this was very, very easy for them. Like, the C hits have definitely been like this sort of brutal, aggressive manner, and I can understand why FUT have gone, okay, they keep doing that. They've won it a couple of times in a row. They're probably going to do it again. But this was just a walk-up, a slower style that ends up gifting a freebie. Up now with the operator in hand. Kreven, if he does walk into this angle, would surely be dead to rights.
I don't think he's that silly. Or feeling like taking that much of a risk. And that camera's checking the door and they see no one there. But even if it's not Kreven to step into that op, I think someone's about to. They're looking towards mid. They're thinking about it, but so cautious of that space so far. As we can see, it's the right play. They're avoiding getting picked off by the op, but if that changes, Sop is sat there waiting. Just one player has to get curious, but as of right now, they've completely avoided him, and Garage is the one under pressure, but Zeus has dropped down with a perfect stun, has only put us even.
The problem is the spike. That's now going to have to become a retrieval mission. Now, bear in mind, Loiter does have his ultimate online. Seems like he's not interested. Instead, he wants to take the fight behind them. This is nasty. Zeus has absolutely... Oh, he's got no idea, but he does now. And there's nowhere to go. Absolutely nowhere to go. Sociable can only trade one out, and it comes down to just one man standing. Man of moments in the form of Crystalli. Picked off early in the last round. This time he's taken space early. He's just walked into the site. There's no way that anybody expects him to be there. First kill comes easy. The second is Loiter. An unbelievable comeback in the last map. Ended with 30 kills. All he needs is one to bring them their 4th round home, but they're going to know exactly where he is. A chance for Crystalli to try and clear him, try and bait him back into that fight, but Loiter's giving him absolutely nothing, and who is surprised that this man will close it out again?
He was so patient there as well. Well, once the drone hits him, hiding in the corner and choosing his fights perfectly. You could see his opponent hesitant to round that corner for the big fight, hesitant to swing wide. But really, it was those initial fights. I think it was Rose and Kreven who managed to find the kills that opened this up for that wraparound from Loiter. Like, if they're not able to trade that out so quickly, there's more than enough players there from FUT to cover every single angle, and instead there's that one gap left that worked out perfectly for him. Again, a great choice, because as you said, he had his ult online. Most players probably just pop the ult there, take the spike, and go about their business, but instead he realizes, we don't need to cheese it, we don't need to play the easy route. I've got a play unfolding here, and that basically won them the round. What a comeback again from BBL Esports, and it's not over yet.
But yeah, I think the crazy thing, especially when you watch Loiter play, because I think, like, we talk a lot about youngsters. I think it's been a massive storyline this year, the BBL Pacific becoming BBL, having Loiter and Larock as these two youngsters that are coming into the league, basically. And I think that for me, at this point, I don't know if you'd agree, watching this game, I forgot that Loiter is 18 years of age. Because like you watch Love vs. Rock, or you watch Sop especially. Sop's a great example. You talk about it. He's crazy. He's sliding into angles, going through smokes, doing all this mad stuff. Loiter is an incredibly intelligent player in the way that he actually plays. It's someone who is like way above their years in their manner of playing.
Oh, good flash. Sociable. A decent trade to start. Hunter's Fury sent in Zeus to trade out the Larocque reveal, but Kreven gone. That's massive. The pick now in their favor. The damage on the back of it. Oh, keeps getting worse. Rose is down. Larocque is half HP. And he's now down to 0 as well. Really nice stuff from FUT. That push up on long, the reveal in play, the wraparound from Sop as well to completely contain them. You couldn't ask for a better round. And keep in mind, they started this with a deep camera on C. So they've had this information that side of the map was free. Yeah. He's made noise.
That's so annoying. Like, because at least there was, I don't know, maybe a 5% chance that he could get back into the round. But then you do that, and it's like, well, yeah, we know exactly where you are. We don't have to watch the A site anymore. We can literally just stare in like 2 angles, and that's already the round over. At least the half guaranteed for FUT, but from 6-0 up, I don't think they're going to be overly happy if this ends up as a 7-5. But yeah, I love the trap play. A convergence path into a Hunter's Fury into an aggressive swing from Zeus. Like, that ultimate combo is so difficult to break apart, and they've got themselves, in some way, a well-deserved lead. But their opponents now have ults to play with as well, and I'm looking at that potential combination of those jet knives plus a Hunter's Fury as a perfect site opener.
Get out of my...
Well, it appears they're going to open the site the old-fashioned way. Sop's taking 2, though. They're running straight into him, and now, okay, numbers not back to even. We need another pick for that to happen, and for BBL, that seems out of the question. Rose spikes down on the other side of the smoke. 3 opponents to take out of play. This one would be way too big of an ask. And they even just flex on him by showing him how to drone the right way from C site. You'll love to see it. Extra shot. That's him done. That landed literally on him. That bounced off the wall and hit his ankle. Good night. 8-4. A good half from FUT.
Switching sides.
Yeah, it definitely got a little bit dicey in the middle. They have sandwiched together 6 rounds in a row, and then the 2 at the end that make it a fairly convincing half. But yeah, I think their map choice looking incredibly good. And although we saw a little bit of a resurgence, the problem I have, and we're still in that problem, is that they have not won a pistol yet. And so that's what I'm going to be looking at if BBL are going to have any hope of turning this around.
Well, we'll see if BBL can take a pistol round, but that is all coming up after the break.
One enemy.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4, and it seems like the key to success is killing Zeus. As so far, he's died 4 times, and they've lost 4 rounds. What a half from him, considering how close it's felt at times.
Yeah, kill him and don't lose 4 players in the process, because it's 16-4 right now. It's not a bad scoreline from him whatsoever. And as I said, on the waylay at times, it definitely felt like he wasn't anywhere near as good as on that jet, but we are still seeing impressive display from him. A pistol round necessary. A great position from Loiter, but he gets nothing. Oh, it seems like their pistol rounds are well and truly cursed.
It is incredible, isn't it? Like, if they won the pistol here to start out, it would have been such a close half. Okay, well, maybe we can't count them out fully yet. It's a 2v2. Good play by Cristalli, though, and with a lick of health left, I don't think that there's very much of a chance for Lover's Rock to get anything done. And indeed, he's put to bed. 9 rounds on the board for FUT. 4 pistols under their belt as well, and yet they're fighting to stay alive in this series.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like, with the starts they've had, this should now be looking at a 2-0 in their favor. Instead, they're looking to take us to a 3rd map, but I think we knew coming into today that a 6-map day was very much possible, and that hasn't changed. 3rd map of Lotus, an all-out display from either side, and safe to say, and unless they can start that streak back a little bit earlier this time, I think Lotus might just be on the cards.
It certainly should be at this point. And I think in terms of the series we've had, it should be, because we're owed a little 3rd map between these. The day is running late. The night grows long. But separating these two teams, not as easy as I think some might have thought. Again, that Pearl game, considering how many key and vital rounds BBL lost for them to end up winning it, definitely seemed like an impossibility at one point. Now we find ourselves in a similar situation here. Albeit a slightly worse. I think it was 10-5 last time around. This would be 10-4. And indeed, I'm going to say will be 10-4. They've stacked C. I do like the idea. They've got a pretty good idea to stack C outside the C site. Let them initiate. Let them take everything there. Let them use their utility. And then the paranoia comes through for logs and flood back in. It's not a bad idea. But it doesn't work when they go the other way.
Yeah, that's kind of how these rounds are expected to go, of course. You can't really split up and look for clues when your opponents have more utility, weaponry, and just about everything in between. And for now, all they can really do is die to the spike. And I'm mainly looking to see if anybody on the FUT side is going to go hunting for orbs. I would assume that there would be somebody, and well, there you go. Cristalli is the first to step forward. It's not bad for LaRock. Of course, for LaRock, you're happy to sort of trade that one out, because as a Phoenix, you want to try and earn as many orbs as possible, and one of those comes from dying. The rest of the team, of course, just going to go down to the spike. That will now be 10-4, a mountain to climb for the side of BBL. And unlike the last map, they kind of did it over a period rather than all at once. And I have to say that this has been fairly methodical for the side of FUT so far. As many orbs as possible, just going to go down to the spike.
Yeah, it has looked very clean. Even in that round, the fact that only one player hunts and the rest are quite passive. One sits back in the form of Yedege to protect the spike down to the very last second, and then they get out with 4 alive. Perfectly done. And this is the thing. It feels like not only are they in the lead, but they're pulling the ladder up behind them. And that's where the climb gets so much more difficult for BBL. Very pointed play coming through from FUT. I was going to say slow, but then they instantly shift up to this C split. Drones clearing the way. They've taken Garage, and the C site is going to be very hard to hold if those reinforcements don't get there in time, and they are forced out by the stun. That means Loida is dead to rights, and coming out of the smoke is a mistake. Or it should be. LaRock maybe has a chance. Never mind.
Oh, I didn't expect the flying judge. I think I can forgive him for that one. 11-4.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Seems like this time FUT are gonna speed run the map. Yes, I do have some PTSD from the previous series, but it felt like the changing of the half was the beginning of that comeback, and it's safe to say going into the second half, nothing really has changed.
Here.
For now, Tom, I mean, there's always time. Maybe this push on A can be what changes the course of history. BBL, well, good night. Yep. There goes your rifle. Lover's Rock even had the right idea. He checked the right corner, but he just couldn't get a shot off in time. They were so quick to respond. Rifles,
1 health.
both rifles are recovered here. And even though that man's on 1 health, you get towards C, you can give the rifle over to your buddy, and now we're in a better spot. Especially if we're talking
How
about
do you
Kraven.
think he's getting to C? Is he going to go all
Through
the way
spawn.
through the spawn?
Oh, well, yeah. If he goes spawn, he has a chance. Apparently, he has a chance if he doesn't. He just hits soft to 140. Down to 10.
There you go. Now he gives him the rifle after doing 140 damage. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he should just keep it for himself, because that was a nutty shot. Of course, just look at the setup. You've still got the trip, and then you've got the angle from Yedoje watching the gap instead. Or at least watching what could be the gap. Rose goes, timing very bad. Very bad timing. Looks away. Now things are starting to get a little bit shaky. But Crystalli is there to save the day. Both players low. But unfortunately for Rose, so is he. And Sop, even after being 140, did not die.
Match point.
Well, there was a spark of hope in that round, and it didn't catch. It got taken away by the wind and snuffed out. 8 rounds in a row. Well, anyone that believes in the comeback for BBL, psychiatric examination would be my recommendation. This is a map 3 if ever I've seen one. And listen, Lotus should be very exciting. I'm certainly intrigued to see it between these two teams. And if you are at home, the good news is you're not going to have to wait very long.
Immediate use of the run it back. Running in towards their spawn, trying to trap them in onto long, but there's still a player waiting behind. Rose only going to get the one, and now that flank through the TP has been heard. They know there's a flank coming in. Lover's Rock from above, though.
One enemy
He's
remaining.
done incredible work.
Spike
3 kills in the
down
round. And while the flank was at least caught, but they know exactly where Yedoje is.
That they do.
Well, one of our observers, it seems, is DC, but don't worry. There is a second one who is watching.
We're so back. Let's go. Thankfully, the rest of the players aren't going to the lobby just yet. I think Yedoje is dead to rights, and as the cage goes down, there's 3 players all around him. 12-5. 7 in a row. Much more doable than 8. Let me tell you. But again, for FUT, ult dump round, big individual. Like, this is basically impossible to come back into. 7 in a row, I would say, especially for BBL against a team like FUT. I just don't see them crumbling. Rarely do you see that from a Turkish team, and especially when they've been this dominant so far. It is a matter of time.
No, we basically need BBL players to enter some form of God mode, but then again, they have done that in the past. Rose already managing to get 2 off the back of the Hunter's Fury. An early ult pop alongside a push, but once they get those openers, they fall back. I like that. Like, we saw Lover's Rock still looking to get aggressive, but he sees the second kill and goes, you know what? I don't need to take this fight anymore.
Cover going
Knowing
out.
that there's an operator hiding on the other side. Well, fall back down to much slower push. Even still, though, the defense are looking to potentially re-aggress.
Sociable try to go past this. The rest of the team's right behind him, though. I mean, unless he's going to go plan solo.
Stealing sight.
Instead, breaks it and they'll take the site. It's not worth the risk, of course, not knowing where someone could be hiding around any corner. The plant comes... Excuse me?
One enemy
The plant
remaining.
comes in, a sociable just rips the head clean off almost everybody on BBL. That 3K has just sealed the deal. At least it should have. At least it should have. The last man standing, Lover's Rock,
You had it coming.
will not be standing for
Attackers
long.
win.
13-5, and we have got a blowout here today, Tom.
One map was actually somewhat clean for the first time today. It ended the streak of OT 13-11, 13-11, 13-11, and now it has come back to one dominant map. But what that does mean is that is setting us up for that third and final. So one of these Turkish teams will be out. The other, of course, will go on to face Na'Vi. And the fact is, that's going to be the final spot. And I think for either of these teams, of course, for FUT, it would be a massive turnaround from kickoff to then go to both London and EWC. And for BBL, it's kind of almost redemption. It's like, okay, we had that great start to the year, and then we kind of fell off in stage 1, didn't make it to London, but we still have EWC to play for. So I think that this final map is going to be integral for either of these sides to take it over the line. And honestly, right now, it looks like it's in FUT's hands, but you never really know with either of these squads.
Yeah, you never really know. The only way you do is when you see it happen. And that only happens after the break.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Hello, folks, and welcome back. The road to EWC ends on the next map for one of these two teams, FUT versus BBL. We've already said goodbye to Fnatic today, although it feels like yesterday, Tom. It's been one hell of a day. When it comes to competitive Valorant, we've gotten to see almost as much as physically possible from every map so far.
I was about to say, it feels like yesterday, but also it still hasn't left my mind, the fact that they let go that bigger lead. So I don't know. It's definitely, it's been a game of a completely different game, but similar in a different aspect. Pearl was still that same sort of close comeback from BBL, whereas that map from FUT was clean, almost from start to finish. I think there was a 4-round gap where we started to believe that maybe BBL could turn the tide, and a much quieter performance from Kraven, who had a great first map. Zeus continued his reign of terror, but we got more from Crystalli. I think everybody, in fact, stepped up, especially Yetaje. And now going into map 3, it feels like it's anybody's game. And again, you look back to the variance in comps and what we've seen from both of these teams. Well, this could be the first map where we actually get a mirror matchup. Like, both teams have been running Neon Rays, Fade, Omen, and then the Vice. So it's interesting. We could end on what feels like a level playing field, with both teams having a fairly decent record, both teams having a close victory in EWC so far. Basically, what I'm saying is there's a very good chance that we're going to be up quite late.
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to BBL, I am a little bit afraid that after that last map, them getting rolled like that is going to play against them, right? We've talked about momentum, and for FUT, I think it's absolutely a factor that now we start to see more players come online. We start to see Yetaje in the mix as well. For BBL, they've just been absolutely stomped on Haven. It didn't, like he said, there was like a couple rounds where it felt like maybe they could make the climb back, but Tom, if it wasn't for the game that we had earlier on, I'm not sure I would have believed in it at all. I think I was just thinking, oh, well, we saw a 9-3 come back, so it's starting to feel like maybe we could be at the start of that. But no, this was dominance from FUT, and that's where, BBL are the ones that have a lot of ground to make up coming into this map. And I do fear that getting squashed like that, it's going to be very hard for them to bounce back.
Yeah, I also think as well, you can't have a series where you lose all 6 pistols. Like, that's where we're at so far. All 4 pistols have gone the way of FUT. They've started every half off well. In fact, they've gone for the majority of halves, winning at least 3 rounds. Like, in fact, it's every single one so far. They had a 6-0 and then a 4-0. You're not going to win a series if you can't win any of the early rounds. So I think that's going to be the major thing for me in this one, is like, okay, can BBL get off the starting block a little quicker? Because in every game, like, again, they go 4-1 down, they win 3 in a row. In the last one, they went 6-0 down, they win 4 in a row. Like, we know that they can come back into it. I would almost say at this point, if they go 3-0 down, I want to see the coach take an immediate pause. Have that mental reset a little bit earlier, because the pauses clearly were having some impact with the fact they were able to get a resurgence from it. So maybe it's just correcting a few things in the head, like the more mental side of it, or maybe there's something that Key is spotting. But I think that's the one thing that could define this series is, okay, can you get out where you're good, because we know this is a good team, just that little bit faster? Because if you keep giving these early starts to FUT, you're then gambling on them slowing down. And I think what we saw in the last map was they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where the pressure will then be on the other side for BBL to, like you say, show up early, not let FUT run away with things. And maybe that means some mistakes are made. Maybe it means some individuals step out of line. And I think that's my concern, is trying to force the correction too early on, trying to force yourself into the game early on, because BBL have done most of their work here from behind, climbing back into the halves, and they've looked so good at it. But one pistol round could completely change the flow of things, completely change how this map is going to look. And that's if that pistol round finds its way into BBL's hands. As far as we spoke about the compositions and the possibility or probability of a mirror matchup, Tom, and, well, it doesn't look like much is going to change.
No, I think a very strong composition on this map. We've even seen an attempt from Fnatic to move away from this sort of style, with at least with a few of the agents being very similar. I think Fade and Omen has been a mainstay for quite a long time. Neon is the meta pick. Raze is, again, another that has been in this for quite a long time. And then Vice is sort of the new Sentinel that really seems to be working wonderfully, especially versus Neon. So I think that both teams having a similar idea, and both teams kind of running what is more of the meta style comp at the moment is more of a good sign, especially for BBL. I feel like at times have lent a little bit further away from the meta, but this is one comp that they've actually been running for a while. And although, yeah, they struggled a little bit when they played versus Vitality, they did well versus Giant X, they did well in this qualifier versus Eternal Fire. And then on the other side of things, it's kind of similar. A win versus Na'Vi in close fashion for FUT, and then a couple of defeats to Heretics, who they're proven to be very, very good on this map. So I don't think there's anything too damning for either side. It sets us up nicely, but I do agree with you that the main thing here for me is I think either we get an incredibly close map, or I suspect FUT will win, because they have the wind in their sails. And I'm waiting to see if BBL have that level of resilience. Because I think even when they were good, even when they were playing that Euro meta, think back to when they had that incredibly close series playing against NRG, the next game they got banged. So it's like there's always been that sort of mental thing for them since they've started losing, which you have to bear in mind up until they played at Masters Santiago, they didn't lose. They barely ever lost.
It is also another factor to take into consideration that now they've lost, and the players that didn't really show up there, that fell off from map 1, were the ones that were carrying a lot of the weight for that squad. Your Loidas, your Kraven as well. He was fantastic when it came to Pearl, and really deactivated on the previous. So that's definitely something to worry about as we get into the action. You can already see the barriers might be up, but not all the players are. It's a 3 versus 4. As you can see, BBL on the attack have the advantage, and the A site seemingly under wraps. Just before you panic, it's a weird HUD bug. One of the players from the attack is showing blue. So I almost lost my mind as to how they had 2 neons, but I've never seen that bug before. That's a weird one.
No, it's just, you know, they're getting ready for ENC, where obviously some of the Turkish players are going to play together. And so they're actually they're hanging out with the enemy team. No, that is
so weird.
Rock is somehow showing up like he is on the defense. He is not.
Spike planted.
They'll probably fix between halves. I've never seen that. So cool.
I don't. Cool is not what I'd say.
It is cool because he has a red vision cone, so at least you can see it's him, and you certainly can when he gets his eyes on a player. That's a beautiful shot from Lovers Rock in a 4 versus 2. Keep in mind, Lovers Rock is on a sliver of HP, and he was when he went for that fight. He's just feeling very confident. Evidently, paranoia is good, but doesn't really work when there's a reveal on the other side.
Oh, there we go. That is the combo of pistol rounds broken. It was 4 pistol rounds in a row throughout the last 2 maps, and finally BBL have managed to get one of their own. So an important start, because as said, that was my major worry, that in every single half so far they have found themselves at a deficit. In the first map they were good enough to climb back, in the second map they weren't. So I think very important that see them get that early start, and now just looking at what FUT have to do in an Antigua. This is the first time we've actually seen this because, as I said, they don't lose. They are just going to full stack C.
Okay. Not afraid to send one player out aggressive, but nothing spotted. No noise made. And I think that's where FUT are probably the ones that will react first in most scenarios to this. Like, as time goes on, you're eventually going to push up. You're going to look for information. They've now spotted 2 players plus a paranoia standing by. Yeah, I think from FUT's perspective, they realize we might have actually gotten something if we waited a bit longer. And now they rotate from SOP to the A site's being heard. They know the neon is here. Dealing with him will still be a difficulty, I suppose, but I think his hope was that him making that rotation might even cause them to go back.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with him seeing absolutely nothing, it's kept most of his teammates just still hanging out around C in case there was a rotation back in that direction. But I like that. Just the cut of noise from BBL. Safe and secure. Now that
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
All but guaranteed. It now comes back down to what we talk about a lot. Can they die to the spike? Which, to be honest, in this circumstance is actually a little bit harder than normal, because there is a sniper rifle watching for them to try and cross, and you do not want to give Lovers Rock a load of orbs.
Yeah, it's probably better to avoid that if at all possible. as time ticks on, you can see that that's exactly what they'll do. There is no peeking coming in here from the defensive side, just waiting. Go down to the spike in the end, catch them if they push you. Do as much damage as you can. No, we're not getting away with that. LaRock is sacrificed as a result of guaranteeing the round. But that's just fine. He only had a sheriff. Altogether, a very successful round for BBL. Now 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think from his perspective, it was also just not like they were never diffusing from there. There wasn't enough time. It was more, can he get an additional kill?
Yeah.
Because you want to get that showstopper online, and he didn't have anything to play with. So obviously, in the end, he'll go down with the spike, but it really doesn't matter too much. And this is now where the game gets interesting. We haven't seen FUT play from behind at all in this series so far. It's always been BBL that have had to try and find a resurgence. But FUT are not shying away from a fight, and neither is LaRock.
Well, that is one hell of a start. They even know about the player in tree as well, so Zeus, well, doesn't get away with it for free, but he is making it work. 2 kills is more than he was expected to even get close to there. He's given FUT a chance. Never mind. Okay, Lover's Rock is out for blood today. Noted.
Yeah, on the rope. He's managed to clear one out. And now the remaining 2. This might be the chance, finally, for them to go 3-0 up, but it's whether they can deny them on the retake. These 2 players are still going for it. Yetache's been seen. It's whether the second player has him covered and he doesn't. Just ducking down into that corner, and now Sociable has to try and find 3 in a matter of seconds. There's a wraparound coming in behind him as well. He's heard it, but that's all just bait. It's bait for Rose. 3-0. Finally, BBL have got a solid start of their own, and winning that bonus now puts them firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're getting a taste of what it's like to be FUT at this point. They've faced this deficit every single time. And we've started out a map that we've started out a half in this series. They've been behind, but they fought their way to map 3, and now the leg up clearly theirs. But look, it was early doors, early days. The key thing is the last round was the buy round, and now we should have an easier conversion. Stack up from FUT is towards the A site. Push up on C we've seen before from the Omen. B site's wide open. The problem is BBL don't know that. They haven't got a clue what they're facing into. But they have made the right gamble. And that, I'm not sure about Rose coming here on his own up through this space with no Viper Wall to kind of cover him on the walk up and so on and so forth. But hey, it worked out. He's not going to be punished. For now. Great Prowler. No one inside the wall. Good information.
Yep. There is no one there.
Spike plant.
I think his teammates already cleared everything else anyway, but hey. And now, again, this becomes another mission to... I feel like they're going to want to do more damage here, but you also have to bear in mind that because of them dying to the spike, there's actually not any ultimates online just yet for that attack, so a lot of them have got to be close. Rose fighting into the smoke. It's so aggressive. Seemingly unnecessary as well. You've just given a gun over to the other side, but, well, that gun didn't last very long. Lover's Rock trying to get up close. It has been retrieved back, but he's just waiting on the edge. And dealing with him is incredibly difficult. 3 players standing. Lover's Rock with a triple. And 4-0 up. No blunders to be had just yet for BBL.
Gotta go.
And for FUT, we are now starting to wait and see, is there a step up of theirs, or have they run out of energy?
Go, go, go.
Well, yeah, indeed, considering they had a leg up coming into this with a big win already under their belt in the previous map, it is a little bit surprising to see them go missing. And I don't expect that to last very long. Operator in the hands of Sop. He has got everybody coming his way. It's an early fight that works out wonderfully, but a little bit too much afterwards as they overextend. Perhaps a big battle to brew from this attack side already. Forced Zeus back towards the B site, and Kreven was waiting.
Well, delayed at least for a second, but that's all the delay there is. Another purchase, another potential failure.
Go get him.
They're already clearing this one. Okay, this is actually a little bit risky. There's a couple of players on the other side of this. the fight could genuinely define the round. And already Rose has got 1, 2 needed. But it's not going to happen for Crystalli. Rose, after gifting a rifle in the last round, he's decided
Shadows traveling.
to utilize his own in this one.
Here.
Leave sociable. Yeah, he's just got to save. But it seems like, even still, there might be a good idea of where he is. The ping was on there, but instead sociable has found his target in Loiter. 5-0 guaranteed.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to try and hunt him down, but instead he is lurking around them. Even still, that's a worthwhile trade. There is plenty of credits available for the BBL side, and you cannot say the same for FUT.
Yeah, we are very much playing a stacked economy versus pennies and breadcrumbs. As a timeout called into effect here from FUT. I don't mind the early idea. Like, they find a lot of space towards A. They get the kill, but then the re-slide out from Neon, it's a little bit too aggressive. And then across the map, losing those fights on B, it feels like everything just spiraled out of control.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was said in like the last 20 minutes or so during the break, but this BBL side is looking completely different. And of course, the last map wasn't their choice, but as we sort of said, like, you look at their record on the map, and other than the dominant defeat they had in week 5 to Fnatic, they've looked decent on Haven, but it seems like Lotus maybe is where they put a lot of the work in. As said, a composition that's maybe a little bit more comfortable for them across the board, but right now they are outclassing FUT. And, well, it's no surprise that Vlad has decided to take a pause because, okay, although maybe the expectation is they'll have a slightly better attack side half, as they almost always do, 5-0 down is starting to look like a similar capitulation to what we saw in the first series.
Well, that's the thing. How much of a better half can it possibly be, right? Like, if it keeps up like this, with BBL looking dominant in every fight, with Lover's Rock looking virtually immortal, but with the aim of a Radiant.
Grenade!
A solution needs to be found soon from FUT. Dominant in the previous map, close on the first, but this could be the end of their road to EWC. Sociable, he doesn't want that to be the case. A solid start, and the fines are going to delay at least. But as the rotates come in, oh, more targets for Lover's Rock, but the shot doesn't land.
The good thing is, even though economically this might not be the best position for FUT, they've still got Overdrive, they've still got a Showstopper. It's not like this is a round with no bite to it. Of course, there is still ultimates on the other side as well, so if this starts to get dangerous, which it has, there's always an opportunity. Look at the read, though. And a full rotation to the other side of the map, but is that something that's being sold? It seems like it. I like this from Rose. He's completely pulled them over to this A site. Hook, line, and sinker. It's only if his teammates start to doubt and join him, but it seems like they are fully committed in towards B. Like being tapped, but no, now he's going to spot 2, and surely that's the moment where they go back.
30 seconds left.
Well, that's 2 ults used. Honestly, Rose can be happy with that. A man down, but decent damage. Oh, it's messy.
No
the Lover's
way.
Rock wins it. Zeus goes down, and now all of a sudden BBL are in complete control. That one spiraled so quickly. The Showstopper even used. Honestly, didn't even hear the voice line during the chaos. As now we end up in a 1v3. Look, for... I mean, the Showstopper there, obviously right at the end. For BBL... Considering what they just came up against, keep in mind, Neon and Raze from FUT used their ults on that A site just to take down Rose. They had the advantage on the retake, and now there's no time. I mean, there's no way that Sop gets away with this round. And even getting out of there is unlikely.
No, just going down in the end. Not wanting to get more orbs over, of course. They may have lost their own ults. They also got rid of some of their opponents, but when you're 6-0 down, that doesn't really feel like a win.
No, it's not.
But yeah, I think it was Creven who basically got hit low, gets given the operator, and ends up finding 2 picks while defending the spike, while they are losing personnel elsewhere. Loiter going down early. Like, this was a great round from him. You can see that on the kill feed, he found a wallbang kill and then this kill. Sure, the Lover's Rock one was maybe the most surprising of the round. And also, after the map he had in the last, especially the first one from Lover's Rock, 9-1. Of course, has lost his life already. Teammate has. Actually, so is LaRock. A much better start. But is there going to be the close for FUT to get their first round onto the board?
They have to know that Rose can be here. They have to. They activated utility. He threw a seize from B site, from the site. Where else could he be? He's being given a free opportunity to just walk up behind and take a double. In fact, they're still not reacting to the fact that he's there. Rose has just got 2. And in the meantime, sure, so did the other side. And they dropped the spike. That's the key thing. But this round should already be over. And instead, it is still a competition, but a high-low setup looks to end this. Loida, smoke far away. Oh, that wide swing from Rose. He's giving himself a chance. And he almost took it across the line. A damn good try from the IGL, but the first round from FUT comes online like that. I think, Tom, you may agree with me here, but that is anything but a repeatable round.
I would call that an ugly round.
A very ugly round, yes.
It made me somewhat uncomfortable, but a round's a round. I know that obviously you're going to look at it and go, well, yeah, they lose this many players. I think even just you looking at the spray from Cristalli, I think that tells you all you need to know. The fact that Rose almost comes out with a 4K and that is madness, considering that he basically just walks through all of their utility. Even still, though, can this be the start of something sociable? Sociable, this is nasty. He's lurking in the smoke. It's still not dealt with him. He's still just sat there. But now Loiter's come up with 3. Again, he's now got the ability to potentially just TP to the other side of the map, but does he take it? Or is he going to get caught on the flank?
Oh, this is so smart. They'll think he's already through the door, and now he's creeping his way ever closer to Sop, who doesn't expect him to be this tight on the corner, but it's going to be a slow peek from Loida. It costs him his life up against the operator. You understand why he does it. But for FUT, that is a second round. They've managed to find perhaps the beginning of the resurgence, but still not holding my breath. Like, when you see a player like that, Loida, who, like we said, was missing on the previous map, almost show up, like that 3K was nasty. It does feel like in the rounds that FUT find, there's still a narrow margin. And if they make even the slightest mistake, they'll find themselves slipping out of favor.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I like this early pause from Key as well. It's like we've already seen them like lose a few rounds in a row and completely disappear off the server for a bit. I think the last map was a good sort of depiction of that. But realistically, 6-2, you're still in a good position. You want to make sure that you come out of this half at least with, say, 8 rounds so that you're in a dominant lead. It wouldn't be out of question for FUT, especially because, as I said, even though they've finally lost a pistol, they are still 4-1 in pistols. So you want to make sure you're almost out of sight of that pistol and second round, because odds are you're not going to be winning it. So just making sure that this doesn't get out of control, because that last round especially, that was an all-out brawl. And considering, I think, how good they've been with sort of finding gaps and finding rotations, you almost don't want to have this stack early fight, because you've been able to find fights elsewhere. I think also, economically, this is a swing round. They win this round, the economy of their opponents is in trouble. They lose it, and theirs starts to be a problem.
Oh, that's Sop right away. Loida, one of the big dangers, is going to be dealt with. Does FUT find the advantage? Perhaps the pressure put on the attackers early. Kreven, waiting outside the B sites, avoided the utility that came his way, and I think on the back of that, they're calling the rotation. Again towards A main from the pings. But I think that will be to the broken door and then breaking through. The problem is, look where Sop is. Sop is playing for them to go on this B split. The same for Rose. They're both in really good, or not Rose, sorry, Cristalli. They're both in really good positions to shut this down, and that means Lover's Rock, yeah, he is in danger, and now in the waiting lobby for the next round.
Seeming like the pause might have not had the impact they desire, and Sop starting to wake up with this operation.
One enemy remaining.
There's a problem.
Spike
Great
down,
setup
B.
as well. Instant pop flash to set up Cristalli at the contact of the wall, and he's going to be there to close. That is much better from FUT. What has been some messy rounds, some scrappy rounds, a pause comes in from their opponents, and now they've won an incredibly clean one, and put their opponents on a back burner of economy. Like, I think they still might have enough credits to get like a buy with light shields, but it's definitely still on the brink.
Yeah, indeed. Exactly as you said, light shields across the board. The economy down to its last cent and dollar for FUT. Built up a big credits advantage. Have an operator to play with. Have momentum. It was a damning start. Certainly appeared to be. It's not over yet for this organization.
Here.
The road to EWC still has journey. The question is, how long is that journey? Play towards the C site, spike going in, and Oliver's Rock has been dealt with again. An opening pick for FUT. They've been doing well whenever they have them. I think it's been really hard for BBL to find picks back in the other direction, and well, it goes from bad to much worse.
I see that we're in the same spot again, except we saw it in the last map where it was 6-0 and then 4 rounds in a row. Well, it seems like that's all but guaranteed. It's just whether or not the BBL have the capability to stop that streak from continuing, and it feels like FUT, even though it doesn't look like much has changed in terms of the way they're setting up, I think they're more aware of some of the gaps. I think also they're just winning a lot of these opening fights. That operator has started to make things a little bit more
30
uncomfortable.
seconds left.
Well, there's not really any reason for the defensive side to move any further. Okay, they could look to try and take out some of this remaining weaponry. We already said that the last round was them playing with light shields. He's lose this gun this time.
10 seconds left.
Problem, you definitely don't want to lose an
One enemy
operator, but then again, probably just come in with an outlaw in the next round, and never mind. He didn't even get the kill.
Yeah, it was sociable.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, the first burst only gave an assist from that range, but he's very lucky to still be alive. He was taking a lot of risks. Yeah, 6-4. For FUT, that momentum very much carrying them through, but in terms of how they got here in the actual round, just aggression, right? They find that space for free. It's held onto by the op of SOP, and then they're ready on the C site. They've got numbers. I think there were 3 players waiting there, and well, that goes about as well as expected when BBL walked. And it was walk. It wasn't even a blitz from the Neon. They were contacting and just got caught on the edge of the smoke. That's an unlucky start.
Gotta go.
But the point is that FUT didn't have to do anything except sit and wait, and it worked.
Go. Stop it.
A lighter buy, a lower buy, but it's already going slightly better than some of the others.
What the hell?
Shot from the rock. That's at least something to play with. Zeus turning the tide though, and look at the HP.
Remaining.
Already one
Spike
dead
down.
to nothing. Zeus looking to give them their 5th round, but he will go down. He's given an opportunity. Maybe even a gun, but just look at SOP behind. Oh,
He's run away.
Round and round they go. A chance,
It's
but
over.
not much of one.
Gotta go.
A streak of 6 one way, and now a streak of 5 in the other. Mitch,
Last
do they
round
complete
before the
it to a
switch.
6-6?
He must have been one step away from picking up the rifle there. That actually might have given him the 1v2. It was a really nice try by Loida. But yeah, 6-5 from the lead that they had. And I think I'm trying to think. I think I've said this all day long, but I can't believe we're here. Like, this looked so dominant for BBL. They looked so confident in every fight they took, and now potential to be neck and neck at the half. Yedage, I think, went close to 10 rounds without getting a kill, and yet we're still close to neck and neck. That's madness.
Okay, this is a complete change of pace. Brute force is the name of the game. TP into the backside, showstopper used. There is no doubt that the plant is going down. Will anybody fall?
Spike
No.
planted.
Zeus got away with one, but I mean, there's too many players on the other side. Lover's Rock down very low, and it makes it easy for SOP. A cleanup. Can't take that ability away, but the Thorns are going to buy a little bit of time. Ult fading down to 30, down to 20. He's got to go. He's looking for a kill, but nothing found. SOP now down to his pistol. Rose has found a double on a classic. Excuse me? The Rose.
Enemy remaining.
Steel Garden has done
Last
well,
player
but
standing.
Kreven as last man alive, wrapping around the back, has
hell is
landed the
going on?
double that closes around. This game is
Switching
madness.
sides.
What on earth was that? Rose didn't even have a gun anymore, and and he's just managed to get 2 of the classic. I am so confused with what I've just witnessed.
Yeah, that was genuinely a crazy round. I lost track of even what was happening at one point. These two teams are so much fun to watch. But 7-5 is where we end things in that half, Tom. There is still a lot of ground to cover. Give me your quick prediction for the next half.
Oh, yeah. I'm going with... Oh, wait. Is there a break? I think we need a break.
No one said anything, Tom. Welcome back, folks. It has been a wild ride of a first half with a huge lead to BBL, and despite going 6-0 up, they lead by 2 at the halftime. FUT did a really good job of clawing their way back into this one, but Tom, did they build enough of a foundation for the second half?
I don't know.
Let's go.
Thank you, Tom. We'll be back after this. I'm kidding.
Yeah, honestly, like, I've just watched a team go 6-0 up and then have to win the last round with a classic. Like, it's... Nothing makes sense anymore. This is the 6th map of the day. Let's just see what happens. And already, SOP has got an opener. Of course, one thing that has been almost inevitable, because they have lost one pistol, is FUT winning the pistol. We'll see if this can be the first map where maybe that is changed. It would need a 4v5 retake, though.
There.
Well, those thorns are going to buy a little bit more time. And see, spread across, so the attackers across the entirety of this site. There's going to be some options to group up in heaven. A double stack as they now drop down to swing back site together. But BBL find a couple of kills, and suddenly it looks doable with LaRock tapping the spike now. But he knows exactly where SOP is. The nade and the fact that he wasn't ahead of it, everything pieced together by LaRock. You could see him doing the math, and it all added up perfectly. 8 rounds now for BBL, 2 pistols as well in this map, which if you're watching the series so far, you know why that's impressive.
Well, it is just struck midnight, and I am pretty certain that some of the BBL co-streamers have just pissed off their neighbors, because that was ridiculous. I don't know how he's come out of that one alive. Like, cleaning up, I think that was a 1v3. I'll be honest with you, there was so much going on that I got lost in the sauce, but those are the moments that LaRock is known for. And wow, a second pistol seemed incredibly unlikely, but he's managed to bring it home for them.
Well, this is a bit of danger for Rose. He is dead. Surely no, the skill thorns have bought time. Rose got one. Lover's Rock with another. And now, hold on. This round that moments ago seemed to have this man in threat. It is completely under their control. Lloyd is... he saw him. He noticed just in time, and the paranoia, well, still getting one. Not bad from Yedage. I think that's his second kill of the map.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, this has been a rough day for Yedage, that's for certain. I think map 2 he was decent, but definitely not been the guy that we've seen playing in VCT EMEA, but maybe this can be the half where that changes. Of course, strong starts to halves really doesn't seem to mean much in this series. We saw FUT win both pistols on map 1, lose it, win both pistols on map 2, win it, and now they've lost both pistols on map 3. And I don't know what's going to happen, but they are at a deficit, and this is going to be an important round for them. A weaker purchase from their opponent, SOP leading the charge. And already a lot of information for that defensive side, and they have 4 players here.
Gotta go.
Well, this crunch from BBL seems dangerous. As you said, they've got the numbers, but hold on, not anymore. They don't. LaRock pulling back 2 kills on a sliver of health, and that's what puts us even. But Kreven has heard the steps. He knows the rotations are coming back to this A side. Oh, but they've doubled back right into his arms. A freebie. And he just bails. Gets right on out of there. Has a trap sitting on C as well. His wall and all of those thorns. Now he can just sit back.
Last player
Play
remaining.
towards the B site. Cover all of the bases. And I don't know what that shot was from Larocque, but fair enough. I also don't know what that shot was from Kreven.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like take a fight, flip a coin, and see who wins. Definitely thinking that fatigue might be starting to kick in. As said, it is midnight now. Turkey.
Spike plant.
Stally's position is known, but of course this is going to be Larocque. Potentially taking the bait. Low on HP, his second nade of the round, but his teammate only has a pistol. Never mind. Larocque's just going in with the rifle while he's low, and Loiter's going in with the pistol while he was not low. This game makes no sense, but Larocque is so good that it doesn't matter.
If I was Loiter and we lost that round, and if I was Loiter, we would have lost that round. But in that 1v2, I think I would have screamed so loud something would break within me. The fact that you have a man on, if I'm not mistaken, 17 HP and his teammate behind him healthy, and he says, no, I'm going to use the rifle. I'm going to do it. Is a little bit mad, but you know what? He's won it, so I feel like I can't say anything against him. Yeah, he was dead right, but he shouldn't have been, and that's irritating. But yeah.
That's the thing. Larocque is
what I'm watching
just,
sometimes.
He's going insane in this last map, and that's always the thing. When you get to this third and final map, everything else is forgotten. He might not have had the best performances throughout the day so far, but if he can turn up on this third and final map and win it for them, no one is going to remember. All they will remember is heading into tomorrow, the guy that got them into that lower final, the guy that has the chance to take them to EWC to face off against Na'Vi, where, I'll be honest, if you beat out Eternal Fire and then FUT, I would put you as the favorites. I think that Na'Vi, they've beaten some good teams, but we're talking about the fact that basically it was a massive choke from Fnatic, and that's what was needed. Whereas for BBL, sure, they've had to pull off comebacks, but
Where are they?
in their victories, I think we can all say they were earned.
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Nonetheless, 10 to 5. Definitely not done yet, if I've learned anything from today.
Go get him.
Well, that nade didn't go where it was supposed to, but Zeus is taking a lot of space here. Oh my god, he's just being wrecked through the smoke. Kreven, he might be cheating. If he kills Sop here, we're gonna have to get him out of here. We have to ban him. And Sop's thinking of going in the smoke. Molly had sent him forward for just a moment, but no, okay. It's a 5v4. I mean, advantage there for BBL. I don't want to see any risks taken now.
The one thing that could throw a spanner in the works is that Nightfall. Timed correctly, it could save the round. Paranoia used, I like this. Try and trap them into an awkward position and get that time ticking that little bit further. Rose has already found one though. The clean up onto Crystalli, no ult to be had. And for Sociable, there's no hope. They're just going to defuse. He's in the worst possible position to try and save this round, and he doesn't have the weapon to do it either. Clean and solid conviction from the side of BBL. They need just 2 rounds to eliminate FUT.
Don't answer. It was rhetorical.
Well, you know, everybody knew this is what was going to happen, Tom. If we go back to what I said after map 2, I put it clearly. I said we've had a dominant map. Oh, never mind the halftime. This was coming out of map 2. I said, you know, it was a super dominant map 2, so I would not be surprised if map 3 is super dominant. That is technically true. That is technically what I said, and that is what's happening. So I'm a genius, and you're welcome for me dedicating my time to spend it with all of you.
With someone who is a genius is they always have to say I'm a genius. That's normally a factor of geniuses. I always remember that famous quote from Albert Einstein of I'm a genius.
Well, he wasn't that smart. I mean, come on. He had formal mathematics education from a young age. Anyone can have the appearance of intelligence in that case, but we all know I'd beat him when it came to VALORANT. So what does he really know? That's all I'm saying. Anyways, for now, I will throw myself under the bus a little bit. I did think it would be FUT that were dominating if we were to have a dominant win. In fact, Tom, you said the same thing. It's either a dominant win for FUT or a close game, and we have gotten the exact opposite, which we should have known. This day has been full of nothing but unpredictability. So when we accounted for every option except one, we should have assumed that was the real option.
Yeah.
And for BBL to deliver like this is sensational, but they are so close to closing it. This is the point where we've seen teams slip before. We saw Fnatic just earlier.
Oh, nightfall on nightfall. Everybody in an awkward position, other than sociable, it seems. He had the right read, but the trades have come back thick and fast. Blink and you miss it, and we're back into a advantage for this defensive side. Aggression needs to be clean. Speaking of clean, dear Lord, Creven. I need that aim routine other than just beating Mitch
One enemy remaining.
in deathmatch. What else are you doing? Because seemingly there is nothing that FUT can do to stop you. 1 round away from eliminating one of the teams, and actually the only team that will be at Masters London and potentially not at EWC.
Mercy now would be weakness.
I don't want to take credit for it, Tom, but I think playing against me in that death match might have taught Creven everything he knows. I mean, the way I see him play, it just seems inspired by some of the greatest. The guy is incredible. Look at that shot, man. The reality is, I think we had a quiet map from Creven earlier on, and I think FUT could be very grateful that they got that. Now it seems like everybody, except Loida, who is, I think, the strongest player last map, everyone else, or the map before, everyone else is showing up. Good night. I think it's going to do a lot of damage, and that op is going to do even more. The stun might have caught them all. It's perfect. Oh my goodness, this is how they do it, with all-out aggression. The Turkish style from BBL, and they're feeding it to FUT. A 4K for Lovers Rock to close it out, and long have we waited to see how this series would end, and it is with BBL marching forward.
Yeah, there's an imposter among them. Ruxic did technically make it into that match, but not in this game. He is Turkish though. See, I told you, that's what that dot was earlier. That was actually Ruxic sneaking his way into the game. But no, honestly, the way that this qualifier has gone has gobsmacked me from start to finish. Like, we have the team that qualified to Masters London is out. The team known as the best in EMEA is out. Mates were the first team to qualify. KC were the second team to qualify. And now we have a toss-up between BBL and Na'Vi. Who will get that final spot? I have no idea. Like, I have absolutely none at this stage. But it has been an incredibly enjoyable 6 maps of Valorant today. And, yeah, they were very quick to get out of there. I'm not overly surprised. It is past midnight in Turkey, an absolute grind, but it is BBL to take it over the line, and honestly, a well-fought battle, especially considering that first map, going 3-0 down in both halves and showing real resilience. This is the squad we've wanted to see since stage 1.
Yeah, I think map 1 especially, like, there is a real world where we get this as a 2-0 to FUT, and for BBL, they really showed that they were worth their salt when it came to that first map. It is something that's incredibly difficult for teams to do, to fight back against the disadvantage, and when it happens to you in both halves, yeah, a lot of people are going to start to fade off individually. The morale, the mental game, everything gets tested in those moments, and because they pass that test, they end up proceeding and passing FUT in this lower bracket run. As we said, tomorrow is where things will get very interesting. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where we're at. We only have 1 match left to play. That will be a best of 5 tomorrow, and we've gotten rid of Nongshim, Red Force, we've gotten rid of Gen G. These are the teams that take their place. Na'Vi and BBL Esports, lower bracket final, best of 5, and the winner goes to EWC.
Yeah, I think for either of these teams, either of these organizations, this is a massive match that they will be keeping a strong eye on. And for BBL, I think, like, this is really that chance of redemption. I think kickoff was fantastic. It was exactly what we expected from this young team full of superstars. Stage 1 was their nightmare, and now potentially EWC is the chance where we see them rise back to the top. And for Na'Vi, this is a storyline of a team that has had no success for a very long time. They finally have the full piece of their puzzle, with Exit now being able to play. They've beaten Fnatic, a team that they've not exactly had the greatest of records against, and now they have a chance to beat BBL and maybe make it. It's going to be one hell of a game. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. But for now, Mitch, I think it might be time to get some rest. Go get some sleep.
Yeah, I think so. It has been a long day here. It's quite late at night in Berlin. But folks, regardless of where you are, make sure that you tune in tomorrow where we will see that matchup. BBL against Navi. Best of 5 p.m. German time. Whatever that is for you guys, go get a calculator out. Or go on VLR. It works as well. All right, folks, that's all we've got time for here today. We will catch you in a bit. Thanks for watching.